Recorded Books presents Crown of Coral and Pearl, Bonus Chapter, by Mara Rutherford, narrated by Amanda Dolan. Chapter 1. Sometimes I wonder if it was our names that determined our fates, or the other way around. Nar and Zadie, Coral and Pearl. Both precious to our people, both beautiful enough to adorn the necks of queens. But whereas a pearl is prized for its luster, its shape, its lack of imperfections, coral is different. It grows twisted. In its natural form, it can hardly be considered beautiful at all. Still, Zadie and I were born as equals in beauty, grace, and wit. We were, the elders declared, the loveliest babies ever born in Verenia. Mother proudly rode us around in our family's wooden boat, where Zadie and I would spend much of our childhood. She shaded our olive skin with wide-brimmed hats to prevent sunburn. She forced Father to sand down the sharp edges on our furniture. Not a single dark hair on our heads was sacrificed to a pair of scissors. She inspected us every night for scratches or scrapes, then applied oils and salves while she scolded us to be more cautious. After all, though Verenian women were blessed with hair as varied as the fish in our waters, from straight to ringlets, flaxen to ebony, and our skin was smooth and healthy in every shade, from gold to burnished copper, beauty in our village was held to a higher standard. A girl's features must be symmetrical and well-proportioned, her complexion clear, her gaze bright and curious, though never too direct. Her presentation should always be impeccable, no matter the time or place. To truly stand out, a girl could be nothing short of perfect, because in Verenia, being a beautiful girl wasn't just lucky. Once every generation, it determined which one of us would become a princess. "Nor!" Zadie cried, pulling me back from the edge of the boat where I balanced on one foot. "What are you thinking? You can't risk an injury now." I scratched at my scalp, tender from where Mother had plaited my hair extra tight, as punishment for forgetting my hat yesterday. She was forever fretting that the sun would turn our silken hair brittle, or, God's forbid, summon forth a freckle. But these days, the angry grumblings from my empty belly were loud enough to drown out Mother's shrill voice in my head. We'd been looking for oysters for hours, to no avail. Zadie, ever the dutiful daughter, batted my hand away. "Please, for Mother's sake, behave. You know how nervous she is about the ceremony." The ceremony. When hadn't Mother been nervous about it? Every cloudless day spent in the shade of our stilt-legged wooden house. Every missed pearl diving opportunity because the sea was too rough. I owed them all to the ceremony and to our mother's obsession with it. "Ours is a kingdom without borders," Father liked to say, as he stood on the narrow balcony outside our house, shading his eyes with one hand as he scanned the horizon. Maybe that was true for him, but our life was a constant reminder that one day the Crown Prince of Ilara would come of marrying age. And as it had been for hundreds of years, so would it be in 3 days. The elders would finally choose the most beautiful girl in Verenia to be his bride. The last girl had left us 20 years ago, when the present king was still a prince, and the shoals hadn't yet plucked bare. But Mother assured us that she wasn't half as beautiful as Zadie and me. Before the incident, she teased the elders that they would have to send both of us to marry the prince and let him decide for himself, because we were as indistinguishable as 2 silver featherfish. Now, of course, it was clear who would be sent. The small pink scar on my right cheekbone was all that stood between the crown and me. Anywhere else on my body, An imperfection smaller than a Varenian pearl might have been overlooked. But compared to Zadie's flawless skin, the jagged mark was impossible to ignore. Fortunately, I'd had the 7 years since the incident to prepare for this, and 7 years of relative freedom from our mother's constant fussing, at least compared to Zadie. I flopped back onto the cushions in the bottom of our boat and turned my face up to the cloud-dappled sky. "Are you ready for it?" I asked. "For what?" Zadie feigned ignorance while she pulled her skirts over her exposed ankles. "To leave Verenia. To leave Mother and Samuel. To leave me." "You don't know they're going to choose me. You're just as beautiful as I am, and you never get sick. And I've heard rumors that Alice is being considered as well." I arched a skeptical brow. "Mother says that even with my scar, I'm prettier than Alice will ever be. How did she put it? Alice has only to smile, and that snaggletooth will send the prince running for his nursemaid." Zadie frowned. "Mother shouldn't say such things. Alice can't help it." "Neither can Mother," I said with a wry look. Zadie pulled on one of the lines hanging over the side of the boat, frowning at the tiny fish dangling from the end. Our waters had been overfished for years, though no one seemed to want to admit it. Zadie carefully laid the shimmering creature in the palm of her hand, removed the hook, and dropped it back into the sea. The fish was too small to eat, though we might have used it for bait, had there been anything larger to catch. "I know Mother can be difficult, but she only wants what's best for us," Zadie said after a moment. "What she herself couldn't have." Half a dozen snide comments popped into my head, but I held my tongue. "Perhaps you're right." Though I'd never told her, I knew for a fact Zadie would be the chosen one, the only one of us who would ever set foot on land, something I'd wished for since childhood. Because, scar or no scar, Zadie was beautiful in a way I would never be. In Verenia, we were constantly searching for imperfections, whether in pearls or people. But Zadie only ever saw the good. Just last week, while I lamented the damage to our house from a passing storm, Zadie watched the sky, searching for rainbows. So, even when our mother was at her worst, Zadie could find something kind to say in return. I would never be that good, that pure of heart. And that was a harder sort of pain to bear. "I'm going swimming," I said, wishing I could shed my thoughts as easily as my skirts. Zadie glanced around anxiously. As young women of marrying age, we should never be seen bare-legged in public. But diving in a skirt wasn't just difficult, it was dangerous. Before, when oysters were plentiful, young men did most of the diving. But these days, girls and women helped out whenever possible. And in our family, with father fishing every day and no brothers to share the burden, there was no other choice. Even Mother couldn't complain too much. She knew how badly we needed the extra money. "Are you coming?" I asked. "The salt will dry out our skin. Mother will know." I placed my hands on my hips and grinned. "Last one to find an oyster has to make dinner tonight." The truth was, we couldn't afford to go home empty-handed. Not if we wanted to eat next week. But it was easier to pretend this was all a game, one in which the stakes weren't life or death. "Ready?" She shook her head, but her fingers were already busy untying her skirt and tugging down her tunic to cover her thighs. "You're wicked," she said, then launched herself out of the boat into the clear water. I dived in after her, letting the pressure build in my ears as I surged past Zadie toward the bottom, drowning out the little voice in my head that said, "I know." Several hours later, I was stirring a pot of watery fish stew over the fire when Samuel entered our house, his body still glistening with seawater from his swim over. Sammy was our best friend, and the only boy in the village who had dared play with us as children. Not only was our mother strict beyond reason, our father was also the governor's best friend. Sammy was exempt from mother's scolding, however, seeing as his father was the governor. "Don't tell me Zadie found an oyster before you did," he teased. Sammy was as competitive as I was, but Zadie had gotten lucky today. The oyster lay on a small driftwood table nearby, already shucked and sadly lacking a pearl. Our primary currency, the rare pink pearls that were only found in our waters, had also become scarce of late, as the Ilarian appetite for them continued to increase. The pearls were used to make jewelry for the nobility, but they could also be ground up and added to skin creams and cosmetics. Most Varenian families had a small jar of healing ointment made from the pearls, but that was to be saved for emergencies, since many of us were naturally healthy from spending so much time in the waters that were said to make the pearls special in the first place. After the incident, Mother had used the ointment daily on my scar, in hopes of minimizing its appearance, but stopped once she realized it would never heal completely. Sammy dropped a tarnished brass button onto the table next to the empty oyster shell. "Look what I got for Zadie." I tisked in disapproval. By law, Ilara was our sole trade partner for all the things the sea couldn't provide: clothing, fruits and vegetables, tools, books, barrels of fresh water. Even our firewood came from Ilara. But Sammy was the exception to the rule. He often traded secretly and illegally with our cousins, the Galethians. Over 100 years ago, a small population of Varenians had risked their lives to set foot on land, then quickly fled north on a herd of stolen Ilarian horses. Those horses became the foundation of the Galethian culture, just as the waves had formed ours. Wave children, the Ilarians called us. And that was exactly how they treated us, like children. The Ilarians had access to resources we could only dream of, not just fresh water and food, but also sophisticated weapons and thousands of men. Occasionally, a desperate Varenian would attempt to land on Ilarian soil in search of an easier life away from the whims of the sea, but they were usually dealt with swiftly and decidedly by the soldiers who patrolled the shoreline. It was possible a few got away with it, but any violation of Ilarian law wouldn't just end in death for the defector in question. Ilara could eradicate our people swiftly and with little effort. They'd made that clear in all their dealings with us. I poked at the button with feigned indifference, though in truth, anything from land fascinated me. "And what will Zadie do with a button? Use it to fasten the trousers she doesn't wear? I'm making her a cloak to take with her when she leaves. She'll be cold in Ilara." Sammy knew as well as I did that Zadie was going to be chosen at the ceremony. It was as hard for him as it was for me, in some ways, because he loved her too. He always had. I suspected that Zadie returned his love, but they both knew she would leave to marry the prince someday, so their relationship could never be more than friendship. "That's so thoughtful," I said. "But you shouldn't be trading with the Galethians. If you're caught, they'll hang you." "Then I guess I can't get caught." He smiled, revealing teeth as white as shells against his tanned skin. Boys didn't carry the same burden as Varenian girls, at least not when it came to scars and sunburns. They had to provide for their families, however, and that was becoming harder and harder. Last year, 2 pearls had been enough to feed a family for a month. Now, it took twice that many, yet somehow the quality of the goods they fetched was poorer. I had learned a long time ago not to ask questions about our trade relationship with Ilara. It was the elders' place to worry about such things, not mine. And according to my mother, I had far more important things to worry about, like the sheen of my hair or the length of my eyelashes. But that had never stopped me from wondering about the world beyond Verenia. "Any news from Galeth?" I asked. "There's talk of an uprising in southern Ilara." "That's nothing new." He shook his head. "It's getting worse. King Xyrus refuses to grant safe passage to the refugees heading north, even though the Galethians would welcome them with open arms. Anything to bolster their army. It's more than that. The Galethians were refugees once, too." I turned the button over in my hand. It was engraved with a small, many-petaled flower. I'd heard of roses, though I'd never seen one before. I tried to imagine a world in which something as small as a button was deemed worthy of this level of craftsmanship. "It's beautiful," I said, before dropping the button into the empty oyster shell. "Just like Zadie." Sammy's hand closed around my shoulder, and I leaned my cheek against it. "What will we do without her?" I whispered. There was a pause, then a cough. "I suppose we'll just have to marry each other." I rapped his knuckles with the wooden spoon I held, and he pulled his hand away. "I wouldn't marry you if you were the last boy in Verenia." He placed his hand on his chest, feigning offense. "And why not?" "Because you're my best friend, and worse, you're the future governor." "You're right. You'd make a terrible governor's wife anyway." He snatched a dried date off the table and darted out of my reach. "Do that again, and I swear I won't marry you. You'll be stuck with Alice." He grimaced. "Imagine our little shark-toothed children. My mother would weep." Zadie poked her head around the door and frowned. "You're both wicked. Do you know that? Alice is kind and loyal. You'd be lucky to marry her." "You're right," I said, chastened. I knew better than most what it was like to be judged by one's appearance. Zadie twisted her wet hair at the side of her head, letting the fresh water from her bath drip into the bucket we used to rinse our dishes. Zadie never slept with seawater in her hair at Mother's behest, though fresh water from Ilara was expensive and meant to be saved for drinking and cooking. "Would a wicked man bring you this?" Sammy asked, proffering the brass button in its mother-of-pearl serving tray. She gasped, then folded her arms across her chest. "I suppose he would, since an honest man could never have come by this." He glanced at me over his shoulder, then moved closer to Zadie. "You like it, don't you? Please say you do. I wanted to make you a cloak to take with you to Ilara. It will be cold in the mountains." "You don't know I'm going yet," she said, though her posture softened. "Besides, where would you get cloth for a cloak?" "An honest man would never betray his source. An honest man wouldn't have a source to begin with." I pretended to stir the stew. Even watered down, it was barely enough for the four of us, while I watched them from beneath my lashes. I was grateful Zadie hadn't chided him for wasting money that could have gone toward food, but they should be distancing themselves from each other, if they knew what was good for them. If not for my scar, perhaps I would be the one going to Ilara. Then Sammy and Zadie could marry as they pleased, and I would get to see more than an engraving of a rose on a silly brass button for another girl. Maybe in another life, I thought bitterly, but not in this one. "What's that wonderful smell?" Father asked as he entered the house behind Zadie, sending Sammy stumbling away from her. Father had just come back from fishing in deeper waters, judging by the sea salt crust on his brow and his wind-chapped cheeks. "The same thing we eat every night," I said. "Unless you caught something today?" He gave a small, sad shake of his head, and my stomach grumbled in response. I tapped the spoon on the side of the pot to cover the sound. "That's all right, Father. The last time Zadie cooked fish, the house stank for a week." Sammy laughed, and Zadie pretended to be offended, gently pushing Sammy aside. Even my father allowed himself a small smile at my attempt to lighten the mood. My parents had noticed the way Sammy and Zadie acted around each other. It was impossible not to. But Father was a little more tolerant than Mother, who wanted nothing to distract Zadie from fulfilling her ultimate purpose in life, becoming queen, since Mother herself had not. 20 years ago, that honor had gone to another young woman, and Mother wasn't about to let history repeat itself. I was her safeguard, though in the past year or so, when it became more and more clear Zadie would make it to the ceremony unscathed, she'd focused the bulk of her attention on my poor sister. Father cleared his throat and turned to Sammy, who quickly hid the button behind his back. "I believe your father is looking for you. Something about you being missing earlier today when you were supposed to be delivering firewood to your aunts?" He arched an eyebrow, but I could hear the amusement in his voice. "Yes, sir. I was just leaving." Sammy turned to give Zadie a kiss on the cheek, then me. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Not tomorrow," Father reminded him. "The girls will be preparing for the ceremony, remember?" He wasn't a particularly imposing man, at least, not to me, but Sammy flushed. "Of course. At the ceremony, then." I wished Father would leave and give Sammy a chance to say a proper goodbye. The next time he saw Zadie, she would be as good as betrothed to the Prince of Alara. "Goodbye," Zadie and I said in unison as Sammy ducked out onto the balcony, where a rope ladder led down to the water. Our house, like all the houses in Verenia, was made from the wood of a sunken ship, but every few years we painted it an orangey pink, a shade Mother favored that was also easy to see on the horizon, guiding us home during the daytime, when a lantern would be of little use. Father settled down onto a low stool, carved from driftwood. "I see Nar is cooking tonight. Does that mean Zadie found the oyster?" He gestured to the shiny gray glob of flesh I'd laid in one of our cracked porcelain bowls. Some of our possessions were traded for, but others had been pulled up from shipwrecks. Mother never asked how I came by such items, particularly if I found her something that appealed to her vanity, like a hand mirror or a tortoiseshell comb. Zadie and I shared a glance. To admit Zadie found the oyster meant admitting that she'd been swimming today, against Mother's orders. She was counting on the impressive bride price the prince would send to the chosen girl's family once they married. But we had to eat in the meantime. And who knew how many oysters there would be tomorrow or next week? Sammy had overheard his father speaking to the elders at night in hushed whispers, so we knew things were worse than our parents let on. "I found it," I said. "But I bet there would be a pearl in it, and there wasn't." "That's a shame. Well, as long as I get to eat the oyster, I suppose it doesn't matter who found it." Father winked at Zadie as she handed him the bowl. "You're good girls. Both of you." As he tipped back the bowl and let the oyster slide into his mouth, Zadie and I came to stand on either side of him. "I'll miss whichever one of you is taken from me," he said. "But I always knew this day would come. That's what I get for marrying the most beautiful girl in Verenia." Mother stepped into the house from the balcony, twisting her own freshly washed hair into a braid. She had never dived deep enough to burst her eardrums, something many of the older villagers did to help with the pressure, and her hearing was some of the sharpest in the village. only a few fine lines pulled at the corners of her eyes and lips, a testament to the benefits of wearing a sun hat, and of rarely smiling. "Our beauty is a reflection of the favor Thalos has bestowed upon this family," she said, gazing out the window at the darkening waves, as if the ocean god himself were watching. A sudden burst of sea spray shot up through the cracks in our wooden floorboards, and Mother's eyes blazed with satisfaction. "We will honor him with our sacrifice," Father added. I squeezed Zadie's hand behind his back and wished the sun would never set. The ocean never gave gifts without expecting something in return, it was said. And Thalos was a hungry god. Chapter 2. The next 2 days were spent in the large yellow meeting house with the other girls of marriageable age. I personally thought it was silly to spend 2 full days preparing ourselves for the ceremony when some of us had been preparing our entire lives. Each elder had already made his or her decision, and for most of us, no amount of primping and preening could possibly make a difference. I would have rather spent the time alone with Zadie, knowing she'd be leaving me soon. But it was tradition, and in Verenia, tradition was as much a part of our world as the ocean. The mood in the house was lively, almost giddy, like we were children preparing for a festival. The room buzzed with the sound of female voices, punctuated every few minutes by laughter. None of us were old enough to remember the last ceremony, but a few mothers, including mine, were there to supervise and tell stories while we fasted and bathed ourselves in fresh water that ought to have been saved for drinking. Zadie and I rubbed perfumed oil into each other's skin and braided our hair into intricate patterns, then unraveled them and started all over again to occupy the long hours. I glanced around at the other girls, most of them friendly acquaintances. In a village as small and isolated as ours, there were no unfamiliar faces, though our overprotective mother had done her best to keep us away from the other girls our age. At night, she would often tell us stories of sabotage among young women old enough to participate in the ceremony. Braids cut off in the middle of the night, stinging sea nettles rubbed on healthy skin, even hot oil burns. Boys may be physically stronger, Mother always said, but girls could be twice as vicious. I had never seen any behavior to support her claim, but then I hadn't spent enough time with the other girls to argue. With Zadie and Sammy around, I was never lonely, but I would have liked the opportunity to make more friends. As the sun extinguished itself on the horizon, anxiety and tension began to mount. The favorites, Zadie and Alice, sat surrounded by friends who heaped praise on their girl while whispering insults about the opposition. Perhaps if Alice had never opened her mouth for the past 17 years, this would be a fair match, a blonde girl named Minika murmured. But unfortunately for her, she's as gabby as a gull. I cast an apologetic glance toward Alice, who in truth had only one slightly crooked tooth. Her mother had attempted to straighten it with fishing line made of horsehair, but the results had been minimal, at best. Still, with her auburn hair and green eyes, Alice was undeniably beautiful, as was Ginia with her bronze skin and tight black curls, and Lunella, whose large blue eyes and delicate features were the pride of her entire family. How the elders could possibly choose between them was beyond my comprehension, like trying to choose the most beautiful seashell. Zadie gave Minika an admonishing look as she wove my hair into what I hoped was the final braid. My scalp itched and burned from her handiwork. Enough, girls. Alice is a friend and perfect just as she is. And if she is chosen to go to Ilara, I will pray for Thalos to carry her safely to shore, as will the rest of you. You are too kind, Lunella said. "As soft and pliant as a cuttlefish. The prince will have you for his supper if you don't watch out." Zadie blushed and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "What do you think the prince is like?" I asked no one in particular, hoping to divert some of the attention away from my sister. We know so little about the Ilarians, though they seem to know everything about us. "Like how beautiful our women are," Minika replied. Mother sat in the center of the room, on one of the colorful cushions that covered the floor from wall to wall. The house was barely large enough to contain 30 girls and women, not to mention all their cosmetics and clothing. "It's more than that," she said, "as you all know." We did all know. Our history was woven into our childhoods like sea silk threads. So fine, it was hard to tell where one stopped and another started. But we all settled in now, turning toward Mother as she began to tell the story. It seemed fitting to hear this tale, tonight of all nights, the night before my world would be changed forever. Many years ago, in a queendom whose name has been lost to time, there lived a wise and powerful queen. She gave birth to a daughter, whom she named Ilara, after the celestial goddess. Ilara's smile was as radiant as the moon, her hair as dark and shimmering as the night sky. It was said that her laughter made the stars shine brighter. Beloved by her people, she loved them all in return. One summer, when the princess was just 16, she journeyed to the shore with her family. She went to lavish parties and met many handsome young men, but none so handsome as Prince Leif, whose own land, Kuven, was far across the Elathian Sea. After weeks of secret meetings and stolen kisses, he asked her to marry him, and she happily accepted. But despite their mutual affection, Ilara's mother forbade the marriage. Kuven was a small and weak kingdom compared to the queen's, which at the time spanned the width and breadth of an entire continent. And Leif's father was a cruel ruler who took much from the sea but gave nothing in return. Ilara's mother had planned a far more advantageous match with a prince from a powerful kingdom to the east, though this prince was said to be old and not particularly charming. As much as she loved her daughter, the queen could not afford to let her put the queendom in jeopardy. Several girls groaned in disapproval. Mother frowned. "I don't need to remind any of you of the importance of duty, do I?" She looked directly at Zadie as she said this, though no one understood the weight of her responsibility more than my sister. Zadie nodded solemnly, while I barely managed to keep my eyes from rolling. Ilara and Leif returned to their homes, but the night before her wedding, they each gathered their most loyal servants and stole ships from their parents. He was an inexperienced sailor, and she had never been at sea. But they loved each other too much to be parted. The next evening, their ships met in the middle of the Elathian Sea. For several days, they stayed on Leif's ship, there in the ocean, delighting in each other. They were married on the 7th day, with a plan to return to Kuven. Leif's father approved of the marriage, for he was certain Ilara's mother would have to agree to an alliance that would be greatly beneficial to his kingdom. As the sun rose on the day they were set to depart, Ilara's laugh danced over the waves like a skipping stone, and the prince took her in his arms to kiss her. The lovers had no idea that Thalos, the sea god, had been watching them. He saw that these two would bring happiness beyond measure to Leif's father, a happiness he did not deserve. As a punishment for never giving the sea what it was owed, Thalos vowed to take the one thing that meant the most to Leif. Ilara. A shiver ran over my sore scalp, and I pressed closer to Zadie. Thalos summoned giant waves that tossed the ships about like driftwood. The lovers clung to each other, vowing to die together, if that was what it came to. But Thalos himself rode the crest of a wave taller than the ship's mast, and he tore the princess from Leif's arms, dragging her into the deep in his deadly embrace. We all looked at the governor's house, through a large bay window, where the figurehead of Ilara's lost ship rose from the prow that formed Governor Christos's roof. She was a maiden carved from wood, her paint long since worn away by the wind and sea, a single hand raised above her head, as though she were reaching for her lover's grasp. I didn't believe the story, at least not the part about Thalos, who I imagined was more of a spirit than a corporeal being. But the idea of a forbidden romance, of two young people risking everything to be together, had always resonated with me. To meet a stranger from a faraway land, to leave duty and responsibility behind for love, it was a fantasy I turned to when the thought of spending the rest of my long life in this one small village overwhelmed me. There were murmurs among the girls. Even though we all knew the story, Mother had a way of telling it that made my skin feel prickly, like the hollow shell of a dead urchin. "What became of Prince Leif?" a girl asked. "When Ilara was pulled from his arms, he leaped into the water after her. He was never seen again. It is said the first blood coral grew there, from the hearts of the two lovers who had been separated in life, but were reunited in death." My mother looked at me now, and I fought against the tingling in my cheek. The blood coral had not only given me my name, but also my scar, and it had nearly cost me my life. "And the servants?" another girl asked. "Loyal till death. They had promised to look after their prince and princess and refused to leave the place where they died. This place where Verenia now stands. They signed a decree, vowing that no Verenian would set foot on land until a new crown princess was born to replace the one they had lost." "Why do we send them our women?" I asked, surprising even myself. It was a question that had haunted me for years, but which I'd never dared to ask before. Now seemed the perfect time to ask, since Mother couldn't ignore me here. She narrowed her eyes at me. "As a penance for losing the princess, the servants sent gifts from the sea to Ilara's mother, who renamed her queendom in her daughter's honor. In the years that followed, a plague swept through the land. Thousands died, and many of the women who survived were left barren. The monarchy had always passed through queens until this time, but the queen had no other daughters, just a sickly son. And when he came of marrying age, there was a dearth of suitable brides. But Verenia, which as you know means fertile waters, was spared from the plague. When they sent a beautiful girl to deliver pearls and sea silk to the queen, the Ilarian prince fell in love with her, and thus began the tradition of the Verenian bride." I watched Mother answer questions from the other girls, questions we all knew the answers to, but asked anyway. It was part of the ritual. The air in the room had grown warm and pungent with perfume, and someone opened a hatch in the roof to let in the breeze, along with the moonlight, which shone down on Mother's hair and face. Our poor mother, who always believed she should have been chosen at the last ceremony, but lost to another girl instead. Father still called her the most beautiful girl in Verenia, and said he was grateful the elders were so foolish, because otherwise he would have lost her to the king. But Mother's resentment was too great to be appeased by the sweet words of our loving father, and nothing but Zadie's selection tomorrow would quell it. Sometimes I wondered if even that would be enough. Late that night, Zadie and I tossed and turned next to each other on our cushions, along with every other girl in the house. It was too hot and stuffy, and there was too much riding on tomorrow to sleep. The repeated slap-slap of the waves against the pillars below us, a sound that normally lulled me to sleep, grated on my already raw nerves. Zadie's breath was warm against my skin when she spoke. "Can I tell you something? Something I've never told anyone?" I rolled toward her, my heart beating a little faster at the thought that Zadie had a secret. I told her everything. I always had. "Of course." "I hope they pick Alice tomorrow." I sucked in a breath. "What? Why? I thought this was what you wanted." Zadie's features were obscured in the darkness, but I could imagine the worry dimples above her brow. "I want to stay here, with you. I want to marry Sammy. I love him, Nar." Something cold stirred in my stomach, slick as an eel. Of course, I wanted Zadie to stay, for her and Sammy to be together, but I couldn't help wondering what role would be left for me in Zadie's life if her wish came true. "I know." "Do you think they'll pick her? She is beautiful and thoughtful and nurturing. Surely those things matter more than a crooked tooth, even in Verenia." "It's possible," I said. "But don't you want to be a princess? Don't you want to see the world? Nothing can be worse than staying here forever. Verenia is my home. You and Samuel are my home. What more can the world possibly have to offer?" "Roses," I thought. "And horses and castles and all manner of things I hadn't dared to imagine. Surely. What didn't the world have to offer?" "Would you really want to go if they chose you?" she said. "Yes," I said, without a moment's hesitation. But we both knew they wouldn't. "What are you going to do if they choose you tomorrow?" When she blinked, her eyes were shiny in the moonlight. "I'll go, but it will be my body that leaves and nothing more. Samuel has my heart, and you, dear sister, my soul." The day of the ceremony dawned bright and clear, bringing with it both relief and dread. I needed to get out of that house, to breathe air that hadn't been shared with 29 other women. But Zadie trembled beside me like a feather in the wind as we stepped onto the long dock that connected the meeting house to the governor's. All the girls had left behind their sun-bleached tunics and salt-stained skirts for a proper gown, many of which had been passed down through the women in their families for generations. Zadie stood out in a brand-new silk gown as pink as the 7 pearls my mother had traded to buy it. Nearly 2 months' worth of food and supplies. To his credit, Father had tried to reason with her. "Zadie is sure to be chosen even if she wears the burlap sack our grain comes in," he argued. But Mother had ignored him and handed the gown to Zadie. "Pink for my Pearl," she said, then turned to me and presented her old ceremony gown, which had once been white. "And red for you, Nar, the color of the coral for which you were named." Blood. That was the word she hadn't said. The newly dyed cambric gown looked like it had been drenched in it. The water surrounding the wooden dock was crowded with boats. Entire families gathered in a single vessel for the ceremony. Some were dangerously low in the water, threatening to capsize if a toddler decided to switch positions, as toddlers were prone to do. Sammy stood next to his father, Governor Christos, on the threshold of their house, painted a deep orange. The figurehead cast her long shadow over them, her blank eyes staring out to sea. Sammy and I shared a momentary glance, his jaw clenching before his gaze returned to his feet. "Good people of Verenia," Governor Christos began. He was a tall man with broad shoulders and a thick brown beard streaked with silver. "From our humble beginnings, our village has been blessed by the sea. Not only does it feed and shelter us, but these waters have made us strong and virile. Our oldest villager has just celebrated her 150th year, as you know." Hundreds turned toward a boat near the dock, where old Mother Agatha sat surrounded by her 7 elderly children and countless grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We all bowed our heads in respect. "Now the time has come to send one of our daughters to Ilara, where she will someday be queen. It is a loss for all, but also a great honor, and we do so not out of necessity but generosity." I almost scoffed out loud, but managed to hold it in. No, it wasn't necessary, as long as we didn't mind having our food and water supply permanently cut off. I didn't know when the Verenian tradition of handing over pearls and women had evolved from penance to retribution, when the vow to never set foot on land had become a law enforced under pain of death. But I knew I would have rowed to shore a long time ago if I'd had any choice in the matter. The governor walked down the dock toward us girls, lined up like jewels on a chain. "The elders spoke long into the night as they considered this most important of decisions." I glanced at the elders from the corner of my eye. They sat in chairs in front of the governor's house, a group of 13 men and women who looked remarkably alert, given that not one was less than 100 years old. "Elder Nemia, would you like to make the announcement?" the governor asked a woman sitting in the center. Her braid, as white as sea foam, hung to her knees, and her faded skirts dragged behind her as she made her way slowly down the dock. Alice stood closest to the governor's house, and I felt the intake of breath all around me as the elder drew near her. But she did not stop, and from somewhere behind me, I heard a gasp, followed by a muffled sob. That would be Alice's mother, a woman nearly as ambitious as our own. Once we passed from girlhood into young womanhood, our mother had forbidden us to socialize with Alice, something that had always saddened me. After all, if anyone in Verenia understood what our lives were like, it was Alice. Zadie stood to my left, and Elder Nemia approached from my right. I kept my gaze lowered, as was customary in the presence of elders. Nemia's worn slippers came into view, and for one moment I wondered if there was any chance she might stop in front of me. It was a silly and fleeting thought. For the next second she halted, directly in front of Zadie. No one but a sister would have noticed, but I heard Zadie's breath quicken, just a fraction. I couldn't help myself. I looked up. Elder Nemia had raised one arm and placed her gnarled hand on Zadie's shoulder. I scanned the crowd for Mother and Father, whose boat was near the front of the crowd. Mother's eyes were locked on Zadie, and she made no effort to conceal the grin splitting her face. "Zadie," Elder Nemia began, "in 1 week's time, you will leave for Ilara to marry Prince Seren. You have brought honor to your family and all of Verenia." Zadie bowed her head as Governor Christos stepped forward to place a wreath of rare white sea flowers on her like a crown, a symbol of the real crown she would wear soon enough. He kissed her gently on each cheek. "My dear girl, we will miss you," he whispered so only Zadie and I could hear. "And I you," she said. He turned away from Zadie to face the people. "The elders have chosen," he shouted. "And now let us celebrate." A cheer rose up from the crowd, and I had to clench my hands into fists at my side to keep from reaching for my sister. When I glanced at Sammy, I saw that his hands were balled as tightly as mine. 1 week was all we had left, and then we'd never see Sadie again. Chapter 3. While the rest of the village broke open jugs of homemade wine and heaped our parents with praise, I retreated to our family's boat below the governor's house. I told myself my sorrow was purely for my sister, but a small part of me wept for my own loss. Not only would I spend the rest of my life in Verenia, I would do it without Zadie. "Nar?" I looked up to see Sammy on the ladder leading down from his house. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. "I'm not really in the mood for celebrating." I burst into a fresh bout of sobs as he dropped into the boat beside me. "Oh, Nar, please don't cry." He pulled me into his arms and held me while I tried to staunch the flow of my tears. There was an old legend that said pearls were the tears of the gods, but we mortals wept only salt water, and we had more than enough of that around here. Sammy smoothed my hair back from my face. "This is what's best for Zadie and for your family." I glanced up, shocked. "What? It's an honor, Nar. The highest honor. That's a lie, and you know it. If it's such an honor, why don't the Ilarians choose someone from their own kingdom? If we're so special, why aren't the rest of us allowed on land? Nar!" I pushed away from him and moved to the other bench. "She loves you, Sammy. She told me last night. And now she has to leave us and marry some prince who will never make her happy." Now it was his turn to look shocked. "She loves me?" "Yes." I wiped the tears away with the back of my hand. "She said she doesn't want to go, that she wants to stay here and marry you." Sammy sat motionless for several minutes. "Say something," I said finally. "What are you thinking?" "She loves me." "Is that really so hard to believe?" "Yes." He started to run his fingers through his brown hair before he remembered he was supposed to look dignified today. "I always hoped she loved me, and I sometimes thought that maybe she had feelings for me, but every time I tried to get closer, she pushed me away. I thought she wanted to go to Alara. I thought every girl did. Trust me, so did I." He shook his head and lowered his gaze. "Our fathers have been talking." I fiddled with a loose thread on my bodice. "They always talk." "No. This is different. My father told me tonight that you and I are to be..." I dropped my hands. "To be what?" Sammy dragged his eyes up to mine. "To be married." The word hung in the air between us, as heavy as a storm cloud. "Married," I repeated. "As soon as we turn 18. Our fathers have always wanted this, I think, for our two families to be joined. They've always felt like brothers, and now they will be." "But we can't marry," I blurted. "We don't love each other." He sighed in exasperation. "Love isn't a requirement for marriage, Nar. Do you think Zadie will love Prince Saren?" He spat the name out like a bitter pip. "My parents married for love, and so did yours. If we talk to them, tell them what Zadie told me last night, maybe they'll change their minds." But Sammy already looked resigned. "The elders made this decision, not our parents. It just so happens it's what they wanted too." I was too stunned now to cry. I hadn't known what life without Zadie would look like, but I hadn't expected this. The boat rocked back and forth as Sammy came to sit next to me. "It could be worse," he said softly. "They could have arranged for me to marry Alice, and you could have been stuck with anyone. Would you have wanted that?" I fisted my hands in my skirts. "No, of course not. It's just all too much right now. I can't make sense of it." "At the very least, you'll be provided for. And when I'm the governor, I will stand up to the Ilarians, unlike my weak father." I shot him a look out of the corner of my eyes. "Careful, Sammy. Your father isn't too weak to stripe you like a sea snake if he hears you talk like that." He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and I knew then why we could never marry. Because where he touched Zadie almost reverently, as if she were as fragile as a bird's egg, he touched me like a brother touches a sister. It was too comfortable, too self-assured. A man was supposed to envy every wave that touched his lover's body, not rest his arm on her shoulder like a cushion. I shrugged out from under his arm. I should find Zadie now. We haven't had a chance to speak. I was relieved that he didn't try to stop me, but I wondered about his true feelings toward our betrothal. Was it just that I was the next best thing to Zadie? Or did he really believe he could love me the way a husband loves a wife? I tried to see him not just as a best friend, but as an eligible young man. He wore his finest tunic and trousers tonight, and his hair was neatly combed and oiled, or had been, before he'd ruffled it. But when I looked at his face, all I could see was the mischievous boy from my childhood. The one who had dropped anchor without securing the rope and told father it was my fault, who had once stolen my tunic so that I had to return from diving wearing my skirts as a dress. When his eyes, rimmed with long dark lashes that were the envy of many a girl, met mine, I didn't feel anything but the same kind of love I felt for my family. "I'll come by tomorrow afternoon," he said. "When your parents are out. Tell Zadie. Tell her the elders chose well." I managed a small smile. "You should tell her yourself." "Good night, Sammy." I was reaching for the ladder to dock when I felt his hand on mine. "I didn't ask for this either, you know." The coldness in his voice startled me, and I realized I had wounded his pride with my reaction to his news. Sammy was kind and handsome, and he would make a good leader one day. Any girl would be lucky to marry him, but I needed him to understand how I felt. "I am not my sister, Sammy," I told him as gently as I could. "I never said you were." Our eyes locked for another moment before I climbed out of the boat, leaving Sammy alone in the dark. I was still grappling with Sammy's news when I went in search of Zadie. I found her surrounded by the other girls from the choosing ceremony, and I was happy to see she was smiling, her golden brown eyes beginning to glaze over as she took another swig of wine. We weren't normally permitted to drink, but it seemed like none of the rules applied tonight. "You must envy your sister," a woman my mother's age said to me. "She gets to leave Verenia. She gets to marry a prince." As if I wasn't aware. "Yes, ma'am. She is very blessed." "And to think, if you hadn't saved her from that fishing net and cut your cheek all those years ago, it might have been you chosen tonight. It must be difficult not to blame her for your misfortune." I glanced again at the woman and felt that same strange sensation in my belly, like a writhing eel. It was Alice's mother. Contrary to what many Verenians thought, I had never once blamed Zadie for the scar on my cheek. It was a small price to pay for my sister's life. That didn't mean I had never envied my twin, or that I never wondered how things would be if the incident hadn't happened. But I often consoled myself with the fact that if I didn't have my scar, Zadie and I would have spent our lives competing with each other. The idea of viewing my sister as an obstacle, rather than my best friend, was unthinkable. Alice's mother was like a flounder, stirring up sand that had settled long ago, trying to bring painful memories to the surface. I buried them back down where they belonged. To hold on to the past was as useless as trying to find the same wave twice, Father always said. "I'm happy for my sister," I said, then left to join Zadie. We didn't return to our home until late into the night, after the entire village celebrated with enough homemade wine to hide the fact that there was no feast, as there should have been. Mother was half asleep by the time Father led her back to our house, but the triumphant smile on her face never faltered. She relished every single congratulatory word, drank in the jealous looks of other mothers, many of whom seemed to know that Mother would now have a princess and the governor's wife for daughters. Word traveled fast in Verenia, but it was clear no one had yet told Zadie about my betrothal. For while she was tipsy and exhausted, her mood was still riding the current of an entire village's elation. I helped her undress and eased her onto our bed, then carefully folded up our gowns. I tried to imagine my sister in a whalebone corset and high-heeled shoes, things I'd never seen but heard about from Sammy, who had encountered all manner of people at the port where he did his illegal trading. Only Ilarian men came to the floating market where we purchased our goods, and they never spoke to us about life in Ilara. They were polite, but curt, keeping the conversation on business in their clipped cadence. Though we spoke the same language, I'd always thought it sounded more musical on Verenian tongues. But over the years, I'd gleaned small details about life on land from their clothing, never ornate, though fine, and mannerisms. And while Mother haggled, I often studied the intricate carvings on their boats. People and horses, trees and rivers, and dozens of creatures I couldn't name. Perhaps, if I married Sammy, I could sneak away with him and see those things for myself one day. Surely the governor's wife would have more freedom than a villager's daughter. I pulled a blanket over my sister, my eyes filling with tears at the thought that we had so little time left. It was a crueler twist of fate than Alice's mother realized, that Zadie would leave Verenia and see the world, while I stayed behind and married the boy she loved. I scrubbed angrily at my tears, accidentally brushing the scar on my cheek. Without it, I might have been chosen, and Zadie could marry Sammy. I didn't resent my sister in the slightest, but I muttered a curse to Thalos that would have made even Sammy blush. None of this was fair. I lay down on the straw-filled mattress next to my sister and carefully removed her sea-flower crown, then began to release the braids in her hair. I'd thought she was asleep, but then I heard her breathe a sigh so weary she sounded as old as Elder Nemia. "What is it?" I whispered. Mother and Father were asleep in their own bed across the house, but we only had curtains to separate our rooms. It just all came back to me. What tonight meant. For a little while, I allowed myself to forget. I was just a girl celebrating with her friends. She rolled over so I could work on the braids on the other side of her head. "I can't believe I have to leave in a week. I'll never see you again. It doesn't seem possible." "Then let's pretend it's not," I said, fighting back fresh tears. "Let's spend this week doing all our favorite things. We won't mention anything beyond these 7 days." "It won't change anything." "No, but neither will spending the next 7 days crying. And I doubt the prince wants to find his new bride as swollen as a pufferfish." She released her breath through her nose. I had finished with her hair, and it was fanned all around her now, a mass of brown waves identical to my own. "Fine," she said. "What do you want to do tomorrow, then?" "I want to watch the sunrise with you." "That's in about 2 hours. Would you settle for the sunset tomorrow?" "I suppose. Then, I want to go out to the reef and swim with the turtles. I want to find the fattest oyster we've ever found, one with 4 or 5 pearls inside, and have Sammy trade it for fresh fruit. And then, I think that's enough for one day, Nar." I yawned and pulled my hair out of the way before settling onto my side. We often slept like this, facing each other. "We had since we were babies," Mother said. "Should we invite Sammy?" I asked. "Not tomorrow." I smiled, relieved. I wanted a day alone with my sister. I didn't want to think about Ilara or about marrying Sammy. Tomorrow would be about us. Father agreed to let us take the boat for the day if we promised to bring back some pearls. There was never any guarantee we'd find even one, but I had a good feeling about today. As soon as we were out of sight of the house, I removed my hat and tied my skirts up between my legs. We were the only boat on the water. Most people, like Mother, were sleeping off the festival and wine. Zadie looked a bit green herself, but I'd forced a ladle of fresh water and some porridge into her before dragging her into the boat. She sat across from me now, her face shaded beneath the wide brim of her hat. Just because the ceremony was over didn't mean she could fall into her sister's slovenly ways. Mother had grumbled as we made our way out the door. "You can remove your hat, Zadie. Mother can't see you out here." She kept her gaze on the water. "I will once we get to the reef. There's no point in taking risks now." "And when you get to Ilara?" I wanted to ask. "Will you take risks then?" We had promised not to talk about Ilara this week, but our lives had revolved around the ceremony for as long as I could remember. Now that it was over, what else was there to talk about but Zadie leaving? The sun was fierce today, without even the occasional cloud to provide relief. I leaned over backward, wetting my hair to cool off my head, and sighed as the water dripped down my neck. From now on, I would wear my hair loose and let my skin tan as much as a man's. We were all destined to look like Elder Nemia anyway, with her white hair and skin like a pelican's waddle. What was so wonderful about being beautiful, if all it meant was being sent away from the people you loved at best, and at worst, spending the rest of your life feeling inadequate? I usually did the rowing, to spare Zadie's hands from becoming hard and calloused, but we weren't in a hurry today, so I allowed my fingers to trail in the water and let the waves carry us toward the reef. Our oars were wrapped in fabric to prevent as much chafing as possible, but even when the occasional blister formed on my palms, it healed quickly. So quickly that I'd never earned another scar since the incident, despite my carelessness. The doctor believed my miraculous healing ability had something to do with the blood coral, but he couldn't explain it any further than that. "So," Zadie said, "who would you consider marrying?" A chill ran over my scalp, despite the heat. "What?" "I find Ao to be quite handsome. And he always seems to find the pinkest pearls. His family is better fed than most." Zadie had never asked me about marriage before. She knew I wasn't interested in any of the village boys, that when I did daydream about the future, I always imagined a life on land, not here in Verenia. And I couldn't bring up Sammy, knowing what I did. It would be better if Zadie went to Ilara without ever hearing of it. The truth would only hurt her. I decided to play along. What harm could it do now? Ao is handsome, and he does find a lot of pearls. But have you ever gotten close enough to smell his breath? She laughed. No. Why? It smells like rotten fish. I couldn't marry a young man who smelled like that. Not for all the pearls in the Alathian Sea. Tell me then, who is good enough for my dear sister? Iano. I shook my head. Too short. Giovanni, then. He's the tallest boy in the village and still growing. I considered for a moment, fanning myself with my hat. Giovanni was tall, and his breath didn't smell. He was fiercely protective of his little sister, who was the same age as Zadie and me. We didn't know each other well, but in the meeting house before the ceremony, I'd heard several girls talking about him. From what I gathered, he was very respectful of his parents and a hard worker. Not that it mattered. I was destined to marry Sammy. I remembered the way he'd slung his arm around me that night, and the eel twisted in my stomach once again. I would consider Giovanni, I said. Zadie clapped her hands, pleased to have found me a suitable match. You will have lovely children together, she said, before the smile vanished from her face. I knew exactly what she was thinking, that we would never get to see each other's children. I couldn't let my thoughts sink so low today. I peered over the edge of the boat, just as a turtle swam out of view. We're here. Already? Look, I said, pointing to where the water changed color over the reef. My entire body was drenched in sweat, and I couldn't get out of my skirts fast enough. I scrambled over the side of the boat, then let myself sink a few feet below the surface and hung suspended, weightless, there in the place I'd always felt most free. The anchor dropped a moment later, and I waited for Zadie to join me. She plunged in just inches away, sending bubbles into my face. I reached out and pinched her before she could get away, and then we took each other's hands and stayed there for a moment, smiling at each other, pretending we weren't trying to outlast the other. Even though I'd gone in first, I had the better lung capacity, and Zadie stuck her tongue out at me before shooting up toward the surface. I bobbed up a moment later. So, what will it be today? First one to find an oyster is off cooking duty tonight, and tomorrow? First one to find a pearl, Zadie suggested. What good is an oyster without a pearl, other than as a snack for Father? I like to think the oysters we found gave Father enough strength to travel to deeper waters to fish, but the truth was his ribs showed more than the rest of ours. He patted his flat stomach after dinner every night, pretending to be sated, but his portions had grown smaller as Zadie and I grew larger. Very well, I said to Zadie. I accept. Then I took a deep breath and dived back down, eager to get to the oysters before my sister. I spotted one almost immediately, and a nearby blood coral was a good sign, though I steered well clear of it. The relationship between the blood coral and the oysters was a mystery we accepted, even though the blood coral was highly toxic. All we knew was that it made the pearls in these waters pink, and a pink pearl was worth 5 of its paler cousins. But a blood coral cut was almost always fatal. The fact that I had survived mine was deemed a miracle by the doctor and elders alike. There had been a shoal here once, but as the value of the pearls continued to drop, some of the villagers had grown greedy and stripped it bare. Our best bet was now the ocean floor, nearly 50 feet down. I pushed as hard as I could, reaching the oyster and barely believing my luck when I spotted another one just a few feet away. I grabbed both and pushed myself off the seafloor toward the surface. For dives of this depth, we didn't bother using rocks to weigh us down, or lines to pull us back up, or even oil in our ears and mouths to protect our eardrums. But for the men who dived as deep as 100 feet or more, such precautions were necessary. When I broke the surface, I looked around for Zadie, but there was no sign of her. I dropped my oysters into the boat and was getting ready to fill my lungs again to search for her when she popped up next to me. "Did you find anything?" I asked, ignoring the way my heart pounded in my chest. 7 years had passed since the incident, but I had never stopped worrying about my twin. The thought of her alone in Alara, without me to look out for her, was almost unbearable. She sighed and dropped a large clam into the boat. "Just this clam. Perhaps Mother can harvest some sea silk from the beard, but no oysters. You?" "Two. Not far from a nice fat blood coral. I have high hopes." She grunted in frustration. "I'm going to try down at the other end. Don't follow me." "Fine, suit yourself. I'm going to try here again. Scream if you need me." "What makes you think I'll need you?" she said, splashing me. Then she disappeared. I took a few moments to slow my heart rate down, as well as my breathing. Staying underwater for long periods of time required concentration and calm. The very worst thing you could do was panic, as Zadie and I knew all too well. I filled my lungs with air and dived, this time a little farther to the left of the blood coral, which was surrounded by nothing but bones. Even the fish knew to stay away from it. I wondered which villager had been laid to rest here, their body wrapped in a shroud and weighted down with rocks. Was it someone I knew, or had the coral been here since long before I was born? I remembered the coral I'd cut myself on vividly. It was one of the largest I'd ever seen, a red tangle of branches sprouting out of a rib cage that had split right down the middle. At 10, we were deemed old enough to go out alone, though Mother always sent Sammy with us. He had stayed in the boat, fishing, while Zadie and I hunted for oysters amid the rocks on the seafloor. Zadie and I had spotted the oyster at the same time. It was enormous, with a pink luster to its shell, probably due to its proximity to such a large coral. We knew to stay away from blood coral. It was a lesson every Varenian child learned before we were ever permitted to dive. But this oyster was too tempting. We shared a look and immediately raced toward it, imagining a giant pink pearl that could feed our family for months. With our sights set on the oyster, neither of us noticed the fishing net caught on the rocks nearby. I reached the oyster first and turned back to grin at my sister. But Zadie was bolder back then. She came right at me, even though both of us were quickly running out of air. I propelled myself off the rocks and started toward the surface when I felt her hand wrap around my ankle and pull. I looked down at my sister, who had grabbed onto the fishing net as an anchor. I kicked at her hand with my free foot, confused and angry, but she refused to let go. With my lungs burning, I reached down to pry her hand away, and that was when I realized she wasn't holding on to the net, not on purpose. A large hook had caught itself in her tunic. She was clinging to me for help. The look of fear on her face spurred me into action. I grabbed onto the net and pulled myself down, then began tearing at the fabric of her tunic. Zadie was starting to panic, which made it nearly impossible to stay calm myself. But I knew if I didn't, I'd run out of air, and we'd both drown. I managed to reach the shucking knife strapped to my ankle and slashed at the net, freeing Zadie. In her rush to escape, she pushed me backward, directly into the blood coral. I had never felt anything like it, not even when I touched the hot handle of a pan as a child, and my palm had sizzled and blistered. The pain, as my face made contact with the rough surface of the coral, literally blinded me. What started out as a stabbing sensation in my cheek immediately radiated across my face, down my neck, and into my chest. I gasped without thinking, inhaling a lungful of seawater. I don't remember what happened after that, but Zadie told me later that she sent Sammy down for me as soon as she reached the surface, knowing he could get to me far faster than she could. I sputtered back into consciousness in the boat, after Sammy had pumped the water from my chest. The scream that tore from my throat was so loud he nearly toppled over backward. Zadie was next to me, sobbing, apologizing, but I registered nothing except the throbbing pain spreading from my cheek throughout my entire body. I was unconscious again by the time we made it home, and remained that way for 2 days. Life was never the same after that incident so many years ago. Mother kept me inside for weeks after, until the wound had scabbed over and the pink skin underneath had emerged. She grew even more protective of us, and Zadie became subdued and cautious. As for me, I both lost and gained something that day. At first, the scar was a source of shame, but I was coming to realize that beauty, at least as defined by my people, was more of a burden than a gift. To one of us, it offered the chance to leave Verenia. But was that really freedom, if we didn't get to choose it for ourselves? I knew what Zadie would say, if anyone had bothered to ask her. As the memory of the incident faded, I grabbed the oyster just a few inches from me and rose to the surface. That was when I heard the screaming. Chapter 4. Nor! I turned toward the sound of Zadie's voice. She was spinning in fast circles, her eyes darting in every direction. "What is it?" I asked, already churning through the water toward her. "It's a maiden's hair jelly! Thalos, it's everywhere!" "Don't move," I called. "Just stay where you are." Maiden's hair jellyfish were some of the most dangerous in the ocean, but they usually only came to the surface at night. They were easy to avoid then, thanks to the soft blue glow they emitted, but in the sun their bodies blended in with the water around them. "Stop!" Zadie shrieked. "Look!" It was a small maiden's hair, at least. The bell was only about 2 feet in diameter, a near-translucent blob floating on the surface a few feet from Zadie. Long tentacles, as fine as the hair for which it was named, trailed around it. I couldn't imagine it coming to the surface unless it was dead, but even a dead jelly could still be dangerous. I ducked under the surface to see the extent of the tentacles. They were drifting in the current away from both of us. I sighed in relief. "Swim backward," I told Zadie. "It will be okay." Zadie did as I said, and I swam backward as well, until we were well clear of the jellyfish. By the time we made it back to the boat, we were both exhausted. "Are you all right?" I asked, reaching for her hand. "I'm fine. I know I overreacted. I just came up a few feet away from it, and it scared me. I thought that you would be scarred. It's all right. I did tell you to scream if you needed me," I teased. We hauled ourselves over the side of the boat and flopped into the bottom, the rush of fear slowly draining from us. I kicked at the 3 oysters I'd collected with a limp foot. "Should we call it a day?" "I didn't find anything." "You found the clam. Mother can use the silk on the gloves she's making you." Weaving sea silk was one of the few manual tasks our mother performed. The strands of silk, harvested from the beards of a particular species of clam, were brown in the water, but, when specially treated, they turned golden in the sunlight. "So I found something that only benefits me? That's hardly a contribution to the family." Sammy had offered to trade anything Mother made with sea silk at the port. Its rarity made it even more valuable than the pearls in some circles. But Mother refused. Unlike the blood coral and pearls, which existed because of Ilara and Prince Leif and all the Verenians who followed, sea silk was a gift from the sea, and therefore could only be gifted to another, not sold. I handed Zadie the smallest oyster. "Here, this can be yours." We tucked the oysters under the shade of the bench to keep them from spoiling. But as soon as we got home, I eagerly shucked the largest oyster I'd found near the blood coral. Zadie and I both gasped when we saw the row of 5 pearls inside the shell, all a vibrant pink. "They're beautiful," Zadie said. "Some of the best I've seen in years." She reached for the shell and paused. "It must have been very close to the blood coral." I shrugged. I was careful. "Nar." She touched her own cheek without realizing. I knew she still felt guilty for the incident, though I had spent months afterward assuring her that it wasn't her fault. "It doesn't matter now, Zadie. You've been chosen. I cut myself off. I'd promised not to talk about Ilara. I forced a smile. My beauty, or lack thereof, is no longer a concern of mine or Mother's, and certainly not yours. I can get as ugly as I like now. Giovanni might feel differently," she said with a laugh. "Yes, well, I'll have to make sure we have a speedy courtship then, won't I?" She smiled. Mother would be thrilled to have both daughters engaged before their 18th birthdays. Zadie had no idea how close to the truth she was. But perhaps my fate wasn't sealed yet. Maybe there was still a chance that Mother and Father would understand if I told them I didn't want to marry Sammy. I left the pearls in their shell and dropped the oyster meat into a bowl for Father. "And where do you suppose our loving mother is at this hour?" "She told me before we left that she and Father had business with Governor Christos this afternoon." I nearly spilled the sack of grain I was struggling to lift. "Did she say what kind of business?" "No. I assume it has to do with the preparations for my journey. The envoy from Ilara will be here in 6 days." "I know." Zadie unbraided her hair and began running her fingers through the strands. "Sammy said my cloak is nearly finished. He's supposed to give it to me tonight." I studied her face for a moment. Did she know? Was she waiting for me to say something first? "I thought we said it would be just us today." Her eyes dropped to her bare feet. I was just a little finger's breadth taller than her, but my feet were nearly a knuckle longer. There were other small differences between us as well, not just the scar, although that was the one everyone noticed first. Sammy had been the one to point out my larger feet when we were 12 years old and still allowed to sleep together while our parents stayed up late, talking. He'd leaped up and compared us, part by part, with only the moon to light his observations. "Nar's eyes are narrower than Zadie's," he'd said, "and Zadie's nostrils are rounder." He rubbed his chin and let his eyes travel down to our torsos. We weren't women yet, so he didn't linger long. "Nar has knobbier knees than Zadie," he added. And before he knew what had hit him, one of my 2 long feet shot out and caught him right between the legs. He didn't make the mistake of mentioning my knees again. It wasn't just that I didn't appreciate being scrutinized by my best friend. I got that enough from my mother. But being compared to my twin was always complicated. Sometimes, when we were small, other children would whisper to me that I was the prettier twin, with a conspiratorial grin. The same thing had happened to Zadie. And while it was impossible not to feel a small flutter of pride in the moment, beauty was always on our minds, even then. I always felt defensive on Zadie's behalf. Because if I were prettier, it meant she was uglier. And a compliment at my sister's expense was no compliment at all. I didn't want to hear about my beauty in relation to Zadie's, or anyone else's for that matter. I wanted to be seen for me. "It's fine," I said finally. "Sammy is family. Of course he can come over tonight." Her cheeks flushed when she raised her eyes to mine. Have you noticed that he's grown lately? He used to be just a little taller than us. Now I have to crane my neck to look at him. I pounded the grain into the mortar with a wooden pestle. The coarse flour would be used to make bread in our clay oven. The bread always turned out hard and flavorless, but it helped fill our bellies when we dipped it in stew, especially now that we had less fish to eat. Yes, I suppose he has grown. We all have. And his voice? I know it's been deeper for a while, but now, don't do this. The words slipped out before I had time to call them back. Do what? I chewed my lip, treading mental water. Perhaps it was selfish, but I didn't want to be the one to tell her about my betrothal. Don't allow yourself to think about him that way. You have to leave in 6 days. It will only make things harder for you. She planted herself in front of me, forcing me to look at her. Nothing could make this harder, she hissed. I love him, and I have to leave him and marry some other young man I've never met, while he marries Alice or one of the other village girls, and it makes me want to die. I stared at her breathlessly, my sweet sister, who had never uttered a harsh word against anyone. Zadie, don't tell me what to do or think or feel, she choked out, tears filling her eyes. You get to stay here with Mother and Father and marry whomever you choose. You have no idea what I'm going through. She spun away from me, but I was faster. I caught her slender wrist in my hand. We were the same size, but her smallness always surprised me. Would I feel this fragile in the arms of my future husband? Whether he was Sammy or someone else? Do you think this is easy for me? I asked. Do you think I want to stay behind while you go off and see the world? I don't want to stay here, and I certainly don't want to live here without you. I would give anything for you to be able to stay and marry Sammy. If I could trade places with you, I'd do it in a heartbeat, but they didn't choose me, Zadie. I'm the perfect seashell you pick up from the ocean floor, only to turn it over in your hand and see the crack. I'm the fabric with the tear in the seam that you give back to the trader and demand first quality. As far as everyone in Verenia is concerned, I'm you, only ruined, so don't tell me I have no idea what you're going through. My blood pounded in my head so hard I had to sit down. I could never say any of those things to my sister. They were old insecurities, ideas I'd gotten from my mother and spent years overcoming. Zadie couldn't help the way things were any more than I could. I yearned to tell her about Sammy, that I was being forced into a marriage just as much as she was, but I knew she wouldn't see it that way. It would just be another reason for her to be jealous, and I didn't want to fight with my sister now. I pulled her into my arms, clutching her tight. She resisted for a moment, but her body finally went limp, and she sobbed against me until we heard the creak of the pillars below our house and the deep murmur of Father's voice mingled with the higher trill of Mother's. We took turns straightening each other's hair and wiping the tears from our cheeks. Few people in Verenia owned a mirror, but we had never needed one. Well, Father asked as he came up through the trap door in our floor. Any luck today? Just look what Zadie found, I said, pointing to the oyster with the 5 pearls. The other 2 had yielded 3 between them, but their color couldn't match the others. Father's dark eyebrows rose. Zadie found these? Of course she did, Mother said, coming up behind us and resting a hand on Zadie's shoulder. She was in an unnervingly good mood. She's our lucky pearl. I could feel Zadie's eyes on me, but I didn't turn my head. We'll use them for Nar's dowry, Mother added. Ah, yes, my dowry. Mother had been speaking of it for years, since shortly after the incident. the implication always clear that she'd never be able to marry me off without the promise of a good dowry. "Calliope," Father chided her gently. She ignored him and plucked the pearls from their shell. "Absolutely stunning. Where did you find the oyster?" "Near the reef," Zadie answered. "These must have been close to a blood coral to have such strong coloration." "You didn't get close to it, did you, Zadie?" "No, Mother. We are always careful." "Good. Now hurry up and bathe. We're eating with the governor and his family tonight." "Why?" I asked. It wasn't unusual for them to visit our home, but we never went to the governor's house for meals. That was an honor reserved only for family. Family. For which I would soon be. "Oh," I breathed. "What?" Zadie asked, her eyes darting from mine to Mother's. "Did something happen?" "Governor Christos has an announcement to make," Father said. "Wear the dresses you wore for the ceremony." I tried to meet Mother's eye, to silently plead that this not happen now, but she ignored me and went to her room, humming as the curtain fell behind her. Zadie raised an eyebrow at me before heading out to the sunny side of the balcony, where the bucket of fresh water for bathing had been placed to warm. "Father," I said in a low voice, "we can't do this to Zadie now. It will destroy her." He glanced at me. "You know?" "Samuel told me after the ceremony." "Zadie has a right to know before she leaves." He raised the bowl of oysters to his mouth and swallowed all 3 at once. "Besides, she should be happy that her sister is going to be the future governor's wife. It is a great honor for the entire family." I placed a hand on his arm. "Father, she loves him." He closed his eyes for a moment. "I know, Nar." "Then let's wait to announce it. It's only 6 more days. There can be no harm in waiting." "Your mother doesn't want to wait," he said quietly. So this was her idea. Zadie had given her everything she wanted. Why was she punishing her now? Was she trying to create some kind of wedge between us? I wouldn't put it past our mother to try to separate us, maybe even believing she was doing us some kind of favor by severing Zadie's life in Verenia completely, giving her no reason to stay, but without ever asking anyone else how they felt about it. Sammy. Maybe if I talked to him, he could convince his parents to wait. I couldn't imagine he wanted this any more than I did. He loved Zadie. The last thing he'd want to do would be to see her hurt. I was halfway through the trapdoor when Mother poked her head around the bedroom curtain. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Dinner is soon. There's something I have to do. I'll be back in a few minutes." "You'd better be. We need the boat." The communal buildings were connected to the governor's house with wooden docks, but many houses, like ours, were separated for privacy, something hard to come by in Verenia. "I'll swim." I tied my skirts in a knot between my legs and dropped into the water with a splash. The sun was just setting, casting an orange glow over the water. I wouldn't get to watch it go down with Zadie tonight, but this was more important. The governor's porch was lit with hanging lanterns, making it easy to find in the gloom of twilight. I hauled myself up the ladder and wrung out my skirts and hair before knocking lightly on the door. I wouldn't normally show up at the governor's house like this, but I knew if I stopped to consider my appearance too long, I'd lose my nerve. The door swung open, revealing Sammy's bewildered face. "Nar, we need to talk," I said, walking past him into the house. I'd only been inside a few times, and its size, at least compared to our house, never failed to amaze me. It should be Zadie's future home, not mine. "It's about Zadie." He pulled on my arm. "Now isn't the time. And you think tonight at dinner is? Ask your father to wait until after she leaves. He's not just my father, Nar. He's the governor. I broke away from him. Then I'll ask him myself. Are they here already? Sammy's mother, Elodie, called from the kitchen. Theirs was the only house in the village that had multiple rooms separated by permanent walls instead of curtains. Even Sammy had his own room, though what a 17-year-old boy needed a private room for was a mystery to me. Elodie and Governor Christos appeared together, and for a moment they stared at me, bewildered by my presence. Or perhaps it was my clothes. I plucked at my skirts, which clung wetly to my legs, and suddenly wished I had taken the boat. But their gazes drifted past me, toward the door. Behind me, someone else cleared his throat. I turned to find a stranger standing in the doorway. Oh, gods, I whispered to myself. He was a young man, a few years older than me at most, and as his gaze swept over my body, I became even more painfully aware of my sodden clothing. Our eyes met for one humiliating moment before I lowered mine to the puddle slowly forming at my feet. Nar, what are you doing? Elodie hurried forward and ushered me back out the front door, past the stranger. Where is your family? They're preparing for dinner. I only came to speak to Sammy. We have a visitor. As if I hadn't noticed. Who is he? My husband will explain everything. Go home and clean yourself up. And please, when you return, come in the boat. I nodded and scrambled back down the ladder, wishing I'd listened to Mother for once. As I swam back to our house, I tried to puzzle out who the young man could be. Judging by his strange dress and the even stranger behavior of Sammy and his family, it was clear to me that he wasn't from our village. And I knew for a fact that no man in Verenia had ever looked at me before the way he had. I'd only had a moment to take in his appearance, but I blushed at the memory of his gaze, lingering in places Sammy's never had. Where have you been? Zadie asked when I popped back through the trapdoor. Nowhere. You'd better change quickly. Mother's almost ready. Mother was arranging her hair in front of her mirror, still humming to herself. Did she know about the stranger too? Was that what this was all about? I rinsed myself quickly with fresh water and slipped into my red gown while Zadie tried to fix my hair. Hers was perfectly plaited, as usual, and her skin glowed against the soft pink of her dress. I felt garish next to her, and I wondered if Mother had planned it that way on purpose. Come, girls, Father said, helping us all down into the boat. I dropped gracelessly onto the bench, my arms folded across my chest. I should have set the oars adrift on the current to delay the inevitable. As it was, Father's powerful arms brought us to the governor's house far too quickly. I volunteered to tie up the boat, fretting over the knot as long as possible. Perhaps I could slip away and skip this dinner altogether. Hurry up, Nar, Mother called, as if she could read my wicked thoughts. I scowled and climbed the ladder. Father and Governor Christos shook hands, while Elodie showed Mother, Zadie, and me into the communal room. A large wooden table, a proper one, not fashioned out of driftwood like ours, was set with more than half a dozen dishes. Fresh grapes in glistening piles, cubes of melon and sliced figs, delicate whitefish sautéed in broth, bowls of olives in black, green, and purple. It was more food than I'd seen in years, and most of it from land. The governor must have spent a fortune on this meal. I watched Governor Christos slap Father affectionately on the back, while Mother and Elodie embraced. After all these years, we're going to be brothers, Pax, Christos said in his deep, booming voice, one that seemed made for giving speeches. I felt Zadie stiffen at my side. "What's he talking about?" she whispered. I was caught, like a fish in a net, the sides closing in on me no matter which way I turned. But before I could answer, the stranger appeared again, and everyone around me dropped into a bow or curtsy, as if they were all in on a secret I'd been left out of. "Who is it?" I hissed at Zadie as I dropped into an awkward curtsy next to her. The governor answered for her. "My dear friends, this gentleman is our esteemed guest for the evening, an emissary from Ilara sent by the king himself." The young man stepped toward Zadie and bowed again, and now I recognized the Ilarian crest embroidered on his black doublet, the profile of a young woman inside a heart, with 2 daggers crossed behind it. He took Zadie's hand and kissed it. "My name is Talon," he said, "and you must be Zadie." "Yes, my lord." I could hear the faint tremor in her voice. "And this is my sister, Nor," he said before she could finish. He glanced at me with eyes the color of sea glass and smirked. "I believe we've already met." Chapter 5. I could feel Mother's gaze burning into me, along with the stranger's. "What did you do?" she demanded silently. But there was no time to explain. The governor gestured for us all to sit, and I found myself seated between Sammy and Zadie, directly across from Talon. A million thoughts buzzed in my head. Did the Ilarians always send an emissary after the ceremony? Was he here to make sure Zadie really was the most beautiful girl in Verenia? And who exactly was he to the king, anyway? I stole glances of him as discreetly as I could, though I should have kept my eyes demurely downcast, like Zadie. He was tall, his skin tanned to a shade similar to mine. His brown hair was threaded through with the kind of sun-gilded streaks Mother abhorred, but I doubted even she could find fault in his strong, even features and muscular build. His eyes were a startling blue-green, and while they should have been fixed on Governor Christos, who sat to his left, or Father, who sat to his right, or at the very least on Zadie, more than once I found them studying me. Mother and Elodie sat quietly through most of the meal, letting the men do the talking between courses. The food was fresh and delicious, but I was too anxious to eat. Mother couldn't still be planning to announce my engagement now, could she? "Do the Ilarians always send someone to approve the elder's choice?" Father asked. I leaned forward a little too eagerly, and Zadie laid a warning finger on my leg. Talon set his fork down and turned to my father. "I don't believe so, though this is obviously my first experience with the process. I can imagine it must be very strange for all of you to have an Ilarian in your presence for the first time." "No stranger than it is for you, I'm sure," Mother said, her lips curved in a gracious smile. This was as close as she'd ever come to royalty, and she was thoroughly enjoying herself. "And what do you think of our dear Zadie? Have the elders chosen wisely?" She just couldn't resist the chance to show off. Talon smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Something told me he saw right through my mother, and I liked him for it. "She is the most beautiful Verenian girl I have ever seen," he said. Mother beamed, until she began to process his words. He'd only seen Zadie and me. Despite the implied slight to me, I almost giggled as her smile faltered. "Prince Seren is a lucky man," Talon added, and I felt Sammy stiffen beside me. I cannot imagine anyone more lovely." But as he said it, his eyes drifted from Zadie to me. I glanced away, my scar burning as the blood rushed to my face, but the conversation resumed as though no one else had noticed. "You eat very well," Talon said. "This food is delicious." I cast a sharp look at Sammy, willing him to stay quiet, but if he saw me, it wasn't enough to stop him. "This is a very special occasion, my lord. I assure you that we don't eat like this every day, particularly not the average villager." Sammy's father leveled him with a gaze that accomplished what mine could not. Despite Sammy's feigned bravado, I couldn't imagine him ever standing up to his father. Talon cleared his throat to break the tension. "What is the population of Verenia?" he asked. "Roughly 500, Father answered. He helped keep track of our numbers for Governor Christos. "We were nearly 600 at one point, but the last few generations have seen our population shrinking." Talon's brow furrowed. "Why is that?" Father glanced at Christos, as did Sammy. They both knew the truth, that families were having fewer children because they couldn't afford to feed them. The governor bared his teeth in a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Our guest does not wish to hear about such things tonight. We are here to celebrate." He reached for a pitcher of wine and filled the glasses, including Zadie's and mine, then lifted his own and gestured for the rest of us to do the same. "Not only is our lovely Zadie to join you in Alara soon, but our families have another reason to rejoice." The raised cup in my hand tipped dangerously as I realized what was happening. Christos turned to Sammy and me. "To Nar and Samuel, your coming union fills my heart with gladness. Now our two families will become one, as I've always dreamed. Thalos has blessed us all." He raised his cup to his lips and drank, as did Mother, Father, Elodie, and Sammy. But Zadie had turned to look at me, and I found myself paralyzed under her gaze. Sammy elbowed me gently. "Drink." I gasped when Zadie's eyes rolled back in her head, and she listed over like a sack of grain. Everyone else moved to help her, but I remained frozen with shock until Sammy reached for my hand. I wriggled free of his grasp. "Not now," I whispered. Father helped Zadie onto her back, where she blinked up at the ceiling, her face drained of color. "Is she all right?" Elodie asked as she looked around helplessly. "She's not upset, is she?" "Just breathe," Father was saying to Zadie, who was taking an air like a fish out of water. "It's going to be fine." Elodie turned to Mother. "Isn't she happy for her sister?" But Mother didn't answer, just waved a paper fan over Zadie's face, uselessly. The governor grabbed his son by the arm and hauled him to his feet. "What's the matter with her?" "There's nothing the matter with her, she's just surprised," Sammy said. "Was there something going on between you two?" the governor hissed. "Of course not," Sammy and Mother shouted at the same time. I looked over at Talon, who had risen to his feet and stood silently, watching us, momentarily forgotten by the others. When his eyes met mine, he lifted an eyebrow as if to say, "And what do you make of all this?" I wondered how much he had overheard of my conversation with Sammy. To me, his expression seemed to say everything. "I'm fine," Zadie said, forcing herself to sit. "I took too much sun today and haven't had enough to drink. Can someone please bring me some water?" Elodie rushed to the kitchen for a cup of water, sloshing it as she hurried back to Zadie. "There you are. It was awfully hot today, wasn't it, Calliope?" My mother murmured something under her breath and moved everyone out of the way so she could help Zadie to her feet. "You're fine, aren't you, Zadie?" She nodded, but her eyes remained downcast. I could tell from her clenched jaw that she was fighting back tears and failing. As everyone returned to the table, Talon lifted his cup again. "To Nar and Samuel," he said. I drank this time, wincing as the liquid hit my tongue. It was much stronger than the watered-down wine from the celebration after the ceremony. Talon watched me over the rim of his cup, his eyes glittering with amusement. Next to me, Zadie lifted her cup to her lips and lowered it without sipping, without blinking or smiling. I wanted to tell her it wasn't my fault, or Sammy's, that neither of us wanted this, but I couldn't hear. Finally, when all of the plates had been picked clean, the adults excused themselves to speak out on the balcony. Talon lingered. He wasn't a man in the same way Father and Governor Christos were, but he wasn't a boy like Sammy either. I was about to take Zadie aside to talk when he stepped in front of me. I swallowed and glanced up, taking in the damp curls at his neck and temples. He must have been roasting underneath all that heavy fabric. It served him right for smirking at me. "Congratulations on your engagement," he said in a low voice. His accent didn't have the sharp edge to it that the Ilarian men we met in the floating market had. Thanking him felt too much like I was a willing participant in the betrothal, so I bowed my head instead. He stood so close to me that the hem of my gown nearly brushed his black boots. Contrasted with such a dark color, the red suddenly didn't seem quite so gaudy. "How are you enjoying your stay in Verenia?" I asked, my voice sounding small and childish to my ears. How unsophisticated must I seem to someone like Talon? "I haven't been here long," he said. "Just a few hours. But the warmth and vibrancy of this place are like the break in a storm." I glanced back up, startled by his choice of words. He must have read the confusion in my face, because he opened his mouth to speak again, before I had a chance to respond. "Talon, please, join us," Elodie called to him from the doorway. He closed his mouth and bowed to me. "Please excuse me, my lady." Talon followed Elodie to the door, but paused on the threshold, glancing back at me and smiling softly. I turned away, blushing. Zadie looked so small and alone at the table, ashamed for talking to Talon when I should be with my sister. I rushed to her side, but she refused to acknowledge me. "Sister, please, look at me." "You knew about this, and you didn't tell me," she said in a brittle voice. "We just found out, and we were still hoping to talk them out of it. We had no idea they were planning on announcing it tonight." She arched an eyebrow. "We? You're a we now?" I shot a look at Sammy, who stood silently on Zadie's other side. He tried to take her hand, but she pulled it back into her lap without looking at him. "This wasn't our choice, Zadie," Sammy said. "You know I'd marry you if I could, but you're leaving." "You say that as if I want to," she said, finally looking him in the eye. "Tell your father that you love me, that you want to marry me. He doesn't have to send me to Ilara. He can send Alice or Nar." I flinched at her tone. "It wasn't the governor's choice. Besides, the emissary has seen you now. The elders can't just say they've changed their minds." The tears finally spilled over her lashes and onto her cheeks. "Why not?" "You're the most beautiful girl Verenia has ever known," Sammy said. "They couldn't have chosen anyone else." "And yet, you don't want me." He ran a finger up Zadie's cheek, catching her tears. I looked away, not wanting to bear witness to such an intimate gesture. "I've never wanted anything more than I want to marry you. We are all caught in the gods' plans, like fish in the current." She clutched at his tunic. "Then swim against it. Change the plan. Don't let them take me from you." He gathered her into him and rested his chin on the top of her head, and she sobbed against him, sadder than I'd ever seen her. Anger and despair rose in me. This couldn't be the gods' plan for us. It all felt so wrong. I went to the door at the back of the house and stepped onto the walkway, where I was immediately hit by a gust of hot wind. The red fabric of my dress whipped around my body, and my braids thrashed against my face. I placed my hands on the balustrade that had once belonged to Ilara's ship and leaned into the wind, calling out my prayer to Thalos. But if he heard me, he had nothing to say in return. Later, after we'd said our goodbyes to the governor and his family and returned home, Zadie lowered herself onto our bed and rolled away from me before I could say a word. I'd seen her take Sammy's hand earlier, when the grown-ups weren't looking. She'd forgiven him, and yet she had not forgiven me. With only 5 days left together, I wondered how many I would lose to her anger. My hand hovered over her shoulder, but she only pressed farther away from me. So I retreated to my side of the bed, feeling my own anger kindle in the dark. None of this had been my choice. She had to see that. She knew I didn't love Sammy, that I would have gone in her place if I could. Perhaps she just needed someone to blame, but I wished it didn't have to be me. I slept fitfully that night, at times too hot, and at others too cold, kicking off my blanket and then reaching for it again. When I woke in the morning, stiff and exhausted, Zadie's side of the bed was empty. I went to the balcony, expecting to find my twin, but she wasn't there either. The sea was calm today, a dark gray blue that faded into the horizon, where the lazy sun slowly crept its way out of the water. I had always loved watching the sunrise and set, the raw beauty of nature, but now my stomach turned in a way that was becoming all too familiar. The thought of 100 more years of this same view was maddening. I was about to rise and go back inside when I heard a noise from below the house. I crept to the edge of the balcony and peered over. Sammy and Zadie were in our boat, whispering. I had opened my mouth to call out Zadie's name on the tip of my tongue when Sammy leaned forward. The next thing I knew, they were kissing. For a moment, I just stared at the two of them. I'd seen other people kiss before, mostly my parents, sometimes other young people at a festival or in a boat when they thought no one was looking. But this was my twin sister and Sammy. And it wasn't just a short kiss. They were still kissing. I pulled myself back onto the balcony and pretended to watch the rest of the sunrise. If Zadie and Sammy wanted to kiss, what difference did it make to me? I didn't love Sammy that way. I didn't want to kiss him. Then again, did I really want my sister kissing my future husband? I scowled and picked at a splinter in the wood. Mother would be horrified if she knew. Not that I would ever tell, but the fact remained. As much as I didn't want my sister to leave Verenia, a small part of me was grateful there were only a few days left until her departure. I couldn't go on like this. Zadie must have come back up through the door, because a few minutes later, I heard her pad across the balcony behind me. A blanket settled over my shoulders as she dropped down next to me, resting her head in the crook of my neck, where she'd always fit perfectly. She smelled like wood smoke and sea salt, and something distinctly Zadie. As our long legs dangled over the edge together, casting shadows on the water, I pushed away the thought that Sammy might compare our scents one day, too. Mother and Father were asleep, and would remain that way for a while longer, judging by how much wine they'd had last night. My own head still felt fuzzy from the tiny bit I'd choked down. Nar. Zadie lifted her head from my neck, and the sudden absence of heat felt like a greater loss than it should. I'm sorry about last night. There's nothing for you to be sorry for. But there is. I was only thinking of myself when you didn't ask for this any more than I did. And if Sammy has to marry someone else, I'm glad it's you. I exhaled in relief. Zadie. Yes. I'm sorry too. I know. We reached for each other's hand at the same time, and I felt a warm tear slip out from my closed eyelids. How would I face all those sunrises and sunsets without her here? A part of me wished we could just take the boat and head north, toward Galeth. We could start a new life together there, where no one knew us, where our futures would be entirely our own. But I knew my sister would never run away from her duty, and I couldn't ask that of her. Later that day, when we saw Sammy, I had a hard time looking at him. I'd always loved him, in the way I imagined I would have loved a brother if we'd ever had one. Mother and Father never mentioned it, but I suspected she was never able to have more children after us. It was just as well. I couldn't imagine what she would have been like if she'd had more daughters. As I watched Sammy's gaze repeatedly slip to Zadie, the corners of his lips twitching in a grin, I thought about their kiss and what it meant. I had seen boys look at Zadie that way before, and I often wondered what it must feel like to be the object of such attention. Until last night. Now I recognized the look on Talon's face. Not a smirk, as I'd thought, but something more akin to admiration, and I had no idea what to make of it. I imagined my appearance the first time he saw me, the way my wet tunic and skirts would have clung to the curves of my body. I wasn't a child anymore, and I should have known better than to go to the governor's house like that. Had my lack of modesty given him ideas? I flushed so hard at the thought that Zadie asked me if I was feeling unwell. Maybe that was why he hadn't stared at my scar. He'd been too distracted by the rest of me. But he hadn't stared at it later, either, when I was appropriately clothed. His eyes hadn't snagged on it once, at least not that I'd seen. Perhaps scars were simply not as reviled in Alara as they were in Verenia. Still, with Zadie in the room, I couldn't understand why his attention had continually strayed to me. Could it be that, despite everything, Mother's training had rubbed off on me? She had always taught us both to be feminine, to sweep our gazes down and to the side when someone praised us, a faint smile on our lips, to keep our clothing tailored and flattering, though never too tight. Just because you weren't born princesses doesn't mean you can't act like them, she liked to say. Behave like royalty, and that is how you will be treated. For all her faults, I had to give Mother credit. We had always been treated well by the other villagers, and of course by the governor's family. That came partly from Father's friendship with Christos, starting when they were children themselves, but it was more than that. Mother presented us to the world as something rare and beautiful as sea flowers, and that was what they saw. I looked back at Sammy and Zadie. He grinned like a fool as he watched her prepare our supper, his eyes following her every move. I'd seen Father risk his life searching shipwrecks for trinkets for Mother, just to watch her primp and preen in front of her mirror. I wanted to believe that my value went beyond my beauty. I helped to feed our family. I cooked and repaired fishing nets. I made smart trades at the market. But it was Zadie who would bring in the bride price that would feed and clothe our family for years, all thanks to her beauty. Beauty is power, Mother had told us time and time again, until the words rang as true as the sky is blue and water is wet. I didn't want to believe that a woman's worth was entirely defined by her appearance, but there was a small, nagging voice in my head that asked, what if Mother is right? Chapter 6. I didn't have time to think about Talon, who had disappeared as quietly as he'd arrived, in the days that followed. I had to do extra chores so Zadie could sit for an artist. He was painting her portrait, which would be sent to Alara ahead of her. I imagined it hanging next to the portraits of all the other Varenian girls who had been chosen. Had they wanted to go? Or had they also had reasons to stay? In the evenings, Zadie went through the few items in the trunk Father had built for her. The castle was at the foot of a mountain range, where the weather was much colder, but Mother had insisted she take our finest clothing, including both Zadie's pink dress and my red one, in addition to her tortoiseshell comb and a strand of white pearls Father had given Mother when they married. The trunk also contained the traveling cloak Sammy had promised her, which he'd presented yesterday. It was made of plush green velvet, unadorned except for the brass button clasp at the neck. I've never felt anything so soft, I said, stroking it gently. Perhaps the back of a stingray. Yes, but that wouldn't make nearly as nice of a cloak. Zadie's smile was strained. No, I suppose not. What is it? I asked. I mean, I know what it is, but is there something in particular that's bothering you? Something I could possibly help with? She sighed. I know it's foolish, but I keep thinking some kind of miracle will happen, that will come up with a way to change all of this. It's impossible, I know that, but I can't help dreaming of it. The only way they'd let you stay would be if you stopped being beautiful all of a sudden, and we both know that's never going to happen. If anything, Zadie had become even more beautiful these past few days. Sorrow is good for the soul, Father had said after the incident, when I had recovered from the pain and sickness but had still not grown used to the feel of the torn flesh on my otherwise flawless skin. Those who have never known pain or adversity are as shallow as the waves lapping on the shore. And what is wrong with being shallow? I'd asked him. What lies beneath the surface of shallow waters? Nothing. It's only when you go deeper that the ocean comes alive. The deeper you go, the more mysteries and surprises await. I had frowned and nestled closer to him, unconvinced. I'd never seen shallow waters, but I did know one thing about them. You could walk through them to the shore, and there could be no greater mystery or surprise than land, at least not to me. Zadie folded the cloak and returned it to the trunk. I just can't help feeling that the gods switched our fates somehow, that I was the one destined to stay, and I was destined to go. I finished. I released my breath through my nose. Well, we are identical twins. Even Father used to confuse us when we were babies. Maybe I'm really Zadie, and you're really Nar, I said with a laugh. Before the incident, people often confused us, calling me Zadie so frequently that even now I still responded to her name as readily as my own. There were times when I felt so close to my sister that I truly believed I was one half of a person and she was the other. I couldn't live without her any more than a person could live with half a heart. Zadie smiled, but when we lay down to sleep that night, she again presented her back to me, the way she had before. One of the greatest comforts in my life had been knowing that even if I couldn't make sense of my mother's actions or predict what the future might hold, I at least knew Zadie's mind, maybe better than my own. She was predictable, reliable, honest, and good. She was responsible and even-tempered. She never surprised you by doing the unexpected. She was as straight as the horizon and as dependable as the sunrise. We had known this day was coming for as long as I could remember, and I'd always assumed Zadie had been preparing for it, just like I had. I woke sometime in the middle of the night to find Zadie missing. My concern only lasted a moment until it occurred to me that she was probably off kissing Sammy again. I told myself I wasn't jealous, but what if I was terrible at kissing? How did Zadie even know what she was doing? For the past 17 years, she had been as close to me as my own flesh. Now I was starting to wonder if I'd ever really known her at all. She was beside me again when I woke in the morning. I looked down at her heart-shaped face, slack with sleep, and wondered if Sammy would still have loved her if she'd been the one with the scar. I'd seen the way my mother's love for me changed after the incident. Even my father, whose love I'd never questioned, didn't treat me the same. He couldn't look at me without a touch of sadness or regret, as if he was seeing two versions of me, the one I'd been before the incident and the one I was now. I didn't mention Zadie's absence when she woke up, and neither did she. Father had left early with some of the other men to fish, and Mother was still asleep. "What should we do?" Zadie asked as we readied ourselves for the day. "I suppose we should look for oysters. We'll be leaving Mother without a boat. She would have to borrow a neighbor's, or swim." I grinned. Even better. We stayed out all morning, and for those fleeting hours, things felt the way they had been before the ceremony. We raced each other to the few oysters we saw, and I let Zadie beat me one time, like I often did. We even found an octopus hiding in the rocks and pried it free. At least there would be something other than stew for dinner. When we returned to the house, Mother was home, as we'd known she would be. She was lying on her bed, fanning herself, but she sat upright when we came up through the trap door. "Where have you two been?" she moaned. "I've been stuck here all morning with no boat." "We just wanted to spend some time together," Zadie said. "We only have 2 days left." She frowned. "I know that. I thought perhaps the 3 of us could spend some time together for a change." She pulled us down onto the mattress next to her, tucking each one of us under an arm. "I can't believe in just a few short weeks it will just be your father and me alone in this house." I squirmed out from under her arm. "What do you mean?" "The wedding. Elodie and I think we should do it on the night of the solstice. It's an auspicious time for beginning a new life together, and a family." Zadie and I shared a horrified glance. A family? I wasn't even 18 yet. I wasn't ready to marry, and I certainly wasn't ready to be a mother. "I don't understand the rush," I said. "Zadie will have just left. Can't we wait a bit?" "We are lucky that Sammy has agreed to marry you at all, Nar. I do not think it's wise to wait. Besides, with your sister gone, we will have one less person in the family working. Once you marry Sammy, we will be provided for, you most of all. Don't you want your family to be secure?" So this was about money, not me. I couldn't deny that we were struggling, but so was every other family in Verenia. At least we weren't 8 or 10 mouths to feed like some. Our parents may not have been fortunate enough to have sons, who would have provided better over the years than Zadie and I could. but Mother had certainly managed to make the most of her daughters. "Yes, Mother," I said. "I want my family to be secure." "Good. We will make the official announcement of your engagement at Zadie's party in 2 nights. Then everyone in Verenia will know just how blessed our family is." I woke that night to the sound of Zadie crying. "What's wrong?" I asked, sitting upright and reaching for my sister. My fingers found only empty space where her body should be. "Where are you?" "I'm here," she said. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw her crouched at the foot of the bed. Tears glistened on her cheeks. "What's the matter? Did something happen? Are you hurt?" "No. I need your help." "Of course," I told her, but she remained where she was, twisting her hair over one shoulder. "Surely it can wait until morning." Zadie rose without speaking and left our bedroom. Confused and still half asleep, I followed her to the balcony. "What is it?" I whispered. "What's wrong?" "You'll hate me if I tell you, but that won't stop me. I can't go to Ilara, and I need your help." She jumped off the balcony before I could stop her, and I dived in after her, terrified she was going to drown herself. Instead, she swam away from the house. I wanted to scream for her to stop, but I was afraid I'd wake half the village in the process, so I followed her. When we'd been swimming for what felt like ages, we reached our boat, anchored far from our house. "What are you doing?" I said between gasps for air. I hadn't known Zadie could swim that fast. I started to reach for the boat, to haul myself in, when Zadie thrust her hand out. "Don't get too close, Nar." "What? Why?" I followed her gaze to a rope going over the side of the boat. "What is that?" She bit her lip. "I caught it last night." So she hadn't been with Sammy after all. "Caught what?" "A maiden's hair jelly." I gasped and swam a few feet farther from the boat. "Zadie, no! Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Did it sting you? I used a large net." "I haven't touched it. I haven't even looked at it since I caught it. I kept it out here all day, weighted down with an anchor. It's dead for all I know." I ducked down under the water, sure she was mistaken. Zadie couldn't catch a maiden's hair. She wouldn't even know how. But sure enough, the jelly was there, glowing faintly in the net. I came back up and pushed my hair away from my face. "And just what exactly are you planning to do with it?" "I'm going to scar myself with it. On my legs, like Dido." Dido was a girl we'd known since childhood. She'd been scarred horribly when she was only 8, when a dead maiden's hair had floated into the village. Verenians healed remarkably well, but her legs still bore the scars. She was one of the only girls our age who hadn't participated in the ceremony. The girl our mother held up as an example anytime we did something she considered risky or dangerous. "You wouldn't want to end up like poor Dido, would you?" "Why?" I breathed. "If the only way to stay in Verenia is to stop being beautiful, then that's what I'll do." I closed my eyes, remembering what I'd said to her the previous day, and inwardly cursed my own foolishness. Is this all because of that stupid comment I made? This might get you out of leaving Verenia, but Sammy would never be permitted to marry you. And you could die. A sting from a maiden's hair jellyfish was rarely fatal, mostly because they were avoidable, and any time someone was stung, they got away from it as quickly as possible. Dido had been small and a poor swimmer, and the jelly she'd encountered had been enormous, making it difficult to get away. This jelly was smaller than the one we'd seen the other day, and juveniles were known to be less venomous than adults. But to expose yourself to a sting deliberately, who knew what the consequences could be? If you can think of another way for me to stay in Verenia, I will happily listen to it. But if you can't, I don't want to hear anything other than whether or not you'll help me, Zadie said. This isn't you, I wanted to scream. She sounded cold and unfeeling, like Mother. I would do anything for you, Zadie. You know that. But I won't help you harm yourself. I started to swim away, but her hand gripped my arm fiercely. She pulled me to her, until our foreheads were so close they nearly touched. After a moment, her face crumpled, and she began to weep. Please, Nar, I'm scared. I stared at her for a few seconds, trying to imagine wanting something so badly I was willing to injure myself permanently for it. Zadie hadn't known pain like I had. She couldn't possibly understand what she was asking. But she had seen me suffer. She knew what I'd been through, and just watching it had to have been excruciating for her, as I knew watching her suffer would be for me. If she was asking me to do this, she had to be desperate beyond measure. My eyes burned with tears as I began to understand that Zadie was already in pain. Leaving Sammy might not cause her physical injury, but I felt like I was being stabbed in the heart every time I mentioned Zadie leaving Verenia. She would be feeling that about both me and Sammy. I looked down at her hand gripping mine, at the unblemished skin of her arm. She had made it all these years without so much as a splinter, and she wanted me to help her undo all that in one instant? I can't, I cried, the tears springing free of my eyes. I won't do that to you, Zadie. I'm sorry. I was already several lengths from her when she shouted after me. Then I'll do it myself. I turned to see her pull a knife from the boat and dive under the water. Zadie, no! I plowed through the water toward her, reaching her just in time. I pulled on her shoulder, whirling her toward me, and for a moment we hung there in stillness, her face a mirror of the anguish I felt. Please, Nar, she cried the moment we surfaced. If you won't do it for me, at least stay with me. I can't do it alone. I hated myself for nodding, but I knew I would hate myself more if I left, and she seriously injured herself trying to do this by herself. How were you planning to do it? I asked, shakily. Some of the worry drained from her face, but I felt like I had absorbed all of it. I'll cut off one of the tentacles and lay it on my legs. It will need to stay on my skin for a little while to ensure permanent scarring. I stared at her in horror. How do you know this? She started for the other side of the boat, away from the jellyfish. Mother told me once. She said if a jellyfish ever stung me, the most important thing to do would be to remove the tentacles right away and to use something flat and rigid to brush out the stingers. Otherwise, I'd have permanent scars. It's a small maiden's hair. I don't think it has enough venom to kill me. You don't think? I yelped. I'm sure it doesn't. That was hardly reassuring. And what will we tell Mother and Father? What will we tell the rest of the village? That we went for a night swim and didn't see it. No one would believe I did this to myself. She was right. I could scarcely believe it, and I was here with her. What if Sammy won't have you? He loves me, Nar. I know that won't change. I knew very well how love could be changed by a scar, but I didn't have the heart to tell her that. His father is the governor. He might not allow it. Zadie shook her head. If Sammy wants me, his parents will listen. And if not, we'll run away together. I blinked in shock. I had wanted to run away with Zadie. but I never believed it was something she would actually do. Did you discuss this with him? No, but I just know it. We kissed, Nar, and it was like a promise that he loves me as much as I love him, that he would do anything for me. I can't tell you what that feels like, to know someone would do anything for you. I inhaled sharply, her words a barbed hook in my heart. Hadn't she always known that I would do anything for her? And yet you ask this of me? Why not ask Sammy if he loves you so much? She pulled me to her. Because you are the twin of my soul. You know me better than anyone ever has or ever will. Because I trust you more than I trust Sammy. And because you are the strongest person I have ever known. Only you can help me. It's not fair of you to ask me, I said, my voice breaking on a sob. You will protect me, she said through her own tears. You always have, and you won't stop now. I had to bite my lip to keep from crying out. A part of me was furious with my sister for even asking, for putting me in this position. I wanted to tell her no, to go back to my bed and sleep through the next 2 days until all of this was over. But she was right. There was nothing she could ask of me that I wouldn't do for her. And if this was truly what she wanted, then I couldn't let her face it alone. I will help you get the tentacle, I said finally. But I am only doing this because I'm afraid you'll hurt yourself trying, not because I agree with it. I understand. She reached into the boat and handed me Father's sharpest spear and a small net used to catch little fish. Be careful. I took the spear and net and ducked under the water. The jelly was mostly contained within the larger net Zadie had caught it in, but several tentacles had wriggled through the holes. As my tears mingled with the salt water around me, I fought to still my shaking hands, and it took several attempts before I was able to lop off 4 or 5 of the thin tentacles. I reached out with the little net and caught them, still unsure if I was doing the right thing, then rose carefully to the surface, keeping the net at arm's length. Zadie was holding a small piece of driftwood. I thought it would be best to do this out here so no one would hear me scream, but just in case, I'll bite into the wood. We should get into the boat now in case I faint. She had planned all of this, I realized. Maybe since the day we saw the dead jelly. And then what? And then we'll see. I dropped the net and tentacles into the boat and hauled myself in after, landing in a heap next to Zadie. We were both wearing only our tunics, and the seawater on Zadie's long legs glistened in the moonlight. She was still whole and perfect. It wasn't too late to go home and pretend all of this had never happened. Please, stop this, Zadie, I begged. What if we talk to Governor Christos together? Perhaps he would agree to let me go in your place. She shook her head. Even if he allowed it, Mother never would. She is determined that this should be my fate. And she doesn't believe I'm beautiful enough, I thought. She would never risk the elders choosing Alice to go in Zadie's place. She sat down at one end of the boat and placed the driftwood between her teeth. I'm ready, she said around the wood. I picked up the small net, where the tentacles barely glowed at all. What time was it? How many hours did we have before our parents woke up and discovered what we'd done? What would Mother say when she found out? I knew everything was about to change forever. But I handed Zadie the net anyway. I thought of Dido's wounds, which I'd only seen once when we went to visit her shortly after the accident. The flesh where the tentacles had touched her was raised and pink, as though a mass of worms was crawling over her leg. I imagined Zadie with scars like that and began to cry, closing my eyes tight as she lowered the net toward her legs, bracing myself for her screams. "I can't!" My eyes flew open, relief coursing through me. Thank the gods. She removed the wood from her mouth. "You have to do it, Nar." "What?" I shook my head violently. "No. I said I would stay with you, but I can't be the one to do it." Zadie set the net aside and dropped into the floor of the boat to kneel before me. "Please," she begged. "If I have to go to Ilara, I'll die of a broken heart. And you'll die too if you have to stay here without me. Maybe not for a long time, but this life will slowly kill you too. I know you, Nar. You'll never be happy here." "Don't do that," I said through my sobs. "Don't make it about what I want. I don't want any of this." She reached for the net again and thrust it toward me so forcefully that I flinched. "If you really love me, you'll help me." I had never seen Zadie like this. Her eyes so wide I could see the whites all around. She was wild with desperation, barely recognizable as my beloved sister. "Don't say that, please." She was frozen there, quivering with fear and anger and need. An honor, everyone called it. To be the chosen girl, to be beautiful, to marry advantageously. But this wasn't what honor was supposed to look like. A frightened girl on her knees, begging to be spared. "I can't believe this is what you really want, Zadie. I can't. It is, Nar. More than anything else in the world." It took all of my strength to take the handle of the net from her, but I felt her relief as if it were my own. She'd looked so taut, I thought she might snap like a fishing line. "I love you," I told her. "You have been everything for me," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "My arms when I wasn't permitted to row. My legs when I wasn't permitted to dive. My lips when I couldn't defend myself from Mother. Now, I need you to be my hands, Nar." I bit my lip to stifle my cries. But if Zadie could not do this on her own, I would be the steady hand that she lacked. I lowered the net until the first tentacle was hovering just above the bare skin of her thigh, and hesitated once more. "Zadie," Before I could stop her, she reached out, took my hand, and forced it down. Horrified, I wrenched myself out of her grasp and dropped the net, but the tentacles that had made contact were already adhering to her skin. Zadie winced as the tiny stingers grabbed hold of her leg, pulling themselves toward her. Biting my lip was no longer enough. I bit my own hand to keep from screaming. The translucent blue lines clung to Zadie's leg, even as she began to tremble, even as she started to squirm away from the pain. Her skin reddened, then blistered. I watched in horror as the tentacles appeared to melt into her flesh. "Get them off!" she wailed finally. "Please!" "How?" I shrieked. I used my hands to scoop up seawater and tried to rinse away the tentacles, but the few that came off took strips of my sister's skin with them. In my frantic attempts to help her, a tentacle brushed against my arm. The pain was so excruciating, I finally allowed myself to scream, knowing Zadie's suffering was 1,000 times worse. Desperate, I pulled her up beneath her arms and dropped her over the side of the boat, holding her afloat with one hand while I used the side of Father's spear to scrape off the remaining tentacles and as little of her flesh as possible. By the time we were finished, Zadie was unconscious, and the water around us was dark with blood. Chapter 7. After I'd hauled her back into the boat, we lay there for a while as I tried to steady my breathing. I couldn't afford to pass out, not when Zadie's eyes remained closed, when she was so pale and motionless beside me. I needed to get us home as quickly as possible, but first I cut the rest of the jellyfish free of its net and slashed it to pieces with the spear. Though the wound on my arm burned with every stroke of the oars, it was already healing. I could hardly bear to look at Zadie's leg as I rowed. Her right thigh had borne the brunt of the wounds, though a few stray pieces of tentacle had brushed against her left thigh and lower abdomen. Her face was pale in the moonlight, but the wounds were a harsh red even in the dark. The venom had entered her bloodstream almost immediately, and she was hot with fever. If I didn't get help soon, I was afraid she really could die. But with Zadie unconscious, it was up to me to get our parents, to explain what had happened, to help care for her. And I was afraid. Afraid that they would blame me, that Zadie's plan wouldn't work, and they'd still send her or send Alice instead, and then Mother would blame me for that too. I was afraid for my sister, afraid that Sammy wouldn't be able to look past these wounds. And worst of all, I was afraid of myself. Because I hadn't just allowed something like this to happen to the person I loved most in the world. I had helped, even if Zadie had forced my hand in the end. I rowed harder as our house came into view, then quickly tied the boat to a pillar. I wiped the tears from my cheeks and scrambled up the ladder. "Mother! Father!" I yelled into the dark. "Help!" I could hear them stirring on the other side of their curtain, but not fast enough. Father sat up as I threw the fabric aside. "What is it, child?" He used the word child when he couldn't tell which one of us was speaking. "It's Zadie." I managed around the lump in my throat. I had never cried so much in my life, not even when I'd cut myself on the blood coral. "She's been stung by a maiden's hair." Mother, who had been grumbling in her sleep, sat bolt upright. "What?" she cried, her voice shrill with fear. My hand shook as I bent to help her up. "We were swimming, and we didn't see it until it was too late." The words were a lie, but the sorrow and terror were all too real. "She's unconscious in the boat. I didn't have the strength to bring her up." "Thalos, no!" Mother screamed. My parents flew past me. I heard Father splash into the water, then Mother shriek as she looked down through the door. "My baby!" she cried. "What has happened to my beautiful baby?" I was hit with a sudden memory of the day of the incident, when I was the one limp in the boat. What has happened to my beautiful baby? Mother had said the same thing about me. My knees were suddenly weak and watery, and I slumped onto the floor of our house, unnoticed. Lanterns began to glow in other people's houses at the sound of my mother's screams. Father was shouting for help. "Get Elder Nemia," he commanded, gently handing Zadie up to Mother through the door. It took a moment to realize he was speaking to me. I forced myself to my feet, grateful for the chance to leave. I couldn't bear to look at my sister's legs, at the horrific results of what we had done. Once I was back in the boat, some of my strength returned, and I rowed harder than I'd ever rowed before. I had to force myself to stop at Elder Nemia's house instead of continuing out of Verenia and away from Mother's screams. The old woman was already coming out of her house when I arrived. "What is it, girl?" "It's my sister," I called between breaths. "She's been stung by a maiden's hair. She's unconscious." "Zadie, no, this can't be." She disappeared back into the house, and emerged a moment later with a heavy satchel. The village doctor would have been preferable, but he had died last year in a shark attack before he could fully train his apprentice daughter. I took the satchel and helped her into the boat, then rowed home as quickly as I could. By then, several people had gathered in boats around our house. Nemia and I hurried to the bedroom I shared with Zadie, following the sound of Mother's sobs. "Move aside," Nemia said to my parents as she stepped past them, already removing salves and strips of cloth from the bag. Zadie lay on the bed, still unconscious, her brow beaded with sweat. "How could you let this happen?" Mother screamed at the moment she saw me. "How could you be so foolish as to take your sister night swimming at a time like this?" I could have said it was Zadie's idea, that I hadn't wanted to go. I could have told Mother the truth, and part of me wanted to. But as my eyes fell on my sister's leg, on the missing flesh and pooling blood, I knew I could never betray her. "I'm sorry, Mother," I told her fearfully. "We just didn't see it. I think it must have already been dead." "Did you scrape away the stingers?" Nemia asked me. "Yes, I think so. I tried my best." "Good." She opened up a small whalebone jar full of an iridescent pink ointment and began to slather it onto Zadie's leg. "The pearls will help heal her, but I'm afraid the wounds are too deep to ever disappear completely." Mother sobbed harder at Nemia's words. "But she'll live?" Father asked. "She'll live if we can get the fever down." Nemia asked me to wet some cloth with fresh water for Zadie's head and had me drip some into her bloody mouth, torn from the splinters when she'd bit down on the wood. The elder watched as I dabbed the blood away, but she didn't ask questions. Mother held Zadie's hands in a death grip, rocking back and forth on her knees and muttering prayers to Thalos and every other god she could name. Father paced while Nemia bound Zadie's leg in the cloth bandages. I could see people through our window, crowding onto our balcony. "Look, Father," I said. Our house couldn't support the weight of so many. He went outside and told them to go, that there'd been an accident and they would hear more in the morning. When I heard Governor Christos outside, telling people politely but firmly to leave, I felt a wave of relief. He came into the house with Elodie and Sammy and hurried to Zadie's side. With everyone crowded around her, Zadie was blocked from view, and Sammy's eyes fell on me first. "Nar, what happened?" he asked, crouching down next to me. "We were swimming. She was stung by a dead maiden's hair. I got her home as quickly as I could." He pulled me into his arms, and I let myself be comforted for a moment. Sammy would take care of Zadie, no matter what happened. Mother was weeping in the corner, with Sammy's mother murmuring quiet words, while Governor Christos talked to Father. Elder Nemia had finished bandaging Zadie's wounds and was pouring water into a pot. I watched her put a handful of herbs and several globs of the pink ointment in and stir. I rose with Sammy's help and went to light the fire in our clay stove. "What are you doing?" I asked Nemia. "The cream will help her injuries, but the broth will help with the fever." When the mixture was steaming, she asked for a bowl and ladled some of the broth into it. Father tried to prop Zadie up a bit so she could drink, but she was as limp as a sea cucumber. I thought I saw her eyelashes flutter, and she managed to swallow some of the broth, but she didn't wake up. It was probably better if she slept. The pain had to be terrible. Nemia called my parents over. "This girl needs rest. She can't go to Ilara in this condition, assuming the prince will still have her at all. I will call an emergency session with the elders tomorrow, and we will discuss what is to be done." "She'll be fine," Mother said, straightening her spine. She was born to be a princess, and she will go to Ilara in 2 days as planned. You chose her. You can't take that away. The elder's gray eyes narrowed. As I said, we will discuss it in the morning. For now, everyone should get some rest. When the girl regains consciousness, she will be in a great deal of pain. Continue to give her small amounts of the broth. If the pain is unbearable, she may drink some wine, but only a little. She'll be fine, Mother said again, but Elder Nemia didn't respond. Take me home, she said to Sammy, who didn't balk at taking orders from an old woman half his size. I'll be back in the morning, he called up to me as he descended through the door. Take care of her. I nodded, wrapping my arms around myself. I was still wearing only my wet nightgown, but I knew that the cold seeping into me wouldn't go away, even after I was dry. I will. We were all awake by the time the sun rose, as red and angry-looking as Zadie's wounds. She hadn't spoken yet. She just sobbed as Mother rocked her and brushed her hair away from her face. Her fever hadn't broken, but the fact that she was conscious was a good sign. I was able to get her to take small sips of broth, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. Father continued to pace around the house. They can't change their decision now, he said. Surely the king will understand a few scars on her leg. I bit my tongue, though the scar on my cheek tingled when he spoke. It seemed so insignificant now, compared to Zadie's wounds. But I understood Zadie's logic. She'd needed to do something drastic to her appearance without altering her physical capabilities. A scarred woman could still provide for her family. Don't be foolish, Pax, Mother chided. A few scars? The girl is ruined. Calliope, Father hissed. Enough. She turned away from him to me. How could you let this happen? She asked for the 100th time. 2 days before she was supposed to leave? She spent her entire life protecting her beauty, and one stupid decision has cost us everything. I was too tired to hold my tongue any longer. Not everything. I'm still going to be the governor's daughter-in-law. I'd expected her anger, but the slap caught me off guard. My hand flew to my cheek. Mother had never hit us, which I always suspected had more to do with her fear of maiming than out of love. Her eyes widened for a moment, as if she had shocked even herself, but she didn't back down. This is all you're doing, isn't it? She accused. You've always been jealous of your sister. You've never been content to live here. You've always thought you were better than the rest of us, that Verenia was too small for you. But you are just one more insignificant, dull little fish floating in our waters. Do you really think they'll choose you over Alice? Father came to stand over us. I said enough. I had feared some people might suspect I did this to Zadie on purpose. But my own mother? Did she really believe me capable of such a thing? I love Zadie more than life itself, I said, trying to mask my hurt from her and failing miserably. I would never harm her so I could take her place. You must know that. She turned away from me. I don't know you at all. Father took my hand and led me out to the balcony. Tell me the truth, Nar, he said when he was sure the waves were loud enough to muffle his words, even for Mother's sharp hearing. Was it an accident? Or did Zadie do this to herself so she could stay and marry Sammy? I know she loves him, and I've seen the way he looks at her. Did she ask you to help her?" My stomach dropped like an anchor. Was it so obvious? It was an accident. Father's eyes were a darker brown than mine, almost black. His hair caught in the wind, revealing the slight receding hairline that made him look distinguished, wise. "The truth, Nar." It was an accident. I repeated slowly. Inside, the truth kicked and screamed at my throat, demanding to be released. I swallowed it down. "Very well. Then we will see what the elders decide. Most likely Alice or one of the other girls will be sent in Zadie's place." Father sighed. "And I don't know if Sammy will have her like this." God's help me, I was now being forced to defend every concern I'd raised with Zadie. "He will. He loves her. Regardless, his parents might not allow it." He cleared his throat. "Especially now that the entire village knows you will marry Sammy on the solstice. We have your mother to thank for that." My mouth dropped open. "What? No! I can't marry Sammy now. That would kill Zadie." He cleared his throat again, turning away just as I caught the glimmer of tears in his eyes. I'd never seen my father cry before. I went to stand next to him at the railing, but I didn't look at him. I was afraid he would be ashamed, and that he would see the shame in my eyes, too. If Sammy doesn't marry Zadie, what will become of her? I suppose it depends on the extent of her scarring. A small whimper escaped me. "I'm scared, Father." He pulled me close to him in an embrace, stroking my hair the way he had when I was a little girl, before the incident. "So am I, Nar. So am I." The elders called Mother and Father to the meeting house a few hours later. I was left behind to care for Zadie, who was sleeping, though not unconscious at least. She still hadn't spoken to me, but she clutched my hand in her sleep. I was tempted to lift her bandages and look at how bad her wounds were, but I was afraid to disturb the healing process. Nemia had said she'd be by later in the evening to change the dressings and apply more salve. The little scratches on her abdomen already appeared to be healing, at least. My sister would recover. She had to. When Zadie blinked her eyes open, I immediately fetched her some fresh water to drink. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Are you able to speak now?" She nodded. "Yes, I can speak." I squeezed her hand. "You're not angry with me, are you? I can't bear it if you blame me for this." She shook her head, her face paler than I'd ever seen it. "Nar, of course I don't blame you. This was my doing." "Do you regret it?" She tried to sit up straighter, then collapsed weakly onto the pillows. "I will only regret it if Sammy chooses another bride." I tensed, remembering what Father had said to me. If they tried to make me marry Sammy now, I would refuse. "Nar?" Sammy pushed aside our curtain, as if I had summoned him with my thoughts. Zadie immediately found the strength to sit up and rearrange her tunic. "What are you doing here?" "I came to make sure you're all right, silly." He sat down on the other side of her and took her free hand. "How are you?" "A little better. The pain is bad, but seeing you helps." My eyes flicked down involuntarily. Somehow, in the past few months, I had gone from being the most important person in Zadie's life to second place. He leaned over and kissed her lightly on the forehead. "We'll marry as soon as you have your strength back." Zadie beamed. "Your parents agreed?" "I haven't spoken to them yet." He swallowed, clearly nervous. "The elders are speaking with them right now." "Then I'm definitely not going?" "I don't know. I wasn't allowed in the room. But I heard Elder Nemia say you might not survive the journey, and it would be a..." He trailed off. I'd never seen him so uncomfortable. "A what?" Zadie asked. Sammy sighed. "A disgrace to our people to send a girl with such terrible scars." Her eyes filled with tears at his words, but she managed to smile. "None of that matters anymore, as long as I can be with you." I may have fallen to second place in Zadie's eyes, but she had just gone from being the most beautiful girl in Verenia, her identity for 17 years, to being called a disgrace. I sent a prayer to Thalos that Sammy's parents would be kind and agree to their marriage. After all, her wounds had nothing to do with her ability to serve as his wife. As long as they didn't bother Sammy, why should anyone else care? Sammy and I stood at the sound of Father's voice below. He climbed through the trapdoor and helped Mother up after. Her face was pinched, unreadable. A moment later, Elder Nemia's gnarled hand reached for Father's, and he pulled her up as though her bones were hollow as a bird's. "What's happening?" I asked. Sammy was still holding Zadie's hand. Elder Nemia was the one to answer. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we have no choice. Zadie must go to Ilara, even if it kills her." "No!" Zadie's scream rang out amid our stunned silence. Sammy's gaze met mine. A wordless conversation passed between us, and in his brown eyes I finally saw the truth. That he loved Zadie as much as she loved him. If she left, neither of them would ever recover. "Help us," he pleaded. So I answered in the only way I could. "No," I echoed, my voice sounding far steadier than I felt. "Send me instead." Chapter 8. Mother was the first to respond, with a cruel laugh. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" She strode toward me and jammed a finger into my chest. "It's what you wanted all along. Even the elders know you did this." I pushed her hand away and turned to Father. "What is she talking about?" He let out a long, ragged sigh. "They believe this was your doing." "What?" My voice was sharp with indignation, but inside I was riddled with guilt, like wormholes in coral. "That's ridiculous. Zadie was there. She'll tell them the truth." "I will," Zadie said behind me. "It was an accident, Father. A terrible accident, but nothing more. Nar would never even dream of hurting me." Mother stooped down beside Zadie. "You don't have to lie for her," she crooned. "You're still going to be a princess." "Can't they send Alice?" Sammy asked. "They would if they believed they had a choice," Father said. I placed a hand on his arm. "What do you mean?" There were dark circles under his eyes, and his skin was sallow, as if he'd aged 10 years overnight. 2 generations ago, a chosen girl drowned a few days before she was supposed to leave for Ilara. The elders were forced to send a different girl in her place. When the prince discovered that he had received a girl of inferior quality, he punished our people by cutting off our water supply for a month. Dozens of Verenians died. mostly children. Father swallowed hard. The elders are afraid that if we send Alice, the Ilarians will say we deliberately deceived them. I had known Ilarians were harsh, but this seemed extreme even for them. What happened to the girl they sent? Father shook his head. We don't know. The prince married an Ilarian girl instead. And what do you think they'll do with a girl who is severely injured? I asked. Sammy heard Elder Nemia say Zadie might not survive the journey. She may not survive, it's true, the elder said, but the emissary has been here. He saw Zadie. If we send Alice now, he'll think it was a deliberate deception. At least he knows that Zadie was healthy before. The prince will have to understand that this was just an unfortunate accident. And if he's still unsatisfied, what's to stop him from cutting off our water supply, our food, our firewood? I turned to Nemia. Let me go in her place. She's not strong enough. And what do you propose to do about your scar? Mother asked, her voice full of derision. The emissary saw it. It, not me. But she was right. Talon had studied me closely enough. I was sure he'd seen my scar. Nemia scratched at a mole on her chin, considering. I may be able to create something to disguise it. Some kind of a stain. I told the rest of the council that Zadie is in no condition to travel, but perhaps they need to see her for themselves. Scar or no scar, I have to believe the prince would prefer a living girl to a dead one. My mother shook her head. The prince isn't some fool buyer at the floating market. We can't just swap out one bolt of cloth for an inferior one when he isn't looking. If he discovers what we've done, this isn't your decision. Sammy growled. I flinched, but it was at my mother's words, not Sammy's. I long believed she saw me that way, as an imperfect version of Zadie, but she'd never said it out loud before. Give me some time to work on the stain, Nemia said, and to try to convince the rest of the council. There were several who voted to banish Nar, and they might see this as the next best thing. She looked at me. Do you really believe you can pretend to be your sister? I was too stunned at the mention of banishment to speak, but I managed a weak nod. Good. Come to my house tonight. This conversation doesn't leave here until we've decided. She looked at Sammy for a moment, as if she were about to ask him to take her home, but thought better of it. I'll borrow your boat, Samuel. You can fetch it later. When Elder Nemia was gone, Father lowered his voice so that only I could hear him. Your sister has spent the past 17 years preparing for this, and only just realized she lacked the courage to see it through. You have 2 days to prepare. Are you sure you can do this? He knew. He knew it wasn't an accident, but he also knew it wasn't my fault. Had he argued on my behalf at the meeting? Had he at least tried to defend me to Mother? To the elders who wanted to banish me? In my lifetime, only 2 villagers had been banished. Taken far out to sea in a small boat and abandoned with no oars. And their crimes had included attempted murder. Oh, gods. Did they think I'd tried to kill Zadie? Father, I said, hoping all of my questions could be conveyed in that one word. But he only squeezed my arm and turned me back toward Zadie and Sammy. Your father has not yet decided what he will do with you, Sammy. The elders believe you should marry Alice, now that Nar's honor is in question. "I won't," Sammy said, as Zadie's hand flew up to cover her open mouth. "Your mother agreed with them," Father began. "Traitor," Mother spat. "To think I called her sister." Father went on, ignoring her. "But your father said we needed to deal with one crisis at a time. He wants to speak with you, Sammy." "And what about me?" Zadie asked. Mother sniffed. "What about you? Doesn't anyone care what I have to say? Don't the elders want to speak with me before they accuse my sister of being a liar or send me off to Ilara when I can't even stand? Are they really so quick to forget my existence?" "Don't you see?" Mother said. "Without your beauty, you are nothing. That's all any of us are. Bodies to cook food and bear children. You had everything, and you let your sister throw it all away. And now she will be a princess, and I will have to watch you wither into an old woman, spending the rest of your miserable life in my house. I thought I had made it clear how important this was. I thought you understood what was at stake. Now I can see you've learned nothing in the past 17 years, and you shall pay dearly for it." As Mother spoke, Zadie seemed to shrink in on herself, growing smaller with every word. I had always thought Mother's ambitions were about vanity, about righting a wrong against her 20 years ago. But it was clear this meant far more to her than that. She had accused me of thinking I was too good for Verenia, but it was she who believed we had no value here beyond the symmetry of our faces or the curve of our bodies, that to be chosen to go to Ilara meant you were better than all that, better even than the men here. Was that why she despised me so much? Because she thought she saw something of herself in me? The very idea stung me. I was nothing like my mother. "It is you who have learned nothing," I spat. "And you who has paid for it." "Nar," Father said, trying to pull me back. "You were never wronged, Mother. You think we are worthless if we're not chosen. Why? What is the value in being sent off to a king who keeps us poor and isolated, in marrying a prince who can't even be bothered to choose his own wife? All we talk about here is honor, but there is no honor in being beautiful, in having your fate decided because of a crooked tooth or a bent nose or a scar." Zadie was sobbing loudly now. "Please don't fight," she said, but I ignored her. This had been building for years, and I couldn't stop myself now any more than I could stop the tides. You took 2 daughters who loved you and turned them into weapons to exact your revenge, never realizing that there was no enemy. "Shut up!" Mother screamed. "You ignorant, foolish, perhaps I am a weapon," I continued, despite Father's grip on my arm. "A blade honed on your bitterness, and perhaps I have come to stab you in the back." She leaped at me, but Father flung me away just in time to catch her. I hit the floor hard, but picked myself up quickly, ignoring the pain in my arms, yet unable to pretend my heart wasn't broken. If Mother and the elders were so willing to believe this villainy of me, then let them. Zadie and Sammy had each other now. I would go to Ilara, where none of the other villagers would have to see me again. And Father would forgive Mother as he always did, for even he couldn't see past the power of her beauty. The hours passed slowly after that. Sammy retreated for a time to speak with his father. Nemia returned once to tend to Zadie's wounds, which she said were healing well under the circumstances, and Zadie slept for most of the afternoon. Mother, on the other hand, wailed and cursed me for hours, not caring who heard about her evil, traitorous daughter, while Father attempted to console her. I lay in the boat beneath our house, trying to shut out her words, and instead focus on the sound of the water lapping against the pillars, on the way the tiny fish that lived beneath our houses nibbled at my fingers as I dangled them over the edge. It was cool here in the shade, and I tried to imagine what it would be like in the mountains, so far away from everything I'd ever known. Mother was devoted to the gods, not just Thalos, but Astrea, the goddess of beauty, Spiros, the god of weather, and others. But I believed in the spirits that lived in everything around me. The water, the birds, the air itself. It was all alive and beautiful and just as divine as any invisible god. There would undoubtedly be spirits in the mountains, too. But would they be benevolent spirits I knew so well, like the fish and the birds? Or would they be fickle spirits, like the air and water, sustaining us while every now and then trying to kill us? I rolled onto my stomach and pulled out the torn fishing net and the knife I had used to free the dead jellyfish. I could take these up there now and tell Mother that this had been all Zadie's doing, that she loved Sammy and refused to go, and it was either help her or let her kill herself in the process. Perhaps Mother would have preferred that. A beautiful martyr, rather than a victim who would die an old maid. And what would have become of our family then? Without Zadie to speak for me, I would certainly have been banished for killing my sister, which was tantamount to death. One could only survive so long in an empty boat without food and water. Surely one spinster daughter and one princess were better than a dead daughter and a banished one. For all we knew, Zadie might still be allowed to marry Sammy after all, and Mother might yet have her governor's wife and her princess. But Mother couldn't see past her own failed plans right now, and it was tearing her apart. She had spent her entire life focused on a crown she'd never seen, on a kingdom she would never enter. She was like a beautiful house built on stilts. Only the stilts were lies, and accepting the truth meant destroying the foundation of her existence. Accepting this new outcome would mean admitting that life could, in fact, go on. I heard her sobbing through the floorboards, Father murmuring comforting words. But what could he say to her now? Nothing could change what had already been done. As the sun sank below the horizon, I took up the oars and rowed to Elder Nemia's house. I found her preparing a simple meal of dried fish and seaweed, with no fire to cook on. I looked around the one-room structure, expecting to see great grandbabies playing in the corner, a granddaughter or two, cleaning. Shouldn't someone be taking care of a woman who had lived 1.25 centuries? "Let me help you with that," I said, taking the knife from her hands. "Thank you." She dropped onto a stool, her joints popping as she settled. "I know what you're thinking. Where are all her children and grandchildren to cook for her? But I prefer to live alone. Maybe when I'm 150, I'll bring a great-grandchild or two in to help me." "I didn't do it," I blurted. I hadn't come here to defend myself, but I suddenly realized it was important to me that at least one person outside my family believed me. She ignored me and pointed to a bucket of water. "Bring me some, child." I brought her the water and sat down on the stool next to her, forcing her to acknowledge me. "I didn't do it." "Perhaps you did. Perhaps you didn't. I won't waste what little time I have left on things that have already happened. It doesn't matter now. It matters to me that people know I didn't hurt my sister. I would do anything to protect her. Hadn't I proven that 7 years ago? Ferenian law said that every person had as much responsibility for a stranger as they did for family. To let someone die when you could save them would bring the worst kind of shame upon your family. This idea, this responsibility for each other, had been ingrained in me from birth. But it had nothing to do with my motivations for saving Zadie. I would always protect her, even if it meant tearing her from the steel clutches of Thalos himself.
She loves Governor Christos's boy, I'm told.
Yes, and he loves her. Nemia sighed and reached for a piece of dried fish.
If only love were as important as people believe it to be.
I hadn't slept or eaten since Zadie's injury, and I no longer had any patience left to offer. What is that supposed to mean?
My husband died 50 years ago from diving too deeply, too quickly. I loved him very much, but romantic love doesn't last forever. Death will part us, if time or circumstance doesn't.
I shook my head. I hadn't come here for a philosophy lesson. Will the elders allow me to go to Ilara or not? She leaned over and brought up a small narwhal horn jar in answer.
Here.
I opened the lid and looked down at the light brown ointment. It smelled foul, like bird guano. What's in it?
It's made from brown algae and other things.
She dabbed a tiny amount of the stain onto her finger and touched it to my cheek.
There's a mirror on the far wall.
Skeptically, I walked over to a large fly-stained mirror that must have come from an illegal trade or shipwreck. I wiped away a bit of salt and stared at my reflection. I had never seen myself in anything other than Mother's hand mirror. It was like looking at Zadie, but not. I started at the top. Sammy was right. My eyes were a bit narrower. My nose was straight and even, almost exactly the same as Zadie's, but perhaps her nostrils were a bit rounder. And my lips were full and pink, just like Zadie's, though I thought the bow in her upper lip might be more pronounced. I gasped when I realized my eyes had drifted right past my scar. Nemia laughed as my fingers flew to my cheek. The stain came away immediately. I turned back to her. It doesn't stay?
It should last for the better part of a day, but it takes a few minutes to set, and it will come off after a quarter of an hour in the water. It's the best I can do in such a short amount of time.
Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes. Why didn't you give me this sooner? Her ancient face appeared next to mine in the mirror.
To what end, child? Hiding our scars doesn't mean they're not there. Just as beauty cannot disguise who we really are beneath the surface.
Our eyes met in our shared reflection. Hers were cloud gray, while Zadie and I shared our mother's golden-hued eyes. Like honey, Sammy once said, though neither of us had ever seen it. He described it as something insects make, and we had both assumed it was an insult. Does this mean I'm going to Ilara? I asked.
Yes.
I whirled around to face her, but I was unable to form words. She smiled and patted my shoulder.
Now, girl, you should go home and prepare for your journey. Ilara is 5 days by coach, and you will be sick for much of it.
I blinked at her. I'd never been sick since the incident, other than from the blood coral poisoning itself. Why?
You've never been on land before. Everything will be a shock to your system, not least the food. Even the air is different, so they say. And you will be cold, though the guards will bring proper clothing for you.
I thought of Sammy's cloak. Would it be mine now? Would all the beautiful fabrics in Zadie's trunk, the strand of pearls, the comb, belong to me as well? Or was I to have none of the luxuries granted to my sister? And what would poor Alice think of all this, when she learned that she had lost the crown first to Zadie, and now to me? What if the king discovers what we've done? I whispered fearfully. Will he punish everyone here? Nemia lifted one bony shoulder.
Yes, although at this rate, we'll all be dead of starvation in another 5 years anyway. The question the king should ask himself is, without us, who will fetch his precious pearls?
My breath caught. No adult had ever admitted how bad things were to me before, or pointed out the king's dependence on us in such stark terms. Why doesn't Governor Christos stand up to the Ilarians? I asked. Why don't the elders?
Revolution is for the young, child. Besides, what can any of us do from here? If we withhold the pearls, the king will withhold everything else. If we are caught trying to go ashore, we will be killed.
She handed me the jar of stain. Go on, then.
Go home to your family. The other elders will have told them the news by now, and I imagine you'll want to spend as much time with your sister as possible.
As I walked toward the door, her words echoed in my head. What could anyone do from here? What about me? I asked, turning back toward her. Nemia eyed me curiously.
What about you, child?
I'll be there at the castle. I will have the king's ear. If I tell him how desperate we are, how without more food and water, there will be no one left to die for the pearls, he'll have to do something. Won't he? She raised the same shoulder in a half shrug.
Perhaps he will.
Perhaps he won't, she said. But this time, she was smiling. I didn't sleep that night. I doubted anyone in my family did, though aside from Zadie's whimpers, it was quiet. I held her hand through the long hours, telling her it would all be fine, that she and Sammy would marry and bear lots of beautiful babies, though I don't know if she believed me. While my mouth spoke of Zadie and her life here in Verenia, my mind was far away. I remembered my prayer to Thalos the night of the dinner at Governor Christos's house, after I'd met Talon. I had asked him to send me in Zadie's place, to save her from the fate she didn't want. But though I had made the prayer on Zadie's behalf, I couldn't deny that there had been a selfish undercurrent to my words. I didn't want to stay in Verenia and marry Sammy any more than Zadie wanted to leave. I couldn't spend my life wondering if my husband was thinking of someone else every time he looked at me. I didn't want to stare at the same horizon, eat the same food, or see the same people for the next 100 years. Had I caused this somehow? Was Thalos punishing me for being so wicked? Yes, I wanted to leave Verenia, but if I had known this would be the cost, I never would have asked for it. I rose from our bed when I could see the blue of the water through the cracks in our floorboards. Today was my last full day in Verenia. Tomorrow morning, Governor Christos and Sammy would row me to shore, where the captain of the King's Guard would wait out to meet me himself. Father was responsible for explaining all of this, as Mother still would not speak to me. If the captain does not believe you are Zadie, I don't know what will become of you, he said. A chill ran over my scalp, but I nodded. I understand. You should go. Enjoy your last day here. I don't think I can enjoy anything with Zadie so sick and Mother so angry. He let me lean against his chest. Your sister will heal. Your mother will forgive you. Not before tomorrow. No, I suppose not. But all will be well again, one day. I would never see that day. I would never see any of them again. Go and find Sammy.
Father said. See if he has convinced Christos to let him marry Zadie. My friend is a good man, and I believe he will make the right decision.
I wiped the corners of my eyes with my tunic. Yes, Father. I checked on Zadie again before I left, and found her being tended by Mother. Satisfied that she would be well looked after, I jumped off our balcony into the water. I could have taken the boat, but I preferred to swim today. It wasn't far to Sammy's house, and who knew how long it would be until I saw the ocean again. Perhaps forever. Sammy was sitting on the dock outside his house when I arrived. Any word? I called up to him. A family rowed past in their boat, the mother glaring at me, no doubt cursing me for what everyone thought I'd done to Zadie. I lifted my chin and met her stare. Sammy splashed down into the water next to me, and the woman finally looked away. Not yet, he said. Are you all right? My parents told me what the elders decided. I swallowed down my fear. I'll be fine. He looked older, as if the last of his boyhood had been drained by the events of the last 2 days. Did your father send you here? Yes. He thinks your father will allow the marriage. What do you think? Sammy swam into the shadows under his house and motioned for me to follow him. I don't know. My mother is adamant I not marry Zadie. Why? Because she thinks Thalos is punishing your family. I flinched at the words. For what? He lowered his gaze. Your mother's pride. This has nothing to do with Thalos, I said, though I wasn't as sure as I pretended to be. I can't deny my mother's pride, however. Sammy grabbed onto a pillar with one hand and pulled me to him with the other. His touch was rough, in a way I'd never felt before. You're hurting me, I said, ripping his hand away. His voice was harsh as he asked, She did this to herself, didn't she? I treaded water for a moment, my arms still sore from where he'd grabbed me. Zadie wouldn't want Sammy to know the truth, but didn't he have a right to know? They couldn't build a life together with such a terrible secret between them. Yes, I said finally. Did you help her? I wanted to scream no. I hadn't wanted to do anything with it. I remembered the things Zadie had said to me, that I didn't love her if I didn't help her, that she would do it alone if I didn't stay. I couldn't keep this secret for the rest of my life. I had to tell someone. Yes. Sammy slapped the water with both hands, splashing us. Thalos! Nar! Why? I had no other choice, I cried. She got the jellyfish on her own and had it tied to the boat. I tried to leave, but she said she would do it without me if I left. I was afraid she'd kill herself. When the time came, I couldn't go through with it, but she forced my hand. I swiped away my tears. I didn't do it, but I was there. Couldn't you have talked her out of it? Sammy asked, his own eyes damp with tears. Don't you think I tried? I took a shaky breath and sent him a pleading glance. She's my sister, Sammy, and she begged me. She couldn't leave you, don't you understand that? She would rather die than leave you. Not me, I thought, with no small amount of resentment. Just you. And what am I going to do if my father says I can't marry her? What then? I swallowed my tears. You're just going to have to find a way. I'm the governor's son, Nar. I have responsibilities. This time I grabbed his arm, and I dug my nails into the familiar flesh until he winced. And I have just agreed to pretend to be someone else for the rest of my life. You will not abandon my sister. Do you understand? His jaw clenched. I won't abandon her. Promise me." He pulled my hand away gently and looked me square in the eyes. "I promise." "Good." I believed Sammy. I didn't know how he would fix all this, but I knew he would find a way. "There's something else we need to discuss." "What?" "You're always saying that when you're governor, you will improve our way of life, that you will stand up to Ilara." "And I will," he said. For some reason, I believed him more now than I ever had before. "What if there was a way for you to start now, before you become governor?" I asked him. "What are you talking about?" I pointed to his family's smaller boat. "Come with me." Chapter 9. "Where are we going?" Sammy asked as I handed him the oars. I gave him a wry smile. "The market. You're buying my family's grain and water this week." Mother hadn't asked me to buy anything, but she'd been too distracted by Zadie's injuries and her hatred of me to notice that we were low on nearly everything. Sammy's mouth dropped open for a moment, but he knew better than to argue with me. He shook his head. "I swear you're as stubborn as a barnacle and as bossy as—" I cut him off with a stern glare, and we both laughed. "We never would have made it as a married couple," I said. "You know that, right?" "Oh, I don't know about that. We would have managed." I covered my legs with my skirts, suddenly self-conscious, though Sammy had seen far more of me. "I met with Elder Nemia last night. She made a stain for my scar, but I'm afraid of what will happen if the king discovers our deception. Father said the last time the elders tried to send a second-rate girl, Ilara cut off our water supply. Dozens of children died." He gripped the oars so hard I was afraid they'd splinter in his hands. "And no one did anything about it?" I shook my head. "She also said Verenia will run out of food within 5 years if something doesn't change. We've overfished these waters, and without pearls, what will we trade?" "Coral and sponges?" he said doubtfully. "Anyone can find those a lot closer to shore. And the traders have giant ships that allow them to hunt whales and gather large quantities of fish at once. Verenian pearls are the only thing we have to offer." Sammy sighed. "I don't know what can be done, Nar. I've tried talking to my father, but he won't do anything. No one will." He rowed in silence for a while, until finally the floating market appeared over the crest of the next wave. It was a string of covered boats, selling essential goods along with the occasional pet no one could afford to feed. When we were girls, we'd begged Sammy to buy us a pet monkey, and Zadie had cried when he told us no. He'd been right to refuse us, but I don't think he ever said no to her again after that. "Maybe I can help," I said. "I'll be in Ilara, Sammy. I'll be able to talk to the king. The prince will be my husband. Once I tell them how bad things are here, they'll have to do something." He snorted. "Why? They don't care about us. They've made that perfectly clear. That emissary, Talon, he wasn't just here to check up on Zadie." I felt my cheeks heat at the mere mention of his name. "What are you talking about?" I asked. Sammy dropped the anchor to keep us from drifting within earshot of the merchants. "After you left that night, he asked my father all kinds of questions. He wanted to see my mother's collection of pearls, which she assured him didn't exist. She had me sell off most of her jewelry at the market ages ago, so she could help take care of the poorest families. He said the king insisted Talon visited an average citizen's house, so he could see how everyone else lived." "Talos, why?" He raised one eyebrow. "I don't know. He asked to see yours, but Father took him to one of my aunt's houses instead." I felt a small pang of disappointment. I'd been so busy the past few days I hadn't thought about Talon much, though his sea-glass eyes had showed up more than once in my dreams. I wondered if I would see him again, then chided myself for my foolishness. Talon was the one person who might see through my disguise, the one person I should pray to never see again. "What do you think he wanted?" I asked Sammy. "I think the king sent him because he doesn't trust us. He believes we're keeping the pearls for ourselves, that we're lying when we say there aren't as many pearls as there were a decade ago. And I think that's why he keeps lowering the value." "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused. "The market decides the value of the pearls, not the king. I was trading a few weeks ago with a Galethian north of the port, and he told me that Ilarian smugglers are getting the same price for the pearls they always have." I leaned closer. "So what are you saying? That the value of the pearls hasn't dropped, and we're getting paid less for them anyway?" He nodded. "The king thinks if he pushes us hard enough, more pearls will suddenly appear. He doesn't believe that there are no more. Or at least, he doesn't want to believe it. Even if the emissary tells the king the truth of what he saw here, the king might not listen." Was it possible that Talon had only come to spy on us? I thought of the way he'd looked at me, how his gaze made my belly flutter. Was I so naive that I had misread Talon's suspicion as curiosity or, even more humiliating, interest? Sammy continued. "Don't you see? We work harder than ever, and our economy never grows. We're worse off now than our great-great-grandparents ever were, and why? Why should we not be allowed to trade the pearls on the free market like everyone else?" I sighed, exasperated. Because of the lost princess. That was hundreds of years ago, if it ever happened at all. It has nothing to do with any of the Varenians who are alive today. They've deliberately kept us poor and powerless, Nar. "I know, Sammy." He was speaking so fast I could hardly keep up. "And not only are we controlled by the Ilarians, but we send the most beautiful women to be their queens. If we're so beneath them, why do their princes want Varenian brides? I don't know," I shouted. We sat in silence for a moment, the boat rocking gently from side to side. I'd been asking myself the same questions for years, and I was no closer to the answers now. "What if I can find out?" I asked suddenly. Sammy glanced up. "What?" "I'll be in the castle with the king and all his advisors. I'll be able to see what the Ilarians are doing with the pearls and why they need them so badly. I'll have the answers to all of our questions at my fingertips." "You want to spy on the king?" I shrugged. "Is it spying if I live there? If I happen to overhear people talking?" He started to shake his head. "No, Nar, that's not what I meant." "So what? We wait until you're governor? What makes you think you'll be able to stand up to the king when your father can't?" Sammy clenched his jaw. "And you think you can? You've spent your whole life worrying about being beautiful, not learning how to govern." I felt my anger start to rise, but fear tamped it back down. My mother's words echoed in my head. Beauty is power. Maybe that was true here in Varenia, but who knew how things worked in Alara? "I don't know if the king will listen," I admitted. "But I have to at least try. It's too dangerous, Nar. And if you were found out, it could have terrible consequences for all of us here." I reached for his hands. "I know it's risky to spy on the king. I know I could take the easy way, abandon our customs, and adopt the Ilarian ways. And I could pretend that everything is fine here in Varenia, that my family has enough to eat, that Zadie can heal instead of being forced to dive. But I will know the truth. That with every sunrise, Varenia comes closer to the day when there isn't a single oyster left. And what will you do then? When the king of Alara refuses to give you water and firewood, when there are no more fish to catch. It's not enough to try anymore. If we don't do something now, you're all going to die." Sammy pretended to look up at the clouds, but I saw the tears he was trying to keep from falling. "All right," he said. "Find out what you can." Then he frowned. "But how will you get information to me, even if you do manage it? No Varenian bride has ever returned to our village. You'll have to come to me." "Nar," he followed my gaze to the floating market. Every face in Varenia was familiar to me. But from here, with everyone milling about, they all looked the same. If Sammy could get somewhere, he could blend in, perhaps. "The port," we said simultaneously. He took a deep breath. "It could work. Their next market isn't for more than 3 weeks. That may be enough time for you to arrange things." "But how would I find you? You told me the port market is enormous." "There's a man who sells kites. He's easy to find because he ties several of his kites to the stand. We could meet there at midday." I settled back into the boat, exhilarated and overwhelmed. I might not make it the first time. I know. But keep coming. Every month. I'll do everything in my power to get there. So will I. We bought what we needed at the floating market quickly, neither one of us wanting to waste any more of the time I had left. As Sammy began to row us home, a family passed us, their faces grim. If they recognized me as the village outcast, they didn't say anything. Then I noticed the dark cloth in the bottom of their boat, covering a lumpy object about 5 feet long. A body. The family was going to bury their dead. Sammy and I dropped our heads at the same time, touching our hearts in a gesture of sympathy. The father nodded at us when we lifted our heads again, and they continued on in silence. Varenian funerals were private, solemn rituals. Only the immediate family attended. That way, no one else needed to feel as though they had to avoid certain places out of respect for the dead. I had attended one funeral as a child, that of my father's father. He'd been killed by a wind whale, a predator white whale with a giant dorsal fin that acted like a sail, making it one of the fastest creatures in the ocean. My grandmother had been left a widow. Fortunately, most of her children were grown then, and she went to live with one of my aunts. I didn't remember the words my father spoke, only the way the cloth had clung to the body as it hit the water, briefly revealing my grandfather's features. He was weighted down with rocks and sank quickly, though we'd all known it wouldn't be long before the sharks gathered. "Why don't we burn the bodies?" I'd asked my father, thinking anything would be better than being eaten, even if you were already dead. "Because, child, as we take from the sea, so we must give. Through Thalos, the ocean provides us with our food, with the pearls we harvest. It makes us strong and healthy. And when we die, we must return to the ocean, so that it too can have nourishment. So that the blood coral may grow from our hearts and begin the cycle anew." I touched my scar as the memory faded. "Everyone thinks I tried to hurt her, Sammy. Maybe even kill her." I looked down, my eyes burning with unshed tears. "I think my own mother started the rumor." "Maybe, but it's Alice's mother who spread it. She's furious that you were chosen in Alice's place. Not because I'm more beautiful than her, only because they had no choice." He reached over and squeezed my hand. "Listen to me, Nar. You're not a second-rate girl. You never have been." I chuckled wryly, but he didn't join me. "I mean it. I can't think of any other girl who would be willing to spy on the king, not even Zadie. Your mother taught you to believe your scar made you ugly, but it has made you brave." "Brave?" I kicked at the sack of grain. "I'm terrified, Sammy." He laughed, a deeper version of the laugh I'd always loved as a girl. What's so funny? You're not afraid of anything, Nar. You never have been. He was wrong. I was afraid of leaving Zadie and Father, of leaving the only home I'd ever known. I was afraid of being alone among strangers, of having to pretend to be someone else. I was afraid of marrying a young man I'd never seen, knowing I had no more choice in the matter now than when I'd been betrothed to Sammy. And worse than that, I was frightened of the person I was becoming. A woman who lied to everyone, who disrespected her parents, who helped her sister injure herself. A woman who would spy on a king. A woman who would steal a crown. There was no celebration that night. The big send-off that had been planned for Zadie, as well as the announcement of my engagement to Sammy, had been called off after the accident, and the village was as quiet as it was on a typical evening. It was just as well. I couldn't have taken the whispers and stares. I would see Sammy one last time in the morning, when he took me to shore. Other than him, the only two people who wanted anything to do with me were here in our house, so home was the only place I wanted to be tonight. Even if my mother still wouldn't look at me. "Do you have everything?" Zadie asked. She was able to sit up now, and a bit of her color had returned, though I could see she was still in a good deal of pain. "Yes," I said, patting the trunk of belongings that should have been hers. Father had insisted I take it, despite Mother's protests. "Please, you don't have to worry about me." "No. It's always been your job to worry about me." She squeezed my hand. It wasn't an accusation. She was acknowledging my sacrifices, not just now, but every day for the past 7 years. Rowing to spare her hands, taking the blame for every misadventure, staying behind with her when Sammy wanted to go exploring, and she was too worried about the cost to her beauty. How ironic, now, that it had all been for nothing. That here I was, with my rougher hands and sun-kissed skin, going in her place. I had cooked my final supper here in Verenia, as Mother refused to, and Zadie couldn't, and Father couldn't prepare porridge if he was starving. All we had was bread, made with the grains Sammy had bought for us, and some dried fish. If he didn't marry Zadie, I was afraid they'd run out of food even sooner than Elder Nemia foretold, even with the bride price, assuming the prince accepted me and actually sent it. I found most of the pearls we traded at market, and even if she hadn't been injured, Zadie wouldn't be able to dive enough to make up for my absence. She made a valiant attempt to lighten the mood at dinner. "Just think, you'll get to see a horse tomorrow, Nar. A real horse, up close. You may even be able to ride one." "Do you think so?" She nodded, and we shared an excited squeal. For the first time in days, it felt like the old us again. Imagine how much you'll see on a 5-day journey on land. Far more than you'd see in 5 days at sea, I'm sure. It was strange how the conversation had turned. These were the kinds of things I used to say to Zadie. Was she trying to boost my spirits by reminding me, or was she regretting her decision? "Remember your manners when you go," Father said, the most he'd spoken since this morning. "You still represent this family, no matter how far away we may be." "She does not represent this family," Mother snapped. "She is as good as dead to us." Zadie placed a hand on her arm. "How can you say such a thing? Our Nar is going away forever, and these are the words you'd have her remember you by? I would hope she would remember me by all the sacrifices I made to ensure that she have the best possible marriage prospect despite her flaws. But she chose to throw all that away so she can remember me however she likes." Mother stood up and disappeared behind her bedroom curtain, leaving her bread and fish untouched. "Don't listen to her," Zadie said weakly. I realized that no one had eaten, not even Father. Maybe Mother was right. Maybe I had acted ungratefully. She could have arranged a marriage between me and someone else in the village, but she had chosen Sammy. I may not have been beautiful enough to marry the prince, but she'd still considered me worthy of the governor's son. If I could bring myself to believe that any of her actions had been done from a place of selflessness, perhaps I could have understood my mother. But as things stood, I didn't think I'd ever be able to. "Come, let's get you to bed," I said to Zadie, helping her back to our bedroom. She couldn't bear any weight on her injured leg, but she had enough strength to stand now, and that was promising. Perhaps she'd be able to see me off properly tomorrow, at least from the balcony. I unwove the braids in her hair and helped her wash with a cloth and fresh water. Even weak and sickly, she was beautiful, her gold eyes radiating love and compassion, a sad smile on her soft pink lips. When she laid a hand on my cheek, I set the cloth down and covered her hand with my own. "What is it?" I asked. "I can't believe I'm never going to see you again." "Oh, Zadie." I knew it was true. But if I let myself think like that, I'd never be able to get through this. "I was terrified to leave Verenia, but I never considered how frightened you would have been to watch me go. I was so focused on being forced to leave that I never thought about what it would feel like to stay." That was the difference between Zadie and me. Though I had always imagined the day she would leave Verenia from my perspective, I had also dreamed it a million times from hers. And I'd always felt staying was the worse option. "You'll be all right," I said. "You have Mother and Father and Sammy." She squeezed my hand. "But I'll never have the one person I love best of all. He may have my heart, but you, my dear, beautiful Nar, are the twin of my soul." I wept then. We both did. For all the years we had both sacrificed for Mother's foolish dream, for the things we had borne for each other. Me, the knowledge that I was not and never would be enough in the eyes of our mother. Zadie, the weight of having to be more than enough, of having to achieve perfection. Here and now, as raw and vulnerable as the wounds on my sister's legs, we were beautiful in a way our mother would never understand. In that moment, I realized how foolish it was to be jealous of my sister's love for Sammy. I knew now that I couldn't possibly love any man more than I loved my sister. We had spent almost every moment together for 17 years. What could possibly touch that? What could break it? Not Mother and her dreams, not even Thalos himself. I should have prepared myself for the morning, should have carefully washed and plaited my hair as Zadie would have done, and laid out my best outfit and slathered my skin in oil and perfume. But instead, I fell asleep in my sister's arms, still wearing the tunic I'd worn all day, my cheeks stained with the salt of our tears, and my heart beating in time with hers. Mother had given us one gift, at least, that no amount of time or distance could erase. Each other. Chapter 10. I woke to the touch of Zadie's fingers on my temple in the gray light of pre-dawn. "What is it?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "It's our last sunrise together. I didn't want you to miss it." She laughed when I sat up. "What? Your hair. It would make a fine nest for a wayward bird." "Zadie," I gasped as I touched my head. "An entire family could roost in here. I'll fix it later. Now hurry." We sat on the balcony outside our room, our legs dangling over the edge, like always. I prayed for a spectacular final sunrise, and the sun did not disappoint. The horizon glowed bright orange just above the water, then slowly made room for the bright yellow orb that pushed the orange up and away, spreading the light into the fading darkness and out over the water. Zadie rested her head on my shoulder, and I pressed my cheek to her hair. I tried not to think about this being our final sunrise together, the final time I would hear her voice or see her face. I couldn't. It wasn't fathomable. Surely tomorrow I would rise from the same bed and return to this same porch, the only home I'd ever known. How could I imagine anything different when I'd never even left Verenia?
"Girls," Father called. "Sammy will be here soon. Nar needs to prepare."
"Yes, Father," we chimed in unison. True to her word, Zadie undid the damage from last night, first telling me to wet my hair with fresh water so she could comb and plait it. I asked her to keep the braids loose. I had no idea when I'd be able to remove them. "What should I wear?" I asked, flipping through my small stack of clothing. "A simple tunic and skirts. There will be clothes for you in the carriage, and leather-soled shoes, or so I was told." I stared down at my bare toes. Mother sometimes forced me to wear slippers for special occasions, but I preferred to go barefoot. "I have to wear shoes?" Zadie's head fell back as she laughed, and I realized she didn't appear to be in pain for the first time in days. The worry lines on her brow were gone, and she no longer winced every time she moved. "Are you feeling better?" "I am, actually." She unwound the bandages on her thigh, and I was pleased to see that the wounds, though still pink and raw, showed no sign of infection. An image came to my mind, of Sammy someday tracing those winding scars with his finger, and I felt a moment of peace. As long as they each had each other, I wouldn't worry for my sister. She loved it here. She always had. I changed into my best white tunic and pale blue skirts. Zadie helped me apply the stain from Elder Nemia to my cheek, and we both marveled at how well it worked. If I waited just a little while, it didn't come off even when I rubbed at it. After, I ate a small bowl of porridge with dried figs. I was afraid I'd be ill if my stomach was too full, and I didn't have much of an appetite anyway.
"Nerves," Father said. "I expect it's normal to be anxious on a day like this."
"Yes, Father." We turned at the sound of Sammy calling from outside the house.
"It's time,"
Father said. I looked around for Mother. Where is she? Even she wouldn't miss saying goodbye to me, I thought, though doubt nibbled the corners of my mind like a hungry fish.
"She said she had something she needed to do."
"But surely she'll be back to see me off." He shook his head.
"She didn't say."
I clenched my jaw to keep it from trembling, and picked up the trunk. "Help Zadie out, would you? She's doing better today, but she could still use a hand." I went to where Sammy and Governor Christos sat in their boat, both looking dignified in their finest clothing. I'd always thought Sammy looked more like his mother, but today I saw some of his father in him. He reached up to help me with my trunk.
"Are you ready?"
I nodded, though the eel in my belly writhed violently. "I think so."
"Where's your mother?"
I shrugged, trying to mask my hurt. "She's not here." Even the governor frowned at my words. "It's fine," I lied. "Let me just say goodbye." I turned to my father, who held my sister in his arms like a child. He set her down gently so he could remove something from his tunic. It was a long silk pouch, red with pale pink embroidery. "What is it?" I asked as he placed it in my hand. The object inside was hard and thin. "It's a knife, made from the blood coral that nearly killed you." I nearly dropped the pouch. "What?" He smiled. "Don't worry, it's sheathed." I slid the opening of the silk pouch down an inch, revealing an ivory handle carved with sea flowers. "Why do you have this?" "While you were sick, when we thought we were going to lose you, I found the blood coral and smashed it to pieces with a mallet." "What were you thinking?" I asked. "You could have been killed." "I was careful. Well, careful enough." I removed the knife from the pouch. The sheath covering the blade was made of stingray leather. I pulled gently on the handle, just enough to glimpse a sliver of the coral blade. "The coral itself can't hurt you," he explained. "Not when it's dead. But if it breaks the skin, the cut will be lethal." I searched his eyes. "Why are you giving this?"
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
To me. "Turn it over." I obeyed him and gasped. Even Christos's eyes widened at the sight of the massive red pearl set into the hilt, the size of my thumbnail and perfectly round. But it was the color that shocked us all. A bright, radiant red, as red as any blood coral I'd ever seen. I hadn't even known red pearls existed. It had to be worth as much as 20 pink pearls. "Where did you get it?" I asked, stroking the pearl reverently. He tucked a stray hair behind my ear. "From the oyster you and Zadie found that day." "Why didn't you sell it?" I asked, thinking of all the food and supplies we could have purchased with it. "It belongs to you. It always has." I tucked the knife back into the pouch and wrapped my arms around my father, squeezing him tightly. "Thank you, Father, for understanding me so well. I will miss you." "I will miss you too." He didn't try to stop the tears welling in his eyes. "Thalos blessed this family when he brought you to us, both of you." "Take care of Mother," I said, my voice breaking on the words. "She doesn't know it yet, but she will miss me." "Of course she will." I turned to Zadie and cried harder. "Don't cry, darling," she said, though she was weeping as hard as I was. "I love you so much. I love you too." She managed a smile. "Now who's the one who will be as swollen as a pufferfish?" "I don't care," I said. She dried my tears with her sleeve anyway. "You've sacrificed everything for me, and I will never forget it as long as I live. You would have done the same for me, but you didn't ask it." I held her as hard as I dared, once again surprised at how small she felt in my arms after embracing Father. A wave of fear washed over me. "I'm not sure I can do this," I whispered into her ear. She leaned back to look me in the eyes. "Mother always told us that beauty is power. She believed that our value was something that could be weighed and measured like a pearl at market. But for the last 7 years, since I scarred your cheek, I have watched you become independent and strong. Your curiosity leads you to ask questions other girls never even think of. You've always been beautiful, Nar. That scar on your cheek, most people in the village don't even notice it. That's not what made the elders choose me over you. They chose me because they believed I would go along with their plans, that I would make the prince a docile and subservient wife. Zadie." She placed her hands on my shoulders. "Mother was wrong, Nar. You have the power to do anything and everything you dream of, more than any person I've ever known. And that power, that inner strength, that is what makes you the most beautiful girl in Verenia." I shook my head. I didn't feel powerful at all in that moment. I felt sad and scared and very small. "I love you," was all I could manage. "I will see you again, in this life or another. Now go, meet your destiny." Zadie pressed a kiss to my forehead and stepped back as Father helped lower me down to the boat. Sammy put his arms around me, not like a brother or a lover, but like a friend. And I was more grateful for him than I'd ever been. The governor himself took up the oars to row us to shore. I told myself not to look back. I kept my back straight so that Zadie's last image of me would be one of the power and strength she was so sure I possessed. What she couldn't see were the tears, the way I dug my nails into my palms and bit down on my lower lip, so I had a different kind of pain to focus on. As Zadie's cries were lost to the wind, I recited her final words in my head, attempting to draw strength from them. I was not abandoning the people I loved. I was meeting my destiny, just like we had talked about. Realization slammed into me like a wave. I may not have asked her to sacrifice for me, but she had done it anyway. She hadn't told me about her plan because she knew that I would never risk her life if I believed I was going to profit from it in some way. But somehow, she had wrested our destinies from the hands of the elders, from Mother, from Thalos himself, and put them to rights. Bittersweet tears slid down my cheeks. How could I have ever doubted her? I turned abruptly, hoping I wasn't too late. All the houses of Verenia, painted in their pinks and yellows, reds and oranges, stretched out across the horizon like a glorious sunset. In front of our rapidly shrinking house, I could barely make out Zadie's tiny figure in the distance. I raised a hand to show that I understood, and the sob I'd been holding in burst out of me as she raised hers in return. Sammy held me tighter, and I cried until I was finally out of tears. I eventually fell asleep on his shoulder and woke hours later to the sun beating down on me. Sammy and his father took turns rowing for the rest of the day. They were both strong men, but despite leaving not long after sunrise, the sun was sinking rapidly toward the horizon now. Even with my hat, my head was aching from being out in the sun for so long, and my good shirt and skirts were nearly soaked through with sweat. Both men wore thin linen tunics and trousers, a luxury I wasn't allowed. Fortunately, they'd brought food and water with us, but I couldn't imagine how they would find the strength to make the journey back tonight. Finally, the horizon began to change. We were coming ashore southeast of Verenia, and here, at last, was the land I'd dreamed of my whole life. A long stretch of sand in both directions. Then, farther back, the blurry green haze of the forest. More details began to come into focus as the waves picked up and started driving us faster toward shore. A line of 10 or 15 men stood facing the sea, their expressions unreadable from here. Their torsos were covered in something hard and stiff, like a turtle's shell, and their horses stood in a row behind them. Massive beasts that seemed to loom larger the closer we got. Sammy set the oars down for a moment, letting the waves do the work. "Nar?" My eyes met his. "Yes." "Are you ready?" I almost laughed. Of course I wasn't ready. I would never be ready. The idea of Sammy and his father abandoning me here with a dozen strange men was absurd. How would I ever find the strength to leave this boat? But I bit back my fear. I had to be strong now, so that when Zadie asked Sammy if I'd been afraid, he could tell her that I went bravely. "I'm ready." He nodded. "I'll drop anchor a little ways out from shore, just 15 feet or so, and the captain will come for you, with another guard for your trunk. The captain will probably present a gift to my father, say a few words, and then we'll leave." "I understand. Thank you." He ignored his father's stern gaze and took my hands. "I promise I will take care of Zadie. Please try not to worry." "I know." I leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the cheek, saying goodbye to the boy who had been our best friend and trusted accomplice for as long as I could remember. "We would have managed," I whispered as I pulled away, referring to the marriage that would never be. "But you will make Zadie the happiest woman in Verenia." "I'll spend my life trying." He whispered back, "Remember, keep your ears and eyes open." "I will." Governor Christos leaned forward and took my chin in his large hands, examining my cheek closely. "The stain is holding. Good." I tried to hold back my tears as he released me. "I know things didn't end well between our families, but
"It's all right, Nar."
He pulled me into a fierce embrace.
"You have always been like a niece to me. Be careful in Ilara. I have never met the prince, but I have heard he can be difficult. He may not take as kindly to your impetuous nature as the emissary did."
I wondered what he meant by difficult. "Yes, sir."
"I'll look after your family. I promise."
"Thank you." I kissed him on the cheek as Sammy dropped the anchor over the side of the boat. I scanned the group of men to see who was coming for me, and blinked when 2 stepped out from behind the other guards. They were clad only in loose white tunics and tight trousers, their feet bare. I covered my mouth with one hand to suppress a giggle. The older man had blonde hair and a trimmed beard. The other was as smooth-cheeked as Sammy. They looked small and weak without their shells, and I told myself to be calm. These men weren't hungry sharks circling bloodied waters. They were more like the small fishes clinging to a shark's underbelly, nothing to fear at all. But as they entered the water and came closer into view, I saw that they were not so small. In fact, both men were taller than any man I'd seen in Verenia, including Giovanni. Their shoulders were as broad as Governor Christos's, and their mouths were set in grim lines. I dropped my hand, the smile vanishing from my face, and felt a bubble of panic rising in my throat. 2 strange men were coming for me. I'd never met a stranger, at least not until Talon, and these men had no laughter dancing in their eyes. "I can't go with them," I whispered to the governor. But he only stared ahead at the men, his expression as grave as theirs.
"Greetings,"
Christos said, as the men approached the side of the boat, chest deep in the water.
"Good day, Governor Christos,"
the bearded man answered. Beneath the facial hair, his skin was tanned, but unlined.
"I am Captain Osius of King Xyrus's guard."
His eyes flicked briefly to mine, but his gaze didn't linger long. Instead, he scanned my entire body. Perhaps Tallinn had described Zadie to him, and he was confirming that I was the girl that the prince had been promised.
"Milady,"
he said finally, reaching his hand out to me.
"It is an honor to meet you."
I let him take my hand. He brought it to his mouth, his whiskers tickling my skin as he kissed it, and I had to force myself not to look away at the awkwardness of the gesture. "Thank you," I managed.
"My second in command, Grig, will help get your belongings to shore. I'm afraid protocol dictates that you may not set foot on solid ground until we are within Ilarian borders, so I will carry you to the carriage."
I yanked my hand back. "Carry me?"
"Yes, milady. I promise I am up to the task."
His eyes crinkled in the corners, and I felt myself relax a little. Despite his size and serious expression, I suddenly felt that he was someone I could trust, this captain who had the word sea in his name. He turned to Christos.
"We would like to present the lady's family with these gifts," he said,
gesturing to a sack Grig was struggling to keep out of the water.
"The rest of the bride price will be sent after Prince Seren agrees to the marriage."
Christos grunted in acceptance, and Grig laid the bag in the bottom of the boat. I wondered what was in it. Something useful, I hoped, like food or clothing. Sammy helped Grig lift my trunk out of the boat, while the captain held out a hand to me.
"Now then, milady, may I help you down?"
I placed one hand in Captain Osius's, hoping he wouldn't notice how badly it trembled. I rose on numb legs and was grateful when Sammy took my other arm, steadying me. I glanced back at him once, forced a smile, and stepped into the waiting arms of the captain. Grig, carrying the trunk on his head, turned toward shore, and Osius followed. I watched over his shoulder as Sammy raised his hand in one final farewell, before picking up the oars and disappearing over the crest of a wave. Chapter 11. This was it. Quite probably the last time I would ever see anyone I knew again. A cold pit formed in my stomach, as if the slippery eel had just turned to stone. I let my chin fall against the captain's damp tunic. He didn't falter in his stride toward land. When I began to feel the ocean falling away and my wet skirts growing heavier as they dragged in the water, I raised my head again. The captain's footfalls left soft impressions in the sand, something I'd never seen. The only sand I'd ever touched had been underwater. I longed to bury my own feet in it, but the captain had said I couldn't walk here. The sand made a crunching noise as he walked farther inland, and then a softer sound, like grain spilling out of a sack. I had thought so much about how different things would look on land, but I'd forgotten all about how they'd sound and smell. As we got closer to the row of guards, a sharp scent like chopped onions filled my nostrils, the odor of a dozen men dressed in heavy leather after a day spent in the blazing sun. And beyond that, something stronger but warm and almost sweet, what I would later recognize as the smell of horses. Captain Osius walked past the other guards and their horses into the tree line, and I stared up in wonder. The trees were immense, bigger than any plant I'd ever seen, but the leaves that rustled in their branches were small and delicate. I reached out and plucked one off a branch as we walked past, rubbing it between my fingers. It felt smooth and slippery. When I brought it to my nose and sniffed, I felt Captain Osius's chest heave up and down. He was laughing at me. I dropped the leaf and stiffened in his arms, realizing how ridiculous I must seem to someone like him, someone who'd seen so much more than I had. It wouldn't matter that it was his king who had kept me an ignorant wave child in the first place. From now on, I would keep my curiosity to myself. "Here we are, milady." The carriage was a large wooden structure, with doors and windows like a house on wheels, with 4 brown horses harnessed to the front. It was nearly dark now, but there were lanterns hanging from the sides of the carriage, illuminating the intricate carvings in the wood. "Milady," a young woman said, stepping out of the carriage and dropping into a curtsy. For a moment I forgot myself and stared. Her white blonde hair was pulled back in 2 long fishtail braids that framed a sallow face as pale as a sun-bleached sand dollar. When her sky-blue eyes flicked up to mine, I noticed purplish smudges below them, giving her a tired and almost sickly appearance. Her dress was made of a heavy, dark gray fabric, pulled tight across her torso to accentuate a flat chest and the tiniest waist I'd ever seen. I glanced down at my own sodden tunic and skirts, feeling like the drowned rat that had once come in on a sack of grain from the floating market and sent Zadie and me screaming out of the house. I could imagine what this woman was thinking. This is what the most beautiful girl in Verenia looks like? "Good evening," I said, nodding in what I hoped was the appropriate manner. She smiled. "I'm Eb. I'll be your lady's maid in Ilara, and on the journey, of course. You must be, well, I can't even imagine what you must be feeling right now. But getting you out of those wet clothes is the least we can do." "We should depart within the hour, Eb," Captain Osius said as he handed me into the carriage. "Be sure she gets some hot tea into her before we go." The interior was more spacious than it seemed from the outside. There was a bench on either end, covered in deep crimson velvet. White cloth was hung over the windows, and heavier red drapes were pulled to either side. Eb closed them now. "For privacy," she explained. "It's a bit dark, but we'll do our best." There was a lantern in here, but only 1 candle, and I was grateful for the dim lighting. I was crouched over, unable to stand up straight in the carriage, and a puddle was starting to form around me on the floor. My feet squelched on the damp fabric. Was nothing left bare in Ilara? I flinched when I felt Eb's hand on my back. "If it's all right, milady, I'll just help you out of these wet clothes and get you dried off a bit." The next several minutes passed in awkward silence. No one had ever seen me without clothes on, outside of my family. It was summer, but tiny bumps sprang up on my bare skin, and I couldn't keep myself from shivering. Eb threw a thick blanket over me and urged me to rub myself dry. I watched in horror as she cracked open the carriage door and kicked my sodden clothing out into the dirt. "Why would you do such a thing?" I blurted. "Those are perfectly good clothes." When she smiled, I could see the bones of her face shift. "Don't worry, milady. There are dozens of gowns waiting for you in the castle. Here." She lifted up one of the seat cushions and brought out a gown made of the same stiff, heavy fabric as hers, in an even darker shade of gray. "This is just a traveling gown, mind you," she added when she saw my face fall. But it wasn't the quality that troubled me. We never wore such somber colors in Verenia. "Do you wear more colorful clothing in Ilara?" I asked hopefully. "Not at court. We wear mourning colors. for the lost princess," she said. But there was no emotion in her voice, as if this were as obvious as the fact that the sun rose in the morning and set at night. "We just need to get you into your undergarments first." I cocked my head, and she laughed a little, covering her mouth with her fingertips. She had a kind laugh, and I realized that even though I probably seemed childlike to her and Captain Osius, they weren't making fun of me. They just didn't know what to do with me. "I'll help you," she said. She produced a short-sleeved shift and slipped it over my head. The white fabric was so thin, it was nearly transparent, far finer than anything I'd ever owned, and fell just below my knees. Afterward, she helped me into a pair of long silk stockings, followed by a pleated petticoat, and finally the dress, which fastened up the back with tiny hooks that Ebb clasped with remarkable speed. The neckline was square and severe, and the bodice was so tight that I found myself taking short, rapid breaths as my rib cage was prevented from expanding fully by the fabric. The entire process seemed to take ages, and we were both sweating by the time she was finished. I sat back on the bench, hardly able to believe I would have to go through this process every day. "That will do for now," she breathed. "It's stuffy in this carriage." "For now?" She smiled again. "Try not to worry. You'll get used to all of it in time." I wasn't convinced, but I nodded weakly. "Can I please get some air?" "You're not allowed to leave the carriage, but we can open the windows." I pushed past Ebb as she parted the curtains and opened the windows, desperate for fresh air. The cool breeze that hit me was welcome now. I couldn't imagine I'd ever be cold again in all this clothing. I was still sucking in breath when Captain Osius appeared from the front of the carriage. "Milady," he said, bowing. "The gown suits you. Are you ready to leave?" I glanced down at the gown, which suited me about as well as a lobster shell fit a crab, then back at Ebb. I believe so." "Very good." He nodded and disappeared again. "Best sit down, milady. The ride can be a bit bumpy at times." Before I could take a seat, the driver yelled something to the horses, and the carriage lurched forward, sending me sprawling against the velvet cushions. I looked up at Ebb, who gave another of her kind laughs and helped me sit up. "You'll get used to it, milady. I promise." A few minutes later, my senses bombarded by too many sights, sounds, and smells at once, I ran to the window, threw back the curtains, and emptied the contents of my stomach all over the carriage door. Just as Elder Nemia had predicted, the rest of the journey was long and painful, as I suffered through what Captain Osius called land sickness. And sick I was, even worse than the time Zadie and I had inadvertently purchased bad meat from a trader. Ebb cared for me like a child, helping me to change in and out of my dresses, bringing me cups of a tea made from ginger, valerian root, and bugbane to help with my sickness. The ingredients were as foreign as everything else, but they did settle my stomach enough that I was able to eat a bit on the third day. I didn't see anyone except for Ebb, with the occasional glimpse of Grig or the captain outside the window of the carriage. Ebb and I slept inside, and at night, the deep laughter of the men around the fire, coupled with the thick tang of wood smoke, made me ache for home. The carriage began to feel like a net around me, and I fought against a sensation I'd never experienced, like something inside of me was clawing to be free. When I wasn't sick, I napped, but try as I might to pretend the carriage was a boat and the rough road beneath us a choppy sea, my mind and body would not be fooled. On the morning of the 5th day, Captain Osius came to check on me before we started moving. "We'll be on Ilarian soil in a few hours," he assured me,
You'll finally be able to leave the carriage and stretch a bit.
When Elder Nemia had told me the journey would be long, I hadn't understood that I wouldn't be able to leave the carriage for days. Ilara had once stretched across the entire continent, but in the past few generations, uprisings had become more common, and we were traveling through 2 other territories on our journey. The first, Meriden, was mostly thick forest, with small villages here and there along the road. It had been easy to take from the king, apparently, because it was close to the shore, and the king never ventured far from the mountains. But the land we traveled through now, Perot, was more disputed. Every week the rebels claimed more land. A large river was the last physical border protecting Ilara from invaders, Ebb explained. When will we reach the castle? I asked Captain Osius, trying not to sound too desperate. But I didn't know how much longer I could last without fresh air and sunlight.
Not until sunset, I'm afraid. But don't worry. Soon the road will be nothing but a distant memory.
He smiled, but even he looked like he was ready to be home. His beard was becoming unruly, and there were dark circles under his eyes. We rattled to a stop a few hours after breakfast, and I flew to the window, ignoring Ebb's pleas that I remain in my seat. We were stopped at the foot of a large wooden bridge that spanned a shimmering mass of water so vast I at first mistook it for the ocean. The River Ilara, Ebb explained, joining me at the window. Does that mean, yes, milady, just across the river is your new home? I peered farther out of the window. Home. The word would always evoke Verenia for me, even if I spent the next 100 years in Ilara. Captain Osius was speaking to a man standing at the foot of the bridge. He was dressed similarly to the captain. Ebb had explained that the thick leather plates the men wore were called armor, designed to protect them in battle, but the crest painted on his chest was a white tree framed by a black and silver shield. Who governs Perot? I asked. King Cyrus would argue that he is still the ruler here, but these soldiers wear the crest of Lord Clifton. She lowered her voice. He's actually just a commoner who made himself a lord. These are his soldiers. Sammy had mentioned talk of war in the south, but this wasn't the south. Did he know the disputes reached this far north? The chatter grew louder and more animated, and Ebb tugged on my sleeve. Best to wait inside. I'm hardly outside, I started to say, when a man's face appeared next to the window. He was the same man Osius had been speaking with. He was shorter than the Ilarian guards, with a body the shape and size of a water barrel, and his breath stank of alcohol.
So, this is to be your new queen? He asked Osius.
He examined me so fully, I felt the scar on my cheek burn. I'd been careful to keep it covered, reapplying the stain whenever Ebb left the carriage, but I wasn't sure I'd ever stop being conscious of it.
The most beautiful girl in all of Verenia.
He licked his lips.
I bet your commander wishes he were the firstborn instead, eh?
The captain strode over, looking furious.
To prevent us from crossing is an act of war, Riv. Steady on, Os!
The man leered at me before returning to the front of the carriage.
Let him cross,
he called to someone I couldn't see.
Are you all right, milady?
Osius asked me. I took my seat. I'm fine. Don't worry about him, Ebb said. He's an ignorant mercenary. Most of Clifton's soldiers came from the south to escape the Woman King. I raised my eyebrows. Woman King? Don't you mean queen? She calls herself a king, and they say she's amassing an army. These men fled to escape conscription, preferring to work as sellswords instead. But they don't belong here. King Cyrus will drive them back as soon as he's well. Is the king ill? She caught her lip in her teeth and glanced at me sideways. I misspoke, milady. He caught a chill recently, but he's on the mend. As healthy as any man of 40. 40? My father was 42, and he was even more fit than Sammy. 50 was considered a Varenian male's prime. But since we lived longer than the Ilarians, perhaps 40 was considered a bit older here. Still, how unhealthy could a man be at that age? A king, no less. The wheels bumped over the wooden planks of the bridge, but my eyes were on the water beneath it. I'd never seen a river before. The water, so clear I could see the rocks and stones on the riverbed, rushed toward us faster than a wave. I scrambled past Ebb to the other side of the carriage and threw back the sash. Farther downriver, the water became white and frothy as it swirled over larger rocks, tumbling toward some unseen destination. Where does it go? I asked Ebb. But her eyes were closed and her normally hollow cheeks were puffed out, as if she were holding her breath. Are you all right? She didn't respond until we finished crossing and were back on the road. Her eyes fluttered open, and she exhaled noisily. I eyed her curiously. What were you doing? Ebb looked a little sheepish when she answered. Keeping out the water spirits, milady. The what? It's nothing. You should rest up. We have water spirits too, I said, thinking of the ocean around Verenia, how sometimes I'd speak to the spirits through the cracks in our floorboards, asking them to guide me to the best oysters the following day. But we don't try to keep them out. I fell asleep for several hours and awoke to sunlight on my face. Ebb had insisted on keeping the curtains shut for most of the journey due to the dust on the road, but she'd pulled them back now to reveal the captain riding alongside us. Is everything all right? She'd asked him. She'd been worried about robbers and vandals before we'd reached Ilara's borders, but she seemed more relaxed today. Yes, all fine. We're just the castle, I yelled, startling Ebb. I pointed past her to the large stone edifice in the distance. It was massive, the size of 100 houses at least. Crimson and gold Ilarian flags waved from towers that stretched up toward the clouds. It was surrounded on all sides by gently rolling hills covered in purple and yellow wildflowers, and a small river shimmered in the valley between them. It was even more beautiful than I'd imagined, and for a moment, all my discomfort faded. I'm sorry, milady, Oseus said, but that is the old castle. We haven't reached Newcastle yet. My smile broadened. If this was the old castle, the new must be even more magnificent. Are we stopping? Say yes, please. I have to see it. I'm afraid we can only stop for a bit. We still have a few hours' journey ahead of us. Ebb dropped the sash and urged me back onto the bench. It's beautiful, I said. Why would anyone ever want to leave? Newcastle is much safer. Only the King's Guard lives here now. Safer than a giant stone building? What would she think of my little wooden house back in Verenia? So this is where the captain and his men live? Yes, and the prince. The prince? I was going to meet my future husband now, in a dress the color of soot and stale from 5 days trapped in a cage. My hands flew to my hair, which felt just as ratty and tangled as I feared. I can't meet him now. Before Ebb could respond, Grig opened the door. We're going to change out the horses and leave a few of the guards here, as we're in safe territory now, milady. The captain said you wanted to get out and stretch your legs for a bit? At the sight of the open door and the blue skies beyond, I forgot about my hair and dress. "Yes," I breathed, already rising to my feet. "Your shoes, milady," Ebb said, tugging at my skirts. I sat back down and Ebb presented a pair of black silk slippers topped with neat little bows. They looked far too delicate and small for my feet, but somehow they slid right on. Captain Osius stepped forward and held his hand out to me, and I took it eagerly. I was so fascinated by the sights around me that I forgot to look down, and my foot landed in a muddy rut in the road with a squelch. I squeaked at the sight of brown mud all over my new slippers. My very first step on land, and I'd made a complete mess of it. The captain patted my hand reassuringly and led me across the road onto the grass. It was softer than I had imagined, like stepping onto a sponge. In a way, I felt like I was back in the ocean, but instead of being surrounded by blue, everything was green, from the grass to the trees that arched overhead. I started to smile over my shoulder, excited to see Zadie's reaction to all this. We had imagined the castle when we were small, but never had we dreamed up anything like this. She must be as stunned as I was. My smile fell as my eyes landed on Ebb instead of Zadie. Somehow in my excitement I'd forgotten. I was so used to sharing everything with my sister. Now, every time my gaze landed on the empty space where my twin should be, I felt an ache in my heart at the realization that we would never share anything again. "Don't worry, milady," Ebb said, taking my other arm. "No one will harm you." She had mistaken my sorrow for trepidation. A small party of guards was riding out to meet us, and 2 men on foot led 4 black horses so large they dwarfed their handlers. As the riders came closer, I noticed that the young man in front was wearing metal armor, which glimmered in the fading sunlight. One hand held the reins, while the other rested on the hilt of his sword. His horse was a silvery gray, with a white mane that flowed down to its muscled chest. When the young man stopped and dismounted, the guards bowed, and Ebb dropped into a deep curtsy. I lowered myself shakily next to her, my eyes downcast in respect. But to whom were we bowing? Surely not the prince. I couldn't imagine Ebb would allow me to meet him in such a state. My heart hammered in my chest as the young man reached for my hand. I didn't even know what to call him. Prince? His Royal Highness? Though we'd been traveling together for 5 days, Ebb hadn't prepared me at all for this first meeting. But when I glanced up, the turquoise eyes that met mine did not belong to a stranger, and the lips that brushed the back of my hand were all too familiar, though his mouth was set in a grim line very unlike the amused smile I'd seen in Verenia. Talon's gaze held mine for 10 heartbeats that felt both like an eternity and not nearly long enough. "Welcome to Ilara, my lady. I believe we've already met." Chapter 12. For a moment, I wondered if I would faint like Zadie had when Governor Christos toasted my engagement. Talon had told us he was an emissary. Why was everyone bowing to him? And for the love of Thalos, did he know who I really was? "Talon," I said, and the people around me gasped. "I'm sorry. Sir Talon? This is Prince Talon," Ebb murmured next to me, and I glanced over at her with wide eyes. Oh gods, was Talon my fiancé? Had he come disguised as an emissary, just so he could see his future bride for himself? Did Governor Christos know? Did Mother? No, that was impossible. She would have had some kind of fit if she'd believed she was in the presence of royalty. Then I remembered the circumstances of our first meeting and flushed so hard I was sure he would be able to read my thoughts. "I'm King Cyrus's second son," he clarified. "Prince Seren, my older brother, awaits you at Newcastle." I should have felt relief, but a strange sense of disappointment washed over me instead. I realized I was staring at him and dropped my gaze again. If he knew who I was, he showed no sign of it, but that didn't mean he wouldn't come to realize it eventually. Talon was supposed to be an emissary I never saw again, not my future husband's brother. I didn't notice he'd kept hold of my hand until he dropped it and the warmth of his touch disappeared. He turned to Osius. "Please, get our future queen to the castle. She's clearly overwhelmed and exhausted from her journey." I curtsied again, not daring to look at him, and followed Ebb back to the coach. "I don't understand," I murmured as I sat down. "I'm sorry," Ebb said. "I ought to have explained everything. This is all my fault." "It's all right, Ebb, but please, could you explain it to me now? Prince Talon is Prince Seren's half-brother, and the commander of the King's Guard. He lives here at Oldcastle. His mother was sent here from Verenia, like you." The last Verenian bride was Talon's mother? "And the Crown Prince?" "Was born to an Ilarian queen, milady. Prince Seren will explain everything when we arrive. I promise." I leaned back against the cushions, my mind racing with unanswered questions. What had happened to Seren's mother that Talon was born to another woman? Was Talon's mother the king's mistress? The thought was horrifying. All this time, we'd been sending our women to Ilara with no idea of what was really happening to them. What were our elders thinking? For the past few days, I'd been so overwhelmed by exhaustion and sickness that I hadn't had much room left to spare for nerves or even grief. But now I wished more than anything that I was back in our house with Zadie, singing songs with made-up words that drove our mother out of the house, muttering in annoyance. I could face anything with my sister and would do anything for her, but I didn't feel brave now. I felt sick and tired and very, very frightened. We finally came to a halt when the waxing moon was already high in the sky. I climbed out of the carriage facing west, toward home. Then I turned around. I found myself staring at a wall of darkness, far blacker than the sky itself, which was studded with stars. I looked up and up and up until my neck was craned so far my head was nearly touching my spine. Finally, I saw sky again. What in Thalos's name was I looking at? Ebb took my arm and led me forward. "Welcome to Newcastle." I staggered back a step. "What?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. Captain Osius appeared on my other side and took my free arm. "We leave the horses here, milady. I'm afraid it's a bit of a climb to the top of Mount Eris. If you're too tired, we can wait until sunrise. There's an inn at the bottom of the castle. I could send word to the king." "No," I said, not wanting to put this off any longer. "I'll climb. It will be nice to stretch my legs after the long journey." Several men in Ilarian livery appeared from somewhere in the base of the mountain and took the horses. Others handed torches to the guards, who surrounded me. Now that I could see better, it started to make sense. The mountain was the castle. Or the castle was the mountain. Sammy had once described mountains as giant waves made of stone, but I saw nothing here that reminded me of the ocean. As my mind adjusted to what I was seeing, I noticed narrow slits in the sheer face of the mountain. Windows. Faint lights glowed behind some of them. There were stairs carved into the very stone, which we began to climb in a line, one by one. Someone had fastened a rope to the cliff's face with giant metal spikes, and I used the rope to haul myself up when my leg muscles started to burn. I'd always considered myself strong, but I could barely breathe, my chest heaving against the bodice of my gown as I struggled to fill my lungs. I wanted to tear the dress open and kick my worthless slippers over the side of the mountain, but I didn't have the energy. Eb was breathing hard as well, but she didn't complain. "How much farther is it?" I wheezed when it felt like we'd been climbing for hours. The stone stairs were jagged and uneven in height, forcing me to pay attention to every step. The wind blew my already faint words away so fast I was afraid Eb wouldn't hear. "Halfway," she called over her shoulder. My knees buckled at the reply, and I would have fallen backward if not for Grigg's hand in the small of my back. "Easy does it, milady. We can call a halt if you need to rest." I shook my head. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "We all have a hard time at the beginning. You'll get better at it." Twice more I faltered, and Grigg's hand was there to steady me. When I was queen, I would see to it that Grigg got some sort of promotion. Finally, when my muscles were shaky with fatigue, the stairs leveled off, and I found myself on a wide platform. "Who built this?" I asked Grigg. He at least had the decency to appear winded. "The entrance to the castle is the mouth of a cavern. Princess Ilara's brother, King Malden, built the walls." An iron door as tall as 5 men, standing on top of one another, loomed above us. A guard called out, and a smaller door swung in, admitting the guards one by one. The cavern inside was massive. The ceiling soared so high above us, I half expected to see clouds. But someone had polished the stone ceiling until it was as smooth as the inside of a seashell, then painted it with elaborate scenes in reds and blues, cream and gold. There were multiple fireplaces along the sides of the hall and lanterns hanging from the ceiling high above. Beneath my feet, the floor was made from the same dark gray stone as the mountain, and its polished surface helped reflect the glow of light from above. At the far end of the room, if one could even call it such, sat a throne carved from the dark stone. It was tall and wide enough for 2 men, the stone cut and polished in a way that made the facets shine like black jewels. I had imagined a throne before, but it was nothing like this thing jutting from the floor, as dark and imposing as the mountain itself. It was also empty. I turned to Eb. "Where is the king?" "We'll meet him in his chambers, once you've had a bath and a chance to change." I'd never been so excited about the prospect of bathing in my life. I followed Eb across the room to one of the many corridors that split off from it, taking care with my steps, as the floor was slippery and my shoes provided hardly any traction. As soon as we entered the corridor, I realized how dark it was in the castle. Yes, it was nighttime, but I hadn't spotted a single window yet. The ones I'd seen from outside must be for lookouts. Here, the only light came from a few flameless torches, the ends wrapped in what appeared to be some kind of algae. It glowed pale blue, like a maiden's hair jellyfish. "What is it?" I asked, pausing to get a closer look. The light was as bright as blue flame, but there was no heat. "Lunar moss, from the forest," Eb said. "It glows when the moon is up. It works best on a night like tonight, when the moon is almost full. Servants harvest it once a month for the torches." "And when there is no moon?" I asked. "We use a fungus called foxfire, but it doesn't give off quite as much light as the lunar moss." I shuddered at the thought of even less light. "What about the daytime? Aren't there windows?" "In the places with adequate ventilation, like the Great Hall, there are fires. No windows, I'm afraid. It does tend to get a bit darker as you go farther into the mountain, but your eyes will adjust. Without fire, it wasn't just dark. It was cold. The heat of my exertion during the climb had left me, so I wrapped my arms around myself and followed Ebb. Ah, here we are. She paused in front of a door where a guard stood watch. He opened it silently at our approach and stepped aside to let us enter. Inside was another smaller corridor with several doors leading off from it. She turned down another hall. Here are your chambers. Ebb led me into the large room, its ceiling polished and painted like the one in the great hall. Tapestries and rugs covered the stone surfaces, adding a small amount of warmth. An enormous bed sat in the center, piled high with blankets and fur throws. The only other furniture was a large wooden wardrobe with doors carved into strange swirling shapes. For a room that was roughly the size of the governor's house, it was surprisingly bare. Then again, this wasn't someone's house. It was merely a place to sleep. A bath had been prepared in a stone tub carved out of the wall. A folding screen of painted silk stood next to it. Now then, shall we get you bathed and changed? Ebb asked. I'll have a light supper brought so that you can eat while I fix your hair. It's very late, and the king will want to get his rest. I felt the same way. My eyelids were heavy, and my muscles ached from the climb. What about the prince? Will I meet him tonight? I don't believe so, but I'm sure he'll be here tomorrow. That was a relief, at least. I undressed behind the screen and climbed into the stone tub before the cold air had a chance to seep in. This was my first hot bath ever, and after so many days without washing, it felt wonderful. My aching muscles immediately began to relax. Ebb undid my braids and washed my hair with some kind of perfumed soap that lathered and foamed, then rinsed it all out with more warm water. I began to worry the water might rinse the stain from my cheek, but Ebb didn't seem to notice anything amiss. I could have stayed in the bath forever, but Ebb's clipped movements reminded me we were in a hurry. I climbed out and immediately regretted it when the cold air hit my bare skin. Ebb handed me a towel, then walked to the wardrobe and opened the doors. Now, milady, you'll need to choose your gown quickly. I believe this one is appropriate for the occasion, but there's also you choose, I said, sensing her urgency. I trust you. As promised, a light repast sat on the small table to the side of a stool, where I perched so Ebb could get to work on my hair. I nibbled on some kind of dark bread and a creamy cheese with figs, but I was too anxious to eat more than a few bites. Ebb began to coil my hair, twisting and pinning with a deftness I hadn't expected. Despite her efficiency, she was much gentler than Zadie, and she left half of my hair down, which was a nice rest for my scalp. After, she helped me into a dark blue gown, embroidered with threads of gold. I had grown used to the subdued clothing, though I still didn't like it. But I admired the way the metallic threads shimmered in the light from the lunar moss set into small lamps in the wall. When Ebb left to change as well, I opened my trunk from home, which a servant had delivered while I was dressing. I pulled out the little jar of stain for my scar and approached the large standing mirror slowly. I'd seen my reflection in the hand mirror in the carriage, but I hadn't seen all of me at once. Not in my entire life, now that I thought about it. I wasn't sure I was ready for this. But before I could stop myself, there I was. Or at least, a version of me, unlike anything I'd ever imagined. Who was this girl with the stilt-straight posture and neatly styled hair? The fabric of the gown was richer, than all the others I'd worn, and I ran my hands across the flat plane of my stomach and the curves of my hips, accentuated by the corset. Even my face was that of a stranger. My cheekbones appeared more pronounced, though that could just be the shadows in the dark room playing tricks on me. And the way Ebb had pinned up my hair made my neck seem long and graceful. I looked a little like my mother, I realized, with her golden eyes and proud mouth. The scar was still covered by the stain, but I reapplied it anyway. Without the mark on my cheek, I could almost pretend I really was Zadie. What do I do? I asked my reflection, as though my sister were there with me. Square your shoulders, I imagined her saying. Chin up. The elders wouldn't have chosen us if they didn't believe we could do this. I heard the door open behind me. I turned to Ebb, my heart suddenly beating faster. This was it. I was going to meet the king. You look lovely, milady, she said, handing me a short capelet made of the softest black fur. It's cold in the corridors, milady. This will help keep you warm. Are you ready? I nodded and strode past her down the corridor, as though I'd been born to do this. In my mind, Zadie walked just behind me, assuring me I had. Our company grew as we walked to the king's chambers, far from the great hall. I noticed Grigg and the captain fall into line behind us, and multiple servants seemed to appear out of nowhere, wearing dark, nondescript clothing under shawls and gloves woven from some kind of animal fiber. We came to a stop at a pair of tall stone doors, painstakingly carved with horned beasts and roses, reminding me of the little buttons Sammy had traded for. Sadie and Sammy had insisted I take the traveling cloak with me, since Sadie wouldn't need it in Verenia, but I'd never taken it out of the trunk during our journey. Now that I'd seen Ebb toss aside entire outfits like they were refuse, I realized how little value a single brass button would have to these people. I wondered how many pearls Sammy had sacrificed for it. The moment the doors opened, I was hit with the sickly sweet smell of illness, like a bin of rotting fruit at the floating market. Someone had gone through a good deal of trouble to try to hide the odor with perfumed incense, and the combination of smells was nearly overpowering. Several ladies stood near the king's bed with little sachets pressed to their noses. I'd thought my bed was large, but King Xyrus's bed was twice the size of it, made larger by the skeletal man who sat propped up against a stack of pillows. He was so pale he nearly faded into the white linen surrounding him. His gray beard was long and straggly, matching the few tufts of hair left on his liver-spotted head. He looked ancient, older than the oldest Verenian elder. This man couldn't possibly be the same age as my father. I was led forward by Captain Osius, who stopped to kneel before the king. I imitated the ladies around me, wishing I'd practiced more back home, but curtsying as deeply as I dared without falling over. The king's watery eyes blinked open at the sound of the captain's voice. Your Grace, pardon the late hour. We have brought a special visitor from Verenia. With the help of a nobleman, the king sat up straighter, smacking his lips like a child who'd just woken from a long nap. Ah, yes, Sadie. Welcome to Ilara, my dear. I blinked at the sound of my sister's name on an Ilarian tongue, the Z sounding almost like an S. No one here had called me anything but milady thus far, and it was a good reminder that I was supposed to be my sister. I stepped forward and took the king's outstretched hand, doing my best to breathe through my mouth. I nearly jumped when he started to cough suddenly and violently. his entire withered frame shaking from the effort, and released his bony hand as gently as possible. How could this be the man controlling the Varenians? If the governor knew about the king's condition, why didn't he stand up to him? And if he didn't know, I would make sure Sammy passed along the information, if I ever made it to the port market. I waited patiently for the king to sip his wine, sloshing some of the dark red liquid onto the white bedclothes. I expected him to speak again when he finished, but he settled back down among his pillows and closed his eyes. The nobleman assisting him stepped forward and kissed my hand before lowering himself in an exaggerated bow. After that, one by one, the other lords and ladies stepped forward, each offering their services and welcoming me to Ilara. The ladies, dressed in gowns made of various shadowy fabrics, adorned with beads and bows, fussed over me and noted how well I looked after such an arduous journey. The lords were dressed similarly to Talon when he'd visited Ilara, but none had his air of warmth and vitality. Prince Talon, I reminded myself. My future husband's brother. Some of the lords and ladies were pale, like Ebb, probably from spending so much time in this dark mountain. But even those who weren't naturally fair-skinned looked wan and tired. I noticed a few people had used some sort of white powder to make their hair lighter. I'd never felt so alone in my life as I did there, in that chamber, surrounded by all these otherworldly strangers. Finally, when I was sure I would faint from exhaustion, Ebb found me and whispered in my ear that we should retire for the evening. Back in my chamber, she helped me undress for the night and prepare for my first real rest in days. The bed was so tall, a small footstool had been provided to help me climb in. Once among the blankets and throws, I felt ridiculous. Why would one person need so much space to sleep? Ebb went to the door and curtsied. "I'll leave you now, milady." I glanced around the massive room, only now realizing there was no other place to sleep. "You're not staying?" She seemed surprised for a moment, then smiled. "It's not proper for a servant to sleep in this part of the castle, milady. There's a bell on your nightstand. If you need anything, just ring, and one of the guards will alert me." I should have known a servant wouldn't sleep with a future princess, but I'd never slept alone before. I was coming to think of Ebb as a friend, when I needed to remember that this was her job, nothing more. Still, I couldn't deny how grateful I was to have her here. "Thank you, Ebb, for everything." She blushed and curtsied before slipping out the door. There was no fireplace here, presumably because there was nowhere for the smoke to escape, which explained all the blankets. The only light in the room came from the lunar moss. I burrowed down in my covers, feeling like an eel poking its head out of a grotto. I must have fallen asleep without realizing it, because I woke up some time later, thinking I was drowning, flailing in the sheets as though they were a fishing net. I kicked the blankets away from me until they lay piled on the floor. Now, it was just me in a nightdress on top of the giant feather mattress. And I was freezing. I pulled one of the fur throws off the floor and wrapped myself in it, feeling even more pitiful than I had in the carriage. The room was somehow cold and stuffy at the same time. The bed was far too soft, and it was too quiet without the soft breathing of my sister and the faint snoring from my father across the house. My little trunk had been placed at the foot of my bed, and I scooted over to it, still wrapped in the blanket. As I lifted the lid, I was hit with the briny scent of the ocean, and the throb of homesickness was so intense, my eyes filled with tears. I tucked my few pieces of clothing inside the wardrobe. The coral knife and pearl necklace went in my nightstand. Sensing Ebb's exhaustion earlier, I'd let her go without undoing my hair, but I wasn't used to sleeping with pins in it. I went to the full-length mirror and sat down cross-legged before it, feeling ridiculous in my nightgown with the voluminous sleeves and lace-edged neckline. I set to work, unpinning my hair, then massaged my scalp with my fingers, the way Zadie would have done had she been here. With my hair in wild waves around me and the soft blue light of the lunar moss reflecting off my skin, I looked like the sea witch from the stories Sammy used to tell us. According to Varenian legend, she lived deep in the ocean, causing storms that sank ships and drowned sailors, whom the witch took as her lovers. The stories were violent and inappropriate for children, which made us delight in them all the more. Mother would have been appalled if she'd ever caught us. She believed only the gods had the power to cause storms and sink ships. I gathered my hair around me and crawled back to the pile of discarded blankets on the floor, which felt a little closer to my straw mattress from home. I pulled a wayward throw up to my chin and cried myself to sleep. Chapter 13. I was woken by a shriek, followed by the sounds of the door being flung open and an armed guard forcing himself into the room.
"Milady, are you hurt?"
the guard asked. I sat up, blinking in the gloom, and rubbed my eyes. Ebb stood in front of me, a freshly laundered pile of linens in a heap at her feet, her hands covering her mouth. The guard stood behind her, one hand on the hilt of his sword, his mouth slightly agape. "What is it?" "I'm sorry, milady. It frightened me to see you in such a state." I turned around and caught sight of myself in the mirror. It was worse than I'd feared. My nearly waist-length hair was everywhere, and I was tangled up in my nightgown. Noticing my bare legs for the first time, I hastily pulled the fabric down and did my best to subdue my hair. "You may go," Ebb said to the guard, who was still frozen in place. He snapped his mouth shut and made a hasty retreat. "I'm sorry, Ebb," I said, my cheeks burning. The mattress was too soft, and there were too many blankets, and the pins in my hair were pinching my scalp. I couldn't sleep like that. She regained her composure quickly, at least. "I understand. I'll knock first next time. That would probably be better for everyone." As Ebb stooped to gather up the linens, I realized that the moss lanterns had gone dim. It wasn't until I looked up that I understood where the light came from. There were dozens of holes cut into the ceiling high above me, and a small amount of light filtered down through the glass in each one. She followed my gaze. "The most important chambers have these skylights." As charming as the term skylights was, their existence didn't make me feel important. Was I really going to spend my days in perpetual semi-darkness? I was a creature of the sun and air, not some pale worm who'd spent her entire existence under a rock at the bottom of the ocean. The walls around me suddenly seemed unbearably heavy. "I need air," I said. "Milady? Fresh air. I can't live like this." My heart had begun to pound in my chest, and I was finding it hard to breathe. My skin prickled and itched with sweat. "Please, Ebb, what can I do?" she asked gently, though I could see my panic was beginning to unnerve her. "Even if I was allowed to let you leave, you can't go out dressed like that. Try to take some deep breaths." "I can't," I said, clawing at my chest. "That's the problem." My eyes darted around the room. I needed something of Verenia to cling to, something that could bring me back to myself. My eyes landed on the bath, which hadn't been emptied last night due to the late hour. Ebb had promised someone would take care of it this morning. Without thinking, I stripped off my nightgown and plunged into the tub, forcing my head under the surface. The water was freezing, but that actually seemed to help. For a moment, I just sat there, my hair fanning out around me, my heart rate instantly slowing. I counted out the beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 100. I had started counting from 1 again when I heard muffled shouts from above and opened my eyes. It was Ebb. I lifted my head from the water and pushed the dripping hair off my face. "What's the matter?" I asked, barely out of breath. "You were down there for ages. I was afraid you were drowning." Now that my senses had come back to me, I realized just how cold it was in the water. "Can you bring me a towel?" She brought over several and helped me out of the tub. "How did you do that, milady?" I smiled as I wrung my hair out over the tub. "It's easy for me. We do that from the time we're little in Verenia. I'm sorry for worrying you. I just needed to calm down, and I couldn't think of another way." "I understand. At least, I think I can imagine how I'd feel if I was taken from Ilara to live in your home. All that open water? From now on, I'll make sure you have a warm bath prepared every morning and evening, if you'd like." I couldn't imagine having access to so much fresh water, but the bath had helped immensely. "That would be nice, Ebb, at least until I'm settled." She helped me dress in a silky black gown that flowed behind me as I walked. Ebb said that everyone here was in mourning for Princess Ilara. Did that mean no one had worn anything but mourning colors for hundreds of years? I thought of my red dress, of how I must have looked to Talon in such a bold color. That alone must have been shocking. Ebb pinned up my hair in the same half-up style, which I quite liked. It wasn't as messy as wearing it all down, but it meant my neck wasn't bared to the chill. "Everyone is talking about you this morning. How lovely your complexion is. One of the cooks said it's all the sunlight that makes you Verenians so healthy. We don't get much sun here in the castle." "So I'm learning." I felt guilty for thinking Ebb looked ill when I first met her. I appreciated the loveliness of her white gold hair now, her fair skin. She would have burned to a crisp in Verenia, but it suited this place somehow. It wasn't her fault she had no access to light and fresh air. My stomach growled loud enough for both of us to hear it. It was impossible to keep track of time here in the mountain. "What time is it?" I asked, as Ebb fastened a long gold chain around my neck. A heavy black jewel hung between my breasts. It was cold and uncomfortable, but I didn't want to seem ungrateful. I'd never worn jewelry before. "Nearly midday. I'm afraid you slept through breakfast, but I figured you needed your rest after the journey you've had." I gasped and nearly knocked over my stool as I rose. "Midday? Is the royal family expecting me?" "Not to worry. The king was a little overwhelmed by the commotion last night and has decided to keep to his bed today. I'll take you down for luncheon, and then you'll have a tour of the castle." "And the prince?" I asked, checking to make sure that the stain was still covering my scar completely as I passed the mirror. "I'm not sure, milady." As Ebb led me back through the corridors, I tried to memorize our route. I noticed channels cut into the stone, with trickles of water running through them, and looked questioningly at Ebb. "Rainwater, from above," she explained. "It collects in the channels and gathers in wells throughout the castle." Clever, I thought as we walked past the great hall and down a flight of stairs to a smaller hall with a long table stretching nearly half its length. "This is the dining hall," Ebb said. "You may take meals in your room if you prefer, unless the king or prince requests your presence, of course." She gestured for me to sit next to the chair at the foot of the table, presumably where the prince sat, though I had the room to myself at the moment. Servants brought me 6 different courses. Some, like the olives and grapes we'd had in Verenia, were familiar and delicious, but others, like the cubes of bloody red meat on a silver platter, made my stomach turn. There was enough food for several families here, and I hated wasting it, but I couldn't eat this much food in a week. "Eb," I whispered when the server had left. She hurried toward me. "Is everything all right?" "This afternoon we need to go over a few things, like how to address people and what the 3 different sizes of forks are used for, and what are those little round white things that jiggled when the man set them down?" "Quail eggs, milady." "Yes, well, I need to know how to eat them, if they're any good." She smiled. "We will begin your lessons this afternoon. Oh, and I was wondering when I'll be able to meet the Queen. I would love to speak with her." The door at the far end of the hall slammed closed with a bang, and Eb and I looked up to see a young man in black walking toward us. Eb dropped into a curtsy before I'd even had a chance to stand. "You must be Zadie," the man said. His skin was the whitest I'd ever seen, even paler than Eb's, and his straight blonde hair, which was pulled back into a ponytail at his nape, had more of a silver cast to it than Eb's did. His eyes were a steely gray under elegantly arched brows. I couldn't stop myself from staring. Eb cleared her throat lightly. "Yes," I stammered. "And you are?" I thought I heard Eb groan a bit next to me. "I am Prince Saren," he said with a chuckle. "Your future husband. And I'm afraid it will be impossible for you to meet the Queen, my dear." This was the prince? I could have imagined the exact opposite of Talon and still wouldn't have come close. "Why is that?" I asked, my voice trembling, like the little white quail eggs. "Because, my lady," he said, his eyes never leaving mine, "the Queen is dead." A nervous laugh slipped out of me, and I turned to Eb, sure that the prince was choking. But Eb only gave an apologetic shake of her head. I faced the prince again. "I'm sorry for my confusion. I was told everything would be explained to me once I arrived. Is your mother the Queen?" "She was. She died in childbirth." His voice betrayed no hint of emotion. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Why hadn't Eb explained all of this to me? I didn't even know if Talon's mother had been married to King Xyrus. "And the last Verenian girl sent here?" I asked, hoping that sounded diplomatic enough. "My father's second wife is also dead. It doesn't go too well for queens around here, I'm sorry to say." I wanted Eb to tell me he was making some kind of sick joke, but she seemed as cowed by this man's presence as I felt. I forced myself to stand and dropped into a curtsy. "Your Highness." I almost recoiled when he reached for my hand. His fingers were long and as white as a ray's belly. He wore a dark metal ring on his right hand, set with a small red stone. I shivered as he brushed his lips across the back of my hand. There was something unnatural about him. His features were handsome, like his brother's, a straight nose, a strong jaw, and a sensuous mouth. But his smile was cold, and his pale eyes revealed no feelings at all. I pulled my hand away and tried to smile at him. He helped lower me back into my seat and settled into the chair next to me. "How did you sleep, my lady? Was the room to your liking? Was the bed large enough?" My cheeks colored when I realized how foolish I'd been to wonder why one person needed a bed so big. "Yes, Thank you.
Good. I thought I might show you around the castle today, seeing as my dear father won't be making it out of bed himself.
My eyes darted to his. You must have better things to do than give a tour of the castle, I said softly.
Nonsense. It's the least I can do after you've come so far to be my bride.
I couldn't help squirming in my seat. I suspected he knew he was making me uncomfortable, and he was enjoying it.
How old are you? He asked.
17.
Ah, yes, precisely the age of Queen Talia, when she came 20 years ago. I was only a babe at the time, so I have no recollection of it. But she is a part of many of my childhood memories, as is my brother, Talon. He was born just a year after they were married. Father didn't waste any time.
His smirk held none of the amused charm of his brother's. Beneath my gown, my skin crawled. When did Queen Talia die? No one in Verania has heard this news. Or if they had, they hadn't bothered to tell me.
It was 4 years ago now, I believe, when Talon was just 15. He was made commander of the guard not long after, at my request.
Something about the lack of emotion in his voice told me Saren hadn't done this because it would be best for his brother, though perhaps it was. I couldn't imagine Talon in this place. Can I ask how she died?
Murder.
I gasped and clapped a hand to my mouth. He'd said the word so casually as if it meant nothing. The death of a woman who must have been like a mother to him in some way.
It was a servant, Saren continued. The Queen's blood was found all over her room. The carpets were drenched with it, though Talia's body was never found. We suspect it was hidden away in one of the many abandoned chambers in the castle. The servant was beheaded the next day.
My meal began to climb its way up my throat. Everything I'd learned since coming here had been far worse than I'd imagined. But to discover that the last Verenian woman sent to Ilara had been murdered frightened me in a way I couldn't describe. As children, Zadie and I had spent hours pretending to be the Queen of Ilara, making crowns out of sea flowers and draping ourselves in Mother's dresses, a game she'd actually encouraged. She would lift our chins with her fingertips and help us practice our curtsies. They'd been lessons, I realized now, not games. I should have paid better attention. I swallowed when Saren brought his hand up and placed 2 fingers under my chin, just like Mother had. I was suddenly conscious of my scar, knowing if he looked close enough, he'd be able to see the raised skin under the stain. He slid his fingers down my throat and rested them in the hollow at the base of it. It was the strangest gesture, but I forced myself to meet his gaze. His enlarged pupils were as black as the mountain that surrounded us. His fingers trailed farther down until they rested just above my heart, near the black jewel. I heard Ebb's sharp intake of breath behind me.
"Oh, don't sound so scandalized," the prince said to Ebb over his shoulder. "She's going to be my wife soon enough."
His eyes flicked back to mine.
"Your heartbeat is strong and steady. That's good."
I swallowed the bile in my throat.
"How does it feel, knowing you'll be queen of all this soon?"
His voice was soft enough that only I could hear it, his fingers still resting above my heart. Could he feel how fast it was beating now?
"I've never seen your home, but I can't imagine it can compare to the beauty and splendor of Ilara."
I should have sunk my teeth into the flesh of my tongue to stop myself from speaking, but I didn't. "On the contrary, Your Highness." Something flashed in his eyes, but he smiled.
"I see.
You'll have plenty of time to tell me about it over the next. Well, I suppose how long you're with us remains to be seen. Terror coursed through me as he ran his fingers back up my throat. He was so much bigger than I was. He could probably snap my neck with his bare hands if he wanted to. Finally, Saren lowered his hand and stood, wiping his lips on a napkin, even though he hadn't eaten anything. I'll be at your room in an hour to take you on your tour. Perhaps you'll find something here to your liking after all. Chapter 14. Back in my room, I paced over the scattered carpets, my mind racing. Saren was cold and cruel. How could I marry someone who spoke so lightly of murder, who seemed to relish other people's discomfort? A small part of me wondered if the truth about my identity would get me sent home to Verenia. But I knew, deep down, that he would likely kill me, and worst of all, punish my people. I couldn't risk that. The only silver lining I could find in any of this was that at least I was here instead of Zadie. The thought of that man touching my sister made me want to destroy something. I settled for pummeling one of my 18 pillows. "Milady?" Eb said quietly, placing a light hand on my shoulder when I'd finished my tantrum. "The prince will be here soon." I looked up. "I can't marry him, Eb." Her eyes were soft and sympathetic. "Be careful," she whispered, glancing around the room as though someone might hear us. "Sound carries strangely in this mountain." She placed a finger on the wall next to a small hole carved into the stone. No doubt it led through to another chamber, where someone could listen if they chose. Let them hear me, I thought. What was the worst they could do? Stick me in a cave and force me to marry the most disagreeable man in history? Oh wait, they'd already done that. I smacked another pillow for good measure. "How could you not tell me the Queen was dead?" I asked, resuming my pacing. "Didn't you think I had a right to know? She was one of my people, Eb, the only person here who might have understood me. I am sorry, milady, but I was expressly forbidden to speak of the late Queen." "By whom? The prince?" "By the king himself." I folded my arms across my chest, remembering the way Saren had touched me there, as though it were nothing, and sat down on the bed. He probably knew I'd never come if I found out the previous queen had been murdered. How did she die? "They believe she was stabbed because of all the blood. That's what I heard anyway. I was still living in the village then." I patted the bed next to me, inviting her to sit. Eb bit her lip, hesitating, and then perched at the edge of the mattress. Perhaps this was not an appropriate way for a lady and her maid to interact, but I was used to confiding everything in someone else. Right now, I didn't need a servant, I needed a friend. "We could send word to the prince that you're too tired for the tour. Put it off for later?" "What good would putting it off do? I'm supposed to marry the man, remember?" I shuddered at the thought of his cold hands on my bare skin. "Do you know when the wedding is planned for?" "They'll want to have it before the king passes, I imagine." I raised my eyebrows. That could be tomorrow. "He's been in a similar condition for 6 months, at least." I turned to her fully, forcing her to meet my gaze. "When will I be allowed to leave the castle? We heard footsteps just before a heavy knock on the door. My stomach plummeted like a stone. "Will you come with me?" I asked Eb. "Please?" The door flew open before she could respond, and we both jumped to our feet. Saren stepped forward, but he had the decency to pause on the threshold at least. "Are you ready, my lady?" I nodded and glanced behind me at Eb. "Your maid can wait here. I'm sure she has plenty of work to keep her busy." My mouth opened and closed like a fish. but Ebb only bobbed a quick curtsy and handed me my wrap. "Very well," I said, pulling the black fur capelet around my shoulders. "Lead the way." "After you, I insist." I hated the idea of having my back to Saren, but I didn't see much of a choice. I began to walk down the hallway when a guard stepped up beside me. "Milady?" I turned and smiled at the familiar boyish face. "Grig, you're here!" "I hope that's all right." "It's wonderful." He offered me his arm, but I was too conscious of Saren's presence behind me to accept. "You're one of my brother's men, aren't you?" the prince asked. Grig turned to bow. "Yes, Your Highness. Don't you have work to be doing? We have plenty of guards here at Newcastle." "Prince Talon asked that one of us remain here with the lady." Saren raised his eyebrows. "I'm surprised he could spare you. He says there aren't enough men at Oldcastle these days, that we're vulnerable to attack." I thought of the guard at the bridge, of the Woman King to the south. Was an attack on Ilara really so out of the question? "Shall I leave, Your Highness?" Grig asked. Saren waved a hand at him. No, you're here. You may as well stay. Wouldn't want to anger dear Prince Talon, would we?" Prince Talon. At the sound of his name, my mind went back to yesterday, to when he'd dismounted his horse and taken my hand. I blushed at the memory of his gaze holding mine. I couldn't imagine Talon taking sick pleasure in tormenting me the way Saren did. Of course, Talon was also the only person in Ilara who might be able to guess my secret. I should be grateful he lived far away, and that our chances for interaction were limited. I should be, but I wasn't. "Ah, I know that look," Saren said, taking my arm and prodding Grig on ahead of us. Gods, was it that obvious? "My brother is blessed with both a handsome face and a charming disposition. He's a favorite here at court." There was a bitterness to his tone that hinted at jealousy, but Saren was not unattractive, and my mother was living proof that charm could be an illusion. "Did he make an appearance at Oldcastle yesterday?" Saren asked. "Yes, and we met in Verenia, as I'm sure you recall." The words were deliberately pointed. I wanted to know why Saren had sent his brother as his errand boy. "Oh yes, I'd forgotten. He said you were perfect, as pure and unblemished as a Verenian pearl. I hate it when he's right." The night we'd had dinner at the governor's house, Talon had said he couldn't imagine anyone more lovely. He had been looking at me when he said it, but if he truly believed that lack of imperfection equaled beauty, then I must have been mistaken. My scar tingled as my cheeks heated with embarrassment. "Beware the lionfish, my dear," Saren said in a low voice. "What?" "Isn't that how the Verenian song goes? I remember Queen Talia singing it to Talon when he was little. You wave children love your lullabies." The line was part of a Verenian cradle song we all grew up with. It warned children to stay away from dangerous sea creatures, but each line had a hidden meaning. For example, lionfish are curiously beautiful, a spectacle of a fish that begs to be touched, despite their venomous spines. But we weren't just to beware of lionfish. We were to steer clear of anyone too flashy, too proud. I was surprised Saren knew this, and that he would use it to describe his own brother. "Beware the lionfish, my dear," I murmured. "Beware the fish that's made of stone." That's the next line of the song. The stonefish was even more dangerous than the lionfish, in part because it had stronger venom, but also because it was hard to see. A stonefish could blend into the rocks around it so well you wouldn't know it was there until it was too late, and you'd placed a hand or foot directly on top of it. The message there was clear. Be careful and cautious with your heart, for things are not always what they seem. At least the lionfish made its presence known. I haven't heard it in years, so you'll forgive me for forgetting. I inclined my head. Your name means pearl, does it not? Yes, I said, my thoughts immediately turning to my sister. I had always been the coral, never the pearl. Now I was supposed to be the thing everyone wanted, the object a future king desired above all else. I had slowed my pace to match the prince's, and Grig was now almost out of sight at the end of the corridor. Saren moved his hand from my arm to the small of my back. There's something in here I'd like to show you, he said, reaching for a door I hadn't noticed in the dim corridor. I wanted to call out to Grig, but Saren ushered me through the door before I could say anything. We were in a chamber roughly the size of my bedroom, and for a moment I feared this was Saren's personal chamber. He went to the far side and lit a match from a small lantern, then touched it to a pile of logs in the fireplace. As the wood caught fire, more of the room came into view. It appeared to be a workroom, not a bedroom. There were 3 tables of varying sizes, all covered in glass bottles and bowls, as well as various objects I had no words for. On the floor in the corner lay what looked like an empty sack. A long hose was coiled next to it. This is my study, the prince said. I love to learn about anything and everything. He picked up a small bowl that was filled with pink pearls of all shapes and sizes. One of the things that most fascinates me is the Varenian pearl. I'm sure you know people here use them in creams and ointments for all manner of ailment. I burned my hand on the fire last week. He held his hand up, palm out. Not a trace of the blister. No scar. Miraculous. I looked at the bowl of pearls and felt my anger rise. There were enough there to feed my family for a year. We were harvesting the pearls to extinction, and for what? To spare one man from a blister? Your people know far more about the pearls than I do, no doubt, he continued. The words coming out of his mouth were perfectly harmless. He'd said nothing sinister or frightening in the past few minutes, and yet my heart hammered in my chest. He clearly harbored some sort of animosity toward Queen Talia and Prince Talon, maybe toward all Varenians. I wiped my sweating palms on my skirts. My body was telling me I was in danger, even if my mind didn't want to accept it. Saren walked over to the empty sack and held up a corner of it to show me. This will be my greatest invention yet. It's an underwater breathing apparatus. With this device, a man can stay underwater for 10 minutes, maybe more. But it's not ready, unfortunately. The test we conducted yesterday had rather disastrous results, I'm sorry to say. We lost a servant in the process. He watched me for a reaction as I struggled to conceal my horror. How could anyone dismiss death so casually? Such a shame, really. He was just a year younger than you. By the time... Milady? I spun around at the sound of Grig's voice. Grig! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize you'd stopped until I was halfway down the next corridor. Is everything all right? Why wouldn't it be? Saren snapped. She's been with me the entire time. What could be safer than that? I could think of 1,000 things safer than this man. A hammerhead shark, perhaps? Or even a riptide. I took hold of Grigg's arm. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I'm afraid I'm not feeling well. Still adjusting to land, I think. I'll return to my chamber for a bath, if that's all right with you." "Ah, yes, your baths. I heard you've ordered 2 a day. You must feel like a fish out of water here, He had found out about my baths from a servant, or from one of the tunnels through the stone. And if someone was listening to me, did that mean they could also see me if they wanted to? I cleared my throat. "Yes, that is precisely how I feel. Thank you for showing me your room. We can resume the tour later, when you're feeling better." I was almost through the doorway when Seren called after us. "Oh, and Grigg, feel free to return to Old Castle. Your services here are no longer required." I lay in my bath until the water had turned cold, and my skin began to pucker. Since leaving Verenia, I hadn't washed my face unless I was sure I was alone, and even then, I immediately reapplied the stain. I was getting so used to seeing myself without my scar that on the one occasion the stain wore off in my sleep during the journey, the sight of it had startled me. Ebb wrapped a towel around me as I stepped out of the tub onto the cold floor. Far worse than the oppressive weight of the stone around me was the darkness. It had only been 1 day without sun, and already I ached for it so deeply I could feel it in my bones. I looked up at the pathetic skylights and scowled. The amount of light that filtered through was barely enough to illuminate the room during the day. How had Talia survived here as long as she did? The king was planning to attend dinner that evening, so Ebb dressed me in another dark gown, this one with a diamond-patterned skirt, the rows of diamonds made of different fabrics to highlight the contrasts. The collar was up to my throat, but a diamond had been cut out of the bodice to reveal the bare skin beneath, right where Seren had touched me. I had never worn anything that exposed my chest like this in Verenia. "Why must everything be so dull and colorless?" I muttered as I smoothed out the wide skirts with my palms. Her eyes met mine in the mirror. "It's as I told you, milady. We're in mourning for Princess Ilara. She died at sea when she was kidnapped by a prince from Kuven." "I thought Prince Leif and Princess Ilara ran away to be together," I said, confused. "That's what we were told in Verenia." Ebb frowned. "You must have misunderstood." I shook my head. No doubt in Kuven, people claimed that Ilara was responsible for Prince Leif's death. But how can an entire kingdom still be in mourning for a princess who died hundreds of years ago? "When Ilara died, her younger brother Malden became the crown prince, as she had no other sisters," she explained. "He was only 10 at the time, and Ilara's death hit him extremely hard. He developed a debilitating fear of water. That's why the castle was moved here to Mount Eris, away from the oceans and rivers and even lakes. He also ordered a decree that everyone wear mourning clothes under penalty of death. The decree has never been lifted." "But why not?" "I'm not quite sure, milady." She began to pile my hair onto my head, fastening it with jet pins that glittered amid the coils. "I believe it's because we've been waiting for a new princess all this time. A princess who will restore the queendom to what it once was, who will quell the uprisings and unite the territories under the Ilarian flag. But our kings only ever have sons." I twisted my mouth to the side. I still didn't see why we had to wear such joyless clothing. "Shall I powder your hair, milady?" Ebb asked as she adjusted the final pin. I turned to look at her. "Whatever for?" "Some of the lords and ladies do it to curry favor with Prince Seren." I shook my head, and she continued to fix my hair. I tried to imagine myself doing this day in and day out, for a century. The thought brought tears to my eyes. I wiped them away and took a deep breath. I had only left Verenia a week ago. I still had 2 weeks to learn something valuable to tell Sammy at the market, aside from the fact that the Verenian queen was dead and her husband might soon follow in her wake. Be brave, I told myself. For Zadie. For Verenia. Chapter 15. The dining hall was filled with lords and ladies and dozens of servants, all witnesses to what I was sure would be many missteps on my part. Eb and I had gone over the cutlery and various forms of address, but I hadn't fully memorized everything yet. Unfortunately, she couldn't stay with me through the meal. I closed my eyes and thought of Zadie again, of what she'd say to me if she were here. I searched for the inner strength she said I possessed, but I felt empty, hollow, like a shell of the girl who believed she was meant for a world bigger than the one she knew. I wished I'd taken something of Zadie's with me to hold on to, that I had something more tangible than memories. A servant showed me to my seat, which, as I'd feared, was the same place where I'd eaten lunch. Saren would be at my side for who knew how long. Lords and ladies followed my example and came to the table, nodding at me solemnly. Saren entered a few minutes after I did. His hair was loose around his shoulders, falling in ribbons to the middle of his chest. Though I found his paleness peculiar, it also fascinated me. It was as if he'd been carved from a block of white stone. And there was something in his expression, the awareness in his eyes and tension in his posture, that hinted at his intelligence. Everyone, including me, dropped into a bow or curtsy, but I watched him from under my lashes. He looked bored, like he'd rather be back in his room, fiddling with whatever it was he was working on. Then his eyes fell on me, and that glimmer returned to his eye, a sharp look I didn't like. He strode toward me and took my hand, bringing it to his lips once again. They were firm and dry against my skin.
"You look lovely, my lady."
I was saved from responding by the sudden shift in the air that signaled someone else approaching. The king, surrounded by lords and ladies, slowly shuffled into the room. Looking pitifully small under his giant fur robes, it was a wonder he could walk at all. He carried a golden staff that was probably meant to be ornamental, but I could tell he was using it to prop himself up. The walk from the door to his seat was short, fortunately, and he collapsed into his chair just as someone else entered the room. It was Prince Talon. Dread washed over me, even while I found myself craning my neck for a better look. It wasn't just that he was handsome. He stood out here, as vibrant as a parrotfish in a school of gray mullets. He wore a midnight blue doublet, his brown hair curling just above the high collar. I slipped my hand free from Saren's, who still hadn't let it go, and I felt him stiffen beside me.
"Lionfish,"
he whispered in my ear. Stonefish, I thought back. I straightened as Talon approached our end of the table. I had no idea where the second son of a king sat, when there could only be 1 foot and 1 head at a table. Most of the chairs had lords and ladies behind them, but the one to my left was empty, a fortunate arrangement, since my scar was on my right cheek. He bowed when he reached me, and I curtsied back, finally feeling a bit steadier in the process. The brothers greeted each other coolly. Everyone else took their seats when the princess sat, and I realized that my chair was much closer to Talon's than Saren's. The king and his heir had the ends of the table to themselves, while the chairs along the sides were pressed together to accommodate so many guests.
"Have you enjoyed your time in Alara so far?"
Talon asked in a low voice. I glanced at him sideways and tried to imagine how Zadie would behave in this situation. "Newcastle is an interesting place," I said, because my sister would never insult a man's home. "I can see I have a lot to learn about your people and their ways." I could feel Saren straining to hear us, but there was too much chatter in the room.
"They are your people now,"
Talon said. They were no more my people than the Varenians were Saren's, but I nodded anyway. I wanted to ask him about his trip to Ilara, why he hadn't told us he was a prince. I wanted to know if he recognized me. I wanted to know if he'd thought of me after he left Varenia, or if I'd merely been an insignificant detail in his report to Saren about Varenia. And, ridiculous as it was, I found myself wanting to brush away the hair that had fallen in front of his eyes. But I couldn't. He had to believe I was Zadie, and I was destined to marry his brother either way. I shivered, wishing I'd worn a warmer gown. "You look beautiful," he said, his voice so soft I wondered if I'd imagined it. Though the compliment pleased me, I couldn't meet his eyes, knowing that Saren was watching us. "Thank you."
"How is your family?"
he asked, sitting back a bit while a servant filled his cup with wine. "I'm not sure," I said. What was happening between Sammy and Zadie? Had Mother forgiven her yet? Had she forgiven me? Were they hungry, or was Father managing to catch enough fish to feed them?
"But they were well when you left."
I shrugged. As well as can be expected.
"Nar must have been very sad to see you go."
My eyes flew to his involuntarily. There was no flicker of doubt there. Surely, if he knew I was Nar, he would say something. "She was heartbroken."
"I'm sorry. I can only imagine what a loss it must be."
I closed my eyes to keep them from filling with tears. It was the first time someone here had acknowledged that coming to Ilara was a sacrifice. "I was deeply saddened to learn of your mother's passing. I would have liked to have known her."
"She would have treated you like a daughter."
His voice was thick with empathy, something I never would have expected here. He couldn't know how much his words both pleased and saddened me. "I would have liked that very much," I managed. There was a commotion at the end of the table as the king rose with the help of a strapping lord, raising his cup in a toast. As he spoke of our beautiful future queen, 100 eyes fell on me. I rose and raised my glass, murmuring a barely audible thank you. As I sat down in my chair, my sweaty palm slipped on the wooden armrest, and I listed to the side. Talon reached out and caught my arm in his hand, propping me back upright in my chair.
"I'd blame the wine, but you haven't tasted yours yet,"
he said. "I'm just nervous." I glanced at his hand, still lingering on my arm. All of this is so new to me. He leaned closer to be heard above the conversation, and I inhaled as quietly as possible. He smelled like sunlight, like fresh air and living things.
"My mother used to feel out of place at these dinners as well. She didn't speak much about Varenia, but I could always tell when she was thinking of home."
Home. The word was too small for everything it meant. The ocean, our house, my parents, Zadie. Why had I wanted to leave? "Did she ever feel at home here?" I asked, searching his eyes. "Did she ever belong?" He frowned.
"I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid."
He lowered his voice further and slowly loosened his grip. His trailing fingers left heat in their wake, unlike the chill I'd felt at Saren's touch.
"You would be wise to spend less of your time talking to me and more with my brother. He isn't pleasant when he's jealous."
Is he ever pleasant? The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Talon's eyes crinkled as his lips curled in the tiniest smile.
"This should be interesting,"
he said, before straightening in his chair and turning to the lady on his other side. I spent most of the meal listening to the conversations that bubbled around me. Unable to join the chatter because of where he sat, Saren sipped his wine and tasted his food, but it was clear he took no joy in any of it. His cold eyes drifted around the room, and I dreaded the moments they landed on me. I had lost count of the courses when 2 servants appeared with a platter that they placed directly in front of me. In the center was a large pie, as fat as a giant sea turtle. Everyone turned to stare as Saren rose and came to stand behind me.
"I had this baked especially for you," he said in my ear. "Do you like it?"
His right cheek brushed against my left, blocking my view of Talon. His skin was cool and smooth against my flushed skin. "Yes," I said. "Thank you." Saren took up the filigree serving fork and knife and cut carefully into the pastry on either side of me, the way you would for a child. He continued to cut in a wedge, and then he carefully pulled away the layer of crust. Something stirred in the dark recess, and everyone at the table leaned forward just a bit. I found myself wanting to press back, but I couldn't with Saren standing behind me.
"Patience," he said.
A black, winged creature burst through the pastry with a shrill cry and flapped madly toward the ceiling. "They're birds!" someone shouted to a smattering of applause. But I'd seen birds many times in my life, and they didn't fly the way this creature did, erratic and unpredictable. A moment later, another one emerged, using the little claws at the tops of its leathery wings to work its way out. "No, they're bats!" a nobleman exclaimed, and there was a gasp of surprise from the crowd. A few women squeaked in horror. After the second bat flew away, an entire swarm of them, at least 20, clambered out of the pie, all flapping to be free. Several were covered in treacle, making it harder for them to fly. The wretched creatures rolled onto the table covered in the sticky golden syrup, sending howls of laughter up among the nobles. Most of the ladies screamed and ran from the table, and suddenly wine glasses were tumbling left and right. Saren stayed perfectly still, his arms on either side of me, trapping me in my chair. The king had somehow managed to sleep through the commotion. The servants did their best to clear plates and spilled glasses while dodging and dipping to avoid the bats. A maid appeared behind us and whispered something inaudible in Saren's ear.
"I must attend to something. I'll return as soon as possible," he said. "I hope you enjoy your dessert."
I slumped back in my chair the moment he left the room, finally releasing some of the tension I'd been feeling all evening.
"Are you all right?"
Talon asked, gently flicking a sticky bat away from his wine. I sighed. "I think so." "What was that all about? Is bat pie a traditional Ilarian food?"
He snickered. "No. We may seem strange to you, but I assure you, we're not that strange. I imagine my brother was trying to get a reaction from you."
"Why?"
"He likes to push people, to test their loyalty."
I stared at the collapsed crust of the pie. "My loyalty? I don't exactly have a choice in the matter. I belong to him now." Talon drained his wine, but I didn't get the sense it was because he relished the taste.
"Yes, well, my advice is that the next time he shows you something vile or repulsive, you pretend to be impressed. That's the fastest way to win his affection."
I had no interest in Saren's affection, but I couldn't tell Talon that. Still, it was probably safer to avoid making my betrothed into an enemy. At the far end of the room, a man began to play a stringed instrument that made a sound I could only compare to whale song. Talon leaned toward me, and I had to resist the urge to move closer to him.
"It's called a viol," he explained.
It was my mother's favorite instrument. We have some stringed instruments back home, but they sound very different. I noticed that his eyes lit up whenever I mentioned Verenia. It's nice to hear more about where my mother came from, he said. I miss her stories about Verenia. They made me feel connected to it, even though I'd never been there. I enjoy talking about it. It makes everything feel more real, like this isn't just a dream. Or a nightmare, I added silently. The music from the viol was faster now, and many of the lords and ladies joined together to dance. Talon smiled at me. I'd ask you to dance, but I'm afraid you wouldn't feel comfortable. Thank you, I said, both pleased that he wanted to dance with me and grateful he understood why I couldn't. I think I'll just watch for a few minutes. Talon took my arm, and we walked to the end of the hall closer to the musician. A few of the ladies watched me and whispered behind their fans, no doubt gossiping. Spending time with Talon was dangerous in more ways than one, apparently. He uses a bow to strum the viol, Talon said. Of course, if I tried it, it would sound like a dying cat, but a skilled musician can make the most beautiful music you've ever heard. The dancers had picked up their pace in time with the music. They moved in a circle, hands clasped. We'd had dances in the meeting house in Verenia sometimes, though Zadie and I hadn't been allowed to dance with the boys since we were children. Talon glanced down at me. Would you like to try, now that you have a better sense of the steps? I caught the eye of a woman standing across the room. There was something about her that was both familiar and foreign at the same time. Despite her rich clothing and intricate hairstyle, she seemed as out of place here as I felt. She observed me for a moment, then let her eyes rest on Talon's arm, still entwined with mine, and gave the tiniest shake of her head. I'm not sure it's appropriate, I said finally. For some reason, you don't strike me as the kind of girl who worries about propriety. My stomach twisted. Now I was sure he'd heard Sammy and me that night in the governor's house, that he recognized me despite my fancy clothes and rehearsed manners. But he was right. I wanted to dance with him. Without waiting for my answer, Talon led me to the center of the room. Another noble took my free hand, and as the viol continued to play, we moved in a slow circle to the right. I tried to copy what the other dancers did, but I couldn't seem to catch the rhythm. Fortunately, the men supported my weight, so that it hardly mattered what my feet did. As the beat quickened, we began to move faster and faster. The bats looped down from wherever they'd roosted, illuminated by the massive chandelier filled with lunar moss. Tonight would be the full moon, I realized. That explained why everything was so bright. The wine I'd consumed with dinner was beginning to take hold. I looked over at Talon. He was watching me with a smile on his face, the kind of smile that could make a girl forget about being ladylike. I felt warm all over, my heart pounding beneath the diamond cutout in my bodice. Perhaps this was why Mother hadn't wanted us to dance. The music was playing faster than ever now, and somehow my feet seemed to know the steps on their own. I tipped my head back and laughed, so dizzy that I was sure the room would keep spinning long after I stopped. We whirled and whirled until suddenly the music stopped, and I found myself clinging to Talon's doublet to keep from falling. I'm sorry, I said as his face came into focus. Don't be. The muscles of his chest strained under my palms as he caught his breath, and I became very aware of his hands at my waist as I struggled for air against the stays of my bodice. He felt so solid and safe that I momentarily forgot my surroundings. Slowly, I leaned closer to him. Like a tide pulled by the moon. See, my lady? This isn't just a dream. My cheeks flamed under his gaze, isn't it? Saren's voice over my shoulder cleared my head instantly.
There you are, my pearl.
I whirled around and dropped into a curtsy. Your Highness. His smile was strained.
It's late, and I believe you've had a bit too much wine.
He held out his arm for me expectantly. I nodded and bobbed a quick curtsy to Talon. Good night. He bowed, his hair falling in damp waves that reminded me of the night we'd met.
Good night, my lady. I'm sorry you can't stay longer.
So am I. For an instant, I wished he would tell his brother the truth about who I was, so that Saren couldn't marry me. But Saren's pull on my arm was firm and insistent, and as I walked away, I realized the part of me that wanted to stay was the part I would never be able to listen to again. Chapter 16. Saren's grip tightened as he pulled me down the hall toward my chambers.
What were you thinking? He demanded when we reached my door. Dancing with my brother in front of everyone before you've even danced with me?
I'm sorry, I stammered. I didn't know. He told me.
I don't care what he told you. Has all that seawater pickled your brain? Surely you could see the way people were watching you.
My head was beginning to pound from the wine, and my arm ached from where Saren's hand still grasped it. He saw me wincing and released my arm. I took a step backward. I wanted to hurt him the way he'd hurt me, but I needed to imagine I was Zadie now, to behave the way Mother would expect me to. Otherwise, I'd get myself killed before I did anything useful. I bowed my head. Please, forgive me. He released a deep breath through his nose.
I suppose it's not your fault. Though I did warn you about my brother.
I nodded. You did. I understand what you meant now. I'll be more cautious in the future. He took my hands in his.
Are you cold? Your fingers are like ice.
I blinked at the change in his tone. It was fear, not cold, that so froze my hands. But I didn't want him to think I was weak. I left my wrap in the ballroom. I'll ask Ebb to bring it for me later.
Very well. I'll leave you now. Good night, my lady.
Good night. I hurried into my room, where Ebb was laying out my nightgown on the bed. Are you all right, milady? She asked when she saw my face. Did something happen? I did something foolish and paid the price for it. I'll know better next time. I took a seat on the stool in front of the vanity, and she began to unpin my hair. As she massaged my scalp, I felt some of my fear begin to drain away. Saren hadn't actually done anything to me, and I could imagine it had looked rather bad, me dancing with his brother while he was away. Why don't the princes get along? I asked. Did something happen between them? Ebb glanced at the small hole in the wall nervously. I found a handkerchief and stuffed it into the opening. Better? She sighed and waved me back down onto the stool. From what I've heard, Prince Saren was always a difficult child. His mother, Queen Serena, may she rest in peace, was a beautiful Ilarian lady who King Xyrus had loved from an early age. But Serena was frail and fragile, and Xyrus's father, King Lazar, urged Xyrus to choose a Verenian bride, despite not marrying one himself. King Lazar would have been the king who refused to marry the replacement girl from Verenia, the man who'd cut off our water supply. I raised an eyebrow at her in the mirror. What became of the Verenian girl sent to marry Lazar? She glanced down. It's not my place to say. My stomach soured. Saren had said it didn't go well for queens at Newcastle. I couldn't imagine a rejected princess had fared any better. Anyway, Ebb continued, King Xyrus defied his parents' wishes and married Serena, who died while giving birth to Saren. A year later, he married Queen Talia, who'd been living as a lady in the castle. But why was Talia sent here in the first place, if Cyrus was already in love with Serena? I asked. To tempt Cyrus away from her, I believe. Lazar's fear that Serena wouldn't survive childbirth had been well-founded. But everything seemed better after King Cyrus married Queen Talia, and she gave birth to Prince Tulin. Even the king's health seemed to improve. She was a kind and generous queen, often visiting the poorest villagers and offering them food and blankets. So she was allowed to leave Newcastle? I asked, surprised. Of course, milady. The king loved her so much he would have let her go anywhere. And Verenia, would he have allowed her to go there? Eb shook her head as she dropped the hairpins into a little porcelain dish. Oh, no. The king is very superstitious about Verenia. All the nobility are. Except Prince Talon. That must be why Talon was the one who traveled to Verenia for Seren. Why? Because of Princess Ilara. But that's ridiculous. She died hundreds of years ago. I remembered the way Eb had held her breath over the bridge. Is that why you're afraid of water? Because Ilara drowned? I'm not afraid of water, she said, bristling. Not small amounts of it, anyway. But large bodies of water are best avoided. Everyone in Ilara knows that. I had a little cousin who died chasing a ball that rolled into a lake. And you think the water spirits took her? Of course, milady. What else? Most likely the child had drowned because she didn't know how to swim. In Verenia, we were literally born in the water. Fearing the ocean would be akin to fearing the air we breathed. But the story of Princess Ilara was deeply enmeshed in Verenian culture, even now. I supposed it was only natural. That would be the same here, in Ilara itself. Who raised Seren after his mother died? It was his nursemaids, mostly, though the queen did spend time with him. She wouldn't let anyone else take care of Talon, though. She was with him all throughout his childhood. I've never seen a son more loved by his mother. That explained Seren's jealousy. He had grown up without a mother, while his brother had Talia. I felt a twinge of sympathy for Seren. Thank you for telling me this, Eb. Of course, milady. She finished helping me into my nightgown and tied my hair into a loose braid. Is there anything else I can do for you? There was a woman in the dining hall tonight. She looked familiar. I could tell from the fear in Eb's eyes that I had stumbled back upon the subject she wished to avoid. She was the rejected Verenian girl, wasn't she? Eb sighed, looking at the hole in the wall again. Yes. Her name is Lady Melina. So Melina was the replacement girl, the one who'd caused the Verenians to be punished 2 centuries ago, when all those children died of thirst. Seren's grandfather, King Lazar, had not married her, and yet she was still here, 40 years later. I would like to speak with her, I said carefully. Can you arrange for us to meet? Eb looked doubtful. I can try, but I should warn you, Prince Seren has never liked Lady Melina. Why not? He finds her presence at court distasteful. My face grew hot with anger. Why? Because she's Verenian? Eb shook her head and came to kneel before me. No, milady. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Because she was King Lazar's mistress. My anger soured to disgust. Melina hadn't been good enough to be queen, but she'd been good enough to warm the king's bed? That's hardly a reflection on her. I want to meet her, as soon as possible. Eb chewed on her thin lower lip. I can try, but it won't be easy. She keeps to the shadows. Sometimes she'll appear when you had no idea she was even in the room. If Lady Melina kept to the shadows, then perhaps that was where I'd have to meet her. We'll meet somewhere inconspicuous when the prince is busy. I promise I'll be careful. I'm glad to hear it. I only want what's best for you. I leaned down so she would have to look me in the eye. And you think Prince Saren is what's best for me? Ebb flushed. I think not angering him is what's best, milady. I couldn't argue with that. After Ebb left, I lowered the tiny curtains that hung over the alcoves where the lunar moss was placed in glass lanterns. It was too bright in here for sleep, and the light illuminated the strange creatures woven into the tapestries and carved into the wood. I picked up one of the lanterns and held it up to the tapestry closest to my bed. What I'd thought was an amorphous blob was actually a lake, embroidered with tiny blue stitches. A young woman perched on a rock near the water, combing her hair. Something dark and serpentine lingered below the surface of the water. It had a human's head, but its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. A loud knock on the door nearly caused me to drop the lantern. I laughed at myself for being so jumpy and set the lantern back down in its alcove. I was still smiling when I opened the door, assuming Ebb had forgotten something. But it was Saren who waited on my threshold, his face as pale as candle wax against the darkness of the corridor. Your Highness, I said, dropping into a curtsy. What are you doing here? He walked past me into the room, closing the door behind him. Your wrap. He handed me the fur capelet I'd left in the dining hall. Thank you, I said, pressing it to my chest to cover the thin fabric of my nightdress. Saren pulled back one of the curtains I had lowered, illuminating the room in the eerie blue light. It's a full moon, he said absently. They say strange things happen during the full moon. I stayed where I was near the door. Do they? He strode toward me, crossing the room quickly. I was pressed all the way against the door when he took my hands in his, causing me to drop the wrap. I'm sorry I mistreated you earlier, but you must understand that there are people watching us at all times. The lords and ladies. They like to talk, to gossip. If I'm going to be their king someday, they must respect me. His silver eyes glowed pale blue in the light of the lanterns. Of course, I said. I understand. He held on a moment longer before dropping my hands and stepping back. My breath left me in a rush. I stepped hastily away from the door and retreated toward my bed. Saren returned to leave, then whirled back around to face me, his long hair fanning around him. The pie. The pie? You never told me if you liked it. Talon had told me to act impressed if I wanted to earn Saren's affection. I had no more desire for his affection than for another bat pie, but I did want him to leave. Oh, yes, I said as cheerfully as I could muster. It was very unique. He nodded, seemingly pleased. Good. It wasn't easy getting all those bats together. As it was, we lost several during the baking. I covered my grimace with the back of my hand. I wasn't squeamish, but harming innocent creatures for entertainment was not something I could condone. Perhaps next time you could put something less alive in it? I smiled as sweetly as I could. The other ladies got a bit hysterical. But not you. You're made of stronger stuff than they are, aren't you? Saren sent me an admiring glance, then kissed my hand and slipped out the door, leaving me bewildered and more than a little unnerved. To my relief, Saren was gone the next day. A servant told Ebb he'd left Newcastle to collect more supplies for his experiment. I asked her to set up my meeting with Lady Melina immediately. As much as I wanted to hide in my room and avoid the stares of the court, I only had a little while to gather information for Sammy, and anything that might take my mind off the fact that I was going to marry Saren, possibly very soon, was welcome. Ebb was hesitant, but eventually I convinced her that there was no danger, since the king was still in his chambers and Saren was absent. At the end of the day, she agreed to take me to the library for a meeting. The library was an unfinished cavern Ebb said was rarely used, but I found it beautiful. The ceilings had been left in their raw, natural state, with pillars of stone for support. There were spiral staircases on either side of the finished part of the chamber, but there was really no need for them, since most of the upper shelves were empty. In order to keep the books safe from the damp, the room had more skylights than any other chamber I'd been in. I waited for Melina under one of the lights, soaking up as much sun as I could. Lady Melina came alone. She had to be close to 60, but aside from a few strands of gray hair among the black, she could have been my mother's age. Her complexion was sallow from so many years inside Newcastle, but she was still unquestionably beautiful. "Hello, child," she said as we took a seat on a cushioned bench. No one had called me child since leaving Verenia. I was surprised to find that I'd missed it. I bowed my head. "Lady Melina, how are you adjusting to life here in the mountain?" I kept my eyes downcast, staring at the lace edging of my sleeves. She wasn't old enough to be an elder, but she was nevertheless worthy of my respect. "Very well, thank you. And how do you like your future husband?" She was feeling me out, testing me. I didn't know if I could trust Lady Melina, but right now she was the closest thing I had to a potential ally. "He's very unusual," I said carefully. "I don't know what to make of him yet." "I suppose you'll have plenty of time to decide, once you're married." My lip curled involuntarily at the word, but I quickly rearranged my features. "Of course. But if you ask me, that boy is rotten, to the core," she murmured. I looked up finally. "Prince Saren?" I whispered, surprised by her candor. She must have seen my reaction. Her eyes were a deep blue violet that stood out against her dark hair and clothing. "He is violent, unpredictable. These little lords and ladies here, they think there is safety in numbers. They believe they're like fish in a school, in no danger from the shark circling around them. But one moment the shark will snap, devouring a fish before the others even know what has happened. I've seen it many times. A lord says something that displeases the prince, or a lady offends him in some way, and the next day, the person is gone, never to be seen again. It's all so clean and quiet, until you're the one being eaten." Her words stunned me. I was grateful for her honesty, but this was so much worse than I'd imagined. "Surely they're just sent back to their families,"